SEAL Team 4, Book 3, Protecting His New Family. Katie Knight and Leslie North. Chapter 1. Owen. Owen, are you sure this is what you want to do? My baby sister Catherine asked over the phone. I mean, we're all reeling a bit. I can't believe Carter and Lauren are gone. Neither can I said. My stomach twisted itself into a knot. They were far too young. Catherine's voice expressed the anguish our whole family felt, but she couldn't know how her words sliced through me. She probably thought she was being helpful, commiserating with me. But every word she said made the pain and guilt surge stronger until my mouth filled with saliva like it did before I threw up. This was all my fault. If I hadn't gone on that date and lost track of time, if I had been where I was supposed to be, if I'd picked them up from the club when I said I would, they would have been out of there before the fire started. They would still be alive. There was only one way to even begin to atone, and he was sitting in front of me, smiling. I restacked the blocks Miles had just knocked over and tried to smile at him when they crashed back to the floor, sending my nephew into fits of giggles. I'm sure about leaving SEAL Team 4, I said, returning to Catherine's question. I filed the paperwork yesterday to resign my position due to hardship. Leaving after all of the loss I'd suffered was the easy part. Becoming a civilian and a dad was far tougher, but it was the reality of my life. I was now the guardian of a 14-month-old, and he deserved everything I could give him. I can hear Miles giggling. I'm glad he can be happy. I hope he doesn't miss. Catherine trailed off. Despite being 1,000 miles away, Catherine got it. We were all worried about how Miles would adjust to suddenly having his parents taken from him. I wish I could be there with you for all of this, and not just for a few days for the celebration of life. You've worked too hard to get into Juilliard to give up your dream, I argued, well aware of the hours of rehearsal, the lessons, and the summer camps Catherine had completed to attend the prestigious art school. I know. I just feel, at least Mom and Dad will be there soon to help you. Yeah, I said, though I wondered how helpful they were going to be. They were the helicopter type, with a tendency to descend on a situation and take it over. As the middle child, I'd been lucky since the focus had largely been off me. As the oops baby, born when I was 7 and Carter was 8, Catherine had gotten the brunt of it. Then, when her musical gifts had developed, our parents had focused on making sure she had the training she needed to succeed. When she was accepted to Juilliard in New York City, my parents moved to Brooklyn to be near her and still tried to manage her life. I knew she struggled with that since she was 21 and wanted her independence. Mom and Dad's focus would shift to me and Miles now, leaving Catherine on her own. In the 4 days since the accident, Mom and Dad had already committed to returning to Alabama to help me with Miles. In other words, they didn't trust me to care for the toddler and wanted to be close at hand to swoop in when I screwed up. I blew out a frustrated breath, having no delusions about my parents' motives. Nothing was going to be easy for a long while, but this wasn't about me. It was about giving Miles as much care and love as possible. More people meant more love, right? And then there was Sam. I'll have Sam here too, I said to Catherine, pushing away thoughts of my overbearing parents. Lauren's sister, Samantha, had been named co-guardian for Miles along with me. How is she doing? Catherine asked. Sam's life was as upended as everyone else's. She'd lost her sister and become a mom overnight at a time when her medical research was apparently taking every minute of her time. She'd sounded pained and stressed the handful of times I'd spoken with her. It was a sensation I could identify with. Not sure. I've only talked with her on the phone so far. She's dealing with subletting her apartment and something with her work. Once that's squared away, she'll be moving in, and we'll actually start co-parenting together. And you're going to be okay living with her? I have to be, I declared, hoping I sounded more confident than I felt. Samantha Mayfield was a problem. a beautiful, dark-haired, blue-eyed, smart problem who I'd once tried to pick up while in a drunken haze. I know you had a thing for her. Leave it to my sister to have a good memory. Thanks for reminding me. It wasn't like I hadn't thought about that plenty in the past days. Sam and I decided on that first chaotic day after the deaths that it would be best for Miles to stay in his home for now. Less upheaval for Miles and safety in numbers for the clueless adults trying to figure out how to be parents. Good for everyone, at least in the short term. But it meant Sam and I were going to live in Carter and Lauren's house together for the next several months until we worked out a permanent custody arrangement. You're over her, though, right? Catherine had always known how to dig for information. Sure, I answered quickly. I hadn't even seen Sam in 2 years, and she wasn't my type at all, so I must be over her. Oh, you're not. What had my sister heard in my one-word response to make her assume that? I'm fine. It's just going to be weird to play house with her. Weird, uncomfortable, awkward. Thankfully, she'd never received my drunken text asking her out, since I'd accidentally sent it to my brother. I winced remembering Carter's reaction. He'd threatened to punch me if I went anywhere near Sam. I'd fought with my brother plenty growing up, but I hadn't been willing to push him on this topic. Ironic, then, that Sam and I were forced together by the terms of Carter and Lauren's will. I'm sure my brother never expected his custody instructions to be necessary. Once again, the unfairness of the situation hit me. It wasn't right that a Navy SEAL died in a fire of all things. It wasn't right that parents of young children died, ever. I stroked my hand over Miles's soft brown hair, making him look up at me with a toothy grin. Someday I'd have to tell him that his parents might be alive if I'd kept my word and not gotten sidetracked by a pretty girl in a bar. I'm sorry, buddy. It's all for Miles's sake, I said, pulling my thoughts back on target. Right, of course. Poor darling. I could hear the tears in my sister's voice. We'd spoken every day since the fire. Painful calls. I've got a lead on a job, I said to distract Catherine. I wouldn't start for at least a month, but I think it's something I might like. We talked about the security position I was interested in for a few more minutes, until we were interrupted by the chime of the doorbell echoing through the house. Somebody's here, I said, knowing full well it was Sam. Time to face her and begin this co-parenting thing. Okay, I'll see you in a couple days, Catherine said. Love you, Owen. Love you too. I stood and scooped up Miles, putting him down in the playpen to keep him safe on my way to the door. He wasn't walking yet, but the kid could crawl his way into trouble fast. The next months were going to be. All my thoughts stopped when I opened the front door. Sam stood there. Had she been that gorgeous the last time I saw her? Her dark hair waved around her shoulders, and her bottomless blue eyes were made more intense by the glasses she wore. Christ, the next months, make that years, of working closely with her to raise Miles were going to be a challenge for a lot of reasons.
Sam. Hi, Owen said from the open doorway. I sucked in a breath. This was so real. He was so real. I'd spent too much time in the lab and somehow forgotten how ridiculously attractive Owen was. How had that happened? And how was I supposed to live with that muscular build and bright blue eyes without making a fool of myself? Very carefully, methodically. He's not a gorgeous guy I'm totally unfit to deal with. He's a science experiment that I have to monitor and assess. That's right. I can breathe a little easier. Except the way he's looking at me. I glanced down at myself. Skechers, jeans, a Stanford University t-shirt. All my clothes were on, which was a bit of a miracle, considering what a mess I'd been the past few days. I wanted to squeeze my eyes shut and forget the phone call I got 4 days ago that started this nightmare. Lauren was dead, as was her husband. My only sister was gone. Just like that. Hello, I said. Am I early? You're holding a lamp, he pointed out with a slight grin. Oh, this, I said, looking at my hand that clutched the floor lamp. There was a misunderstanding with the couple subletting my apartment. They thought it was unfurnished. I guess I grabbed something on my way out the door to make the place seem less furnished. That sounded so profoundly ridiculous. I have a PhD in chemistry, and I panicked about a lamp. Owen's grin turned into a chuckle. Great, he's mocking me. That's fine, but does he have to flash those adorable dimples while he does it? Come inside. We'll find a spot for it, Owen said, stepping out the door to take the large suitcase I'd brought. All the clothes I thought I'd need for the next several months were neatly folded inside. Fortunately, Alabama's weather was pretty predictable. The same t-shirts I needed now in August would work just fine all the way to October. We'd get into sweater weather then, but I wouldn't need a coat until December. If then. I'm sorry, it was silly to bring it, I said, following him in and placing the lamp in the foyer, fussing a little with it to delay looking around Lauren and Carter's home. I knew it was going to be devastating to be in their space, knowing that they would never return to it. Eventually, I made myself look at the framed family portrait on the mantel, at my sister's favorite scarf hanging on the hook behind the door, as if she'd return any moment to loop it around her neck. I'm not going to cry, I told myself. Not again. Not in front of Owen. I shifted my focus to him. Thanks for doing solo duty these past few days, I offered, feeling guilty for not joining him sooner. I get it, he said. You needed to wrap things up. How's the research? Going very well, thanks. I'm at a critical juncture, but my lab partner can handle it from here. Which was true, though I hated walking away at this point. You didn't say what your research was about. It's a vaccine, but it's different from what you're probably imagining, I said, eagerly latching onto the topic. My work was something I was always comfortable talking about, no matter how gorgeous my conversation partner might be. The vaccine I'm developing isn't preventative like polio or mumps. Instead, it's meant to be given to a child who has contracted Laura's disease to counteract the advancement of the condition. Laura's disease? He asked. That sounds familiar somehow, but I don't remember where I heard about it. Maybe Lauren or Carter mentioned it to you? That does seem likely, he said, though from his frown he wasn't fully convinced. Or maybe I heard about it on the news or something. Is it common? No, it's actually quite rare. And it only afflicts children, I explained, usually between 5 and 10 years old. Within a few years, their muscle control fails until they can no longer walk or function normally. Eventually, the muscles associated with the respiratory system fail. So, they die. His voice was surprisingly soft. There was a look on his face, like he was half remembering something, but then it was gone, replaced by that melancholy that came along most people's faces whenever children's diseases were mentioned. Yes, there's no cure, just treatments, expensive treatments that prolong their lives. The image of Katie slowly deteriorating from the disease came to mind. She was my best friend in the 2nd and 3rd grade, but by 4th grade she could no longer leave her house. But your vaccine would prevent this. Not prevent, I cautioned, but it should stop the progression of the disease, allowing the body's natural regeneration to catch up and rebuild healthy muscle tissue. It will give the children the chance to grow up and lead mostly normal lives. Sounds amazing. He seemed genuinely impressed. It is, or I hope it will be. We're still years from the vaccine being publicly available. The process is long, but phase 1 is nearly complete, and it's ready for the preliminary trials. And then all my hard work would be put to the test and my credibility assessed. If I were a few years older or male, no one would question what I'd accomplished. As it was, I'd fought for everything I'd achieved in a system dominated by men and money. I'll do whatever I can so you can finish what you need to, he offered, sounding genuine. Then we can both focus on Miles. I appreciate that. He's going to need us, I agreed. That was the most difficult part. I'd seen the playpen out of the corner of my eye, but I hadn't been able to bring myself to look at it directly. Part of me wanted to rush my nephew, cuddle him close and revel in the fact that he was still with us. That we hadn't lost him too. But I was stalling on that too, mostly because I was terrified. The little guy was now completely dependent on two people who knew nothing about raising a child. Deep down, I was terrified that I'd screw something up irrevocably as soon as I touched him. Thank goodness for next day shipping. At midnight 2 evenings ago, I'd placed several child-rearing books in my Amazon shopping cart. Research was imperative. Those books were now in my suitcase, waiting to be read. Feeling stronger, I ventured another peek around. A wedding portrait of Lauren and Carter cutting their cake, an image of Carter holding Miles when he was a newborn, the Afghan Lauren knitted in high school. Being in this house was soul-shattering. That was the word for it. The ghosts of my sister and Carter were everywhere in the furniture, the artwork on the walls, the scattering of books and magazines on the coffee table. How could I think a book would help me raise their child even a fraction as well as they would have? Was Owen feeling the same overwhelming panic? If he was, he didn't look it. Standing in the center of the living room, he looked relaxed and seemed confident, but maybe that was just the persona of a Navy SEAL. Don't show weakness. I feel weak, but I can't be. Hi. A clear, high voice called. Miles had pulled himself up and was peeking over the edge of the playpen, looking at me. His arms went in the air. Hi, sweetheart. I rushed toward him, fear giving way to overwhelming affection. He was the center of my world now. Not research or the lab, but this precious little boy who looked so much like his daddy, but who had his mother's smile. When I lifted him from the playpen, he put his chubby arms around my neck, and I couldn't resist burying my face in his hair. If there was anything to be grateful for, it was that Miles was safe. A little bit of Lauren and Carter was still in the world, and even if I was frightened of the responsibility of having a child, I would much rather have it than have nothing left. I think he's happy to see his aunt, Owen said, as I turned to him. I'm his mom now, I guess. The only one he'll ever know anyway. The thought was exciting and terrifying. Owen only nodded. And you're his dad. This was such a weird place to be. Two unlikely people becoming instant parents. Owen's eyes shifted from me to Miles, and the love he felt for his nephew was written on his face. Some of the panic that brimmed just under the surface of my skin subsided. I wasn't in this alone. Owen was an unlikely partner, but our goal was the same. Okay, we can do this.
Chapter 2. Owen. I shook out the pain in my left hand, feeling the jolt of the jab even through the boxing glove. I knew I was hitting too hard, risking injuring myself. And for what? Punishing the bag wasn't going to change anything. That didn't stop me from slamming a right uppercut into the solid surface, followed by several quick punches before taking a step back and listening for any sounds over the baby monitor. Miles had zonked out quickly the night before, which was a blessing. Maybe the fact that the boy couldn't speak beyond a few words was a blessing too. What would I say to him if he asked where his daddy and mommy were? He had to be wondering. The morning before, I'd heard him chant Dada and Mama over the monitor, as if expecting them to come for him. He'd said nothing when I lifted him from his crib. I looked like his daddy, but Miles knew I wasn't him. Several quick punches made my breath heavier, but didn't lighten the load I was carrying on the inside. No amount of punching the bag would do that, so I stripped off my gloves after 30 minutes of trying to beat my guilt out. Not quite 7. I should have a few minutes before Miles woke up, so I grabbed the baby monitor I kept with me and headed for the kitchen. I booted up my laptop that sat on the counter to check my email. Junk. Message from Adrian Pierce that I promised myself I'd look at later. More junk, and finally what I was looking for. United Security and Investigations. I skimmed the message. Yeah, they've received my application and are reviewing it. I seem like a good fit for the analyst/investigator slot they have open. Not bad. It was at least a start on civilian life. Because there was no going back to life in the Navy, not with a child to raise. Sure, Carter and Lauren had made it work, but they'd had the time to figure it out together before they even started trying for a baby. Plus, Lauren had signed on to be a military wife, including handling parenting duties mostly on her own. Sam didn't sign on to be anything at all to me. Her commitment was to Miles, and I wasn't going to leave her to handle it all alone. Of course, I didn't like the thought of leaving my team behind, but the group had shifted a lot over the past 2 years already, starting with when we lost a team member on a mission 16 months ago. Kyle's death had been a tough blow, rattling our CO so much that Adrian had decided to leave the Navy altogether. Drake, who had been Adrian's number 2, had stepped up to take over as team leader, but he'd left too just a few months ago when he was needed to take over his family's business in Texas. Gabe, Zach, they'd both decided to leave over the past year too. And most recently, back in May, we lost another teammate for good. Raj, poor guy, had gotten mixed up in some trouble while we were all home on leave. He'd uncovered some kind of smuggling ring, apparently, and when he got too close, we were called back up for a mission right after his funeral, so none of us really had time to process it. And then the next time I was stateside, it was to bury my brother. I didn't know why my world seemed to have fallen to pieces lately, but I hoped that the worst of it was over. I wasn't sure how much more tragedy I could take. Just then, Miles's chatter came through the monitor. Not wanting him to wake Sam, I sprinted up the stairs to retrieve the boy and returned to the kitchen. "Breakfast," I told him as I strapped him in the high chair. "But I think you need an appetizer." Based on the past 3 mornings, I'd learned that if I wanted to avoid yelling and crying while I was cooking breakfast, the kid needed to eat something right away. "Cheerios?" I asked and poured a few onto the tray. "O's," Miles said. He smushed one between his fingers right away and then began devouring the rest. "Give me a few minutes, buddy. I want to make you a hot breakfast." Eggs and toast were always a good choice. By the time the frying pan was warming on the stove, Sam appeared in the doorway to the kitchen, and my attention immediately went to her curvy figure. She wore a t-shirt and shorts that showed too much leg, and it was all I could do not to stare as she extended her arms over her head. Geez, did she have to stretch like that where I could see? My hands itched with the urge to touch her, see if her skin was as soft as it looked. "Good morning," I said, my voice gruff and strained as I shifted my gaze to the stove. I cracked 4 eggs into the hot pan. "Morning," she responded, coming into the room and giving Miles a kiss on the forehead. "Are you cooking?" "Gotta have breakfast," I said, keeping my back to her to save myself from temptation. She laughed. "I can splice DNA, but I don't know how to cook an egg. I can't cook anything except the stuff that goes from the freezer to the microwave. Good thing I'm the one at the stove." I flipped the eggs and pressed the spatula down on the yolks to flatten them. I discovered that Miles liked his eggs cooked that way. "Can you put bread in the toaster?" "I can manage that," she said. "How about you, sweetheart?" She chatted with Miles. "Do you want more Cheerios? Your Aunt Sam can do that too." "Not too many," I cautioned, not wanting Miles to fill up before the eggs were done. "Just a few." Her phone rang as she crossed the kitchen and reached in the cabinet for the cereal. "Hi, Brian. You're at the lab early," she said into the phone. "I can talk for a few minutes." Brian Gray. I grimaced at the cooking eggs. He was her lab partner or assistant or something. I wasn't sure of his role. They must spend a lot of time together. Maybe Brian was 50, balding, and with a potbelly. I liked that image. But then Sam wasn't the superficial type. She'd be more impressed by intelligence, and from the sounds of it, Brian was super smart. "Did you run the dataset again?" she asked after listening for a minute. She hummed softly. "That does sound irregular, but you might be getting a false reading. We've removed all the possible variables that might affect the outcome and never seen that before. Could be a fluke. I'd like you to..." She paced across the kitchen, the Cheerio box clutched in her hand as she and Brian talked. I didn't need to hear the other side of the conversation to know that I was outclassed. Sam used terms I'd never heard before, most of them with 4 syllables or more. I lost track of the conversation completely. The toast popped up, and I divided my time between tending the eggs and spreading jelly on the toasted bread. Ooze. A fist slamming against the plastic tray of the high chair got my attention. Miles didn't have all the words to ask for more Cheerios, but his movement made it clear what he wanted. "Whoa, it's okay," I said, abandoning the stove and rushing over. "It'll be just a minute, buddy." Her eyes wide, Sam came toward us, looking at the cereal box in her hand as if she'd forgotten it was there. She'd definitely forgotten Miles was waiting for more, but she looked so horrified at herself that I couldn't be angry with her for her absent-mindedness. I took the box from her. Her lips moved in an apology as I sprinkled a few Cheerios on Miles's tray. "I've got to go, Brian. Email me the file and I'll review it." Sam tossed her phone on the counter. "I'm so sorry, sweetheart," she said to Miles, who was on the verge of angry tears. "I'm sorry to you too," she added, turning to me. "I shouldn't have taken that call, but my work, well, you know, like I had any understanding of what she did. Labs in my mind had people in white coats with booties on their shoes using fancy equipment. She was way smarter than I would ever be. I'd graduated from high school with a decent GPA and a desire to serve my country. No fancy vocabulary required. Sam's existence seemed to have some seriously high stakes attached to it. But while I knew her work was important, Miles was important too. I slid the eggs out of the frying pan onto plates, suddenly worried. Would Sam be continuously taking calls about her work while trying to parent Miles? Our conversations over the past few days made me think her work was at a stopping point that would let her focus on learning to be a mom for a little while, but that didn't seem to be true based on what I'd just heard.
Sam. Sorry. Again, I said, wondering how many times I could apologize in a 24-hour period. I wasn't used to this. Wasn't used to anyone depending on me or my schedule being controlled by anything but my own desire to work. Don't worry about it. Owen cut an egg into small pieces and put it along with chunks of toast on Miles's tray. Don't worry? Sure. I'm not worried. I just stupidly didn't realize that the child I'm responsible for was hungry. This motherhood thing. Not sure I'm cut out for it. Meanwhile, Owen seemed utterly relaxed and confident, looking like some sort of advertisement for the perfect husband, dad who has everything under control, all while looking like an underwear model, to boot. It had been a struggle to keep my focus on my phone call when I was so very aware of him close by. Maybe that was why I'd managed to totally forget the box of cereal I was holding. Not that that was any excuse. Do you think he'll want more? I sliced my egg into sections, shuffling several pieces to a corner of my plate, reserving them for Miles. Owen glanced at the child, who was squeezing a piece of jelly toast between 2 fingers. He'll let us know. I've heard him say more or what I think is more, so let's wait and see. Miles could say that? I had no idea. I wasn't good at this, but I had to get better. I had to get comfortable like Owen seemed to be. I took a sip of coffee, the rich flavor sharp on my tongue. Of course, Owen made good coffee too. Usually, I relied on the barista at the corner shop for that. A quick stop every morning on my way to the lab. Things had to change in my life, I decided, looking around the kitchen with its navy cabinets and marble countertops. My sister's life had been so different from mine. I needed to live a little more like she had, or this wasn't going to work. Stop and smell the roses, Lauren told me 1,000 times. But there was never time for that when I was taking classes year-round to finish a doctorate as rapidly as possible, followed by 3 years secluded in a lab, focused on my research. No time for the simple things. No work-life balance. Lauren had been all about that with her boutique that sold unique cards, artwork, and clothing. Artsy, laid back, fun. So unlike me. Miles's sippy cup skidded across the high chair's tray, attracting my attention. Owen righted the cup. I had to slow down a bit. had to stop chasing success and focus on Miles's needs. Once a pattern of childcare was established between me and Owen, this would get easier. In the meantime, I would scale back, take a break. It was necessary, even if it felt strange, and abrupt and scary and heartbreaking. This was no way to become a mother. Would I ever have sought motherhood? My work had been my child, my everything, really. Child, friend, lover. Oh gosh, Lauren was so right. My life was off kilter, in major need of a reset. Something wrong at work? Owen asked after eating 2 eggs. Nothing catastrophic, just some test results we didn't expect. I think it's an anomaly, but we'll have to verify the data multiple times now. I was trying not to worry about what was probably nothing. I thought you were at a stopping point, he said. Was he concerned that I wouldn't pull my fair share of childcare duty? In a way. I took another sip of the rich coffee. The review board is next. Once the vaccine is in their hands, I can relax some, but I'm not handing it over if there's a glitch. I don't really understand what you do all day, he said, with a glance at Miles to check on him. How long have you been working on this vaccine? 3 years, officially. I've really been studying Laura's disease since I was an undergrad, and I made it the subject of my dissertation. Fortunately, I was able to secure funding to continue. The goal is to interrupt the genetic code that perpetuates the disease by injecting the vaccine at a crucial moment of development. I cut myself off there, remembering, too late as always, that this wasn't the kind of conversation laypeople usually enjoyed. There was a reason why I didn't socialize much. Outside of my research, I never knew what to say. And when talking about my work, I tended to say too much. And in the trials, this is tested on people? Children, to be precise, I admitted. And that was the sticky part. Parents have to agree to allow the testing, which many won't, and I can't blame them for that. Because it's experimental? Yes. We can't say for sure what the side effects of the vaccine might be. While we finished breakfast, I listed my various hypotheses about what the vaccine might do. Despite my confidence in it, as a scientist, I couldn't ignore the potential and inherent consequences of dissecting and reconnecting a strand of DNA. So the kid could get sicker than he already is, Owen said when I concluded. Yes. Put simply, that was the problem. I placed my fork and knife precisely on the plate's edge and sat back in my seat to study him. Sorry, I didn't mean to get all technical on you. It's okay. It's not my world, but I know a little about it. Well, not about Laura's, but about how hard treating this kind of thing can be, especially when it involves kids. I've got a buddy in my unit whose little brother has cancer, Hodgkin's lymphoma. Oh, that's awful, I said sympathetically. How's he doing? Nate says he's actually doing really well lately. It's hard because he's still pretty little. I think he's about to turn 4, but he's taking to the treatment like a champ. It sounds awful to say he's lucky since no kid should ever have to go through that, but there are a lot of great treatment options for him, and the remission rate is really high. Yeah, thank God for that, Owen agreed. Nate adores him, is always showing off pictures. He'd do anything for that kid. At that, we both looked over at Miles, who was rubbing his eyes. Miles looks tired already, Owen said. Maybe a morning nap for him. Was that what the eye rubbing meant? I looked more closely at my nephew, who was languidly pushing bits of food around with his fingers, and finally noticed that his eyes were glassy, focusing on nothing. Would I have noticed without Owen pointing it out? I needed to read those books I'd brought. Was there a chapter on evaluating the sleepiness of toddlers? I'll put him down. And then if you can listen for him, I'd appreciate it, Owen said. I need to finish my resume and a cover letter for a job. In what field? I perked up at that. The only thing I'm trained for. Security. His tone suggested that he thought it was somehow not valuable. Sounds interesting. Tell me about the job. I listened as he gave a brief description of the work and company. It was good that he'd found something promising. While I knew he had some money saved, he'd have to be employed for the long run, of course. We both would. I'm not in a rush to start, though, he concluded. I'm technically still serving for the next 2 months while I use up my leave time. That was good. I didn't want to say that I needed him to do the heavy lifting with Miles, but I did. Once my research moved on, I could be around more. Until then, I needed Owen, and he was good with our nephew. Better than me, it seemed. I'd get there, though. Caring for a child was just another challenge, one I was sure I could manage, especially since Miles was so adorable. I'll put him down. Owen stood and removed Miles from the chair, letting him rest against his shoulder as they went up the stairs. Now was as good a time as any to check my email and see what Brian sent over. In my bedroom, I booted up my computer, seeing the files from Brian immediately, and another, less welcome message. The subject line read, "Stop" in all caps, and no sender showed. Cowards, I murmured and clicked on the anonymous message. I had enough protection on my computer to prevent a virus from coming through, and I was curious. What did this email say? Ah, yes. It was just like the one from 2 weeks ago. Stop your research now or face the consequences. Whatever. I shrugged, hitting the button to send it to the lab's security team, as per protocol. They kept a file of threats just in case, though as far as I knew, none of the threats had ever progressed to anything serious. Warnings like these were incredibly common for researchers. Clearly, the senders didn't understand that the vaccine was more treatment than anything. Of course, if they realized that, they'd accuse me of playing God instead. A little part of me always wanted to send a response and argue their assumptions. I was advancing science and potentially saving lives, and empty threats were the thanks I got. But engaging wouldn't accomplish anything. Not that I even had the option to hit reply to respond since there was no reply to sender. Brushing it off, I focused on the lab reports from Brian, a much better use of my time than worrying about what others thought of me and the vaccine I was developing.
Chapter 3. Owen. I'm not sure this is right, Sam said, half standing in the back seat of my SUV. In her hand, she held the manual for the toddler car seat I'd purchased. I just want to double-check. She flipped through the little book, stopping to compare the images with how the car seat was installed. I sighed and prevented myself from muttering to Miles that Aunt Sam was a perfectionist. The boy rested on my hip, his attention focused on two birds chattering away in a nearby tree. At least he was entertained. I would be too, if I let myself notice the way Sam's position showed several inches of thigh beneath her skirt. I told myself not to stare, but it was hard to resist. Even when she was driving me up the wall, I couldn't deny how attracted I was to her. I even got turned on by the way she was so careful and meticulous. It made me wonder what it would take for her to really let loose. She gave another tug on the seat and nodded. "Okay, you can put him in," she said, hopping out of the vehicle. "I think it's safe. Maybe we should stop at the police station, though. I read once that the officers will double-check car seat installations as a public service." "We've got this, Sam," I said, placing Miles in the seat and fastening the harness. I handed the boy a soft-covered book to look at while we drove and put the diaper bag on the floor at his feet, taking a deep breath to center myself as my thoughts turned to where we were headed. It wasn't a meeting I was looking forward to, but we couldn't put it off. The time had come to head to the funeral home. Carter and Lauren's will specified a celebration of life event instead of a traditional funeral. I didn't think it mattered what you called it. It was going to be difficult to plan and worse to attend. Their ashes would be interred at a private ceremony later, and that would be an end to it all. Except for 30 years of memories and the little boy in the back seat. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Miles's head rested against the side of his seat. He was out. I touched Sam's arm and silently pointed to our nephew. She glanced back and gave a little nod of understanding. Miles was still sleeping when we reached the funeral home, so I carried him in, taking the seat the funeral home director indicated for me. Sam sat alongside me and pulled papers from a shoulder bag she'd brought. I recognized them as copies of the same ones I had. Funeral instructions. Her papers had notes in the margins and sentences underlined as if she'd studied them. My plan had been to hand it all over to the funeral director and let him deal with the details. We were in a discussion about flowers when Miles started to squirm in my arms. A minute later, he was fussing, and I couldn't blame him. I didn't want to sit there either. I dug through the diaper bag and found his favorite stuffed animal, an orange and blue dog, hoping it would pacify him. "Is he okay?" Sam asked, shifting her attention to me and Miles. Her face was drawn, dark circles under her eyes, and tight lines around her mouth that I hadn't noticed earlier. Had they been there all along, or was this place bringing them out? She looked almost fragile. "Just anxious over waking up in a strange place," I said, and bounced the dog across my leg and onto Miles's belly. He giggled, but the happy mood didn't last for long. Maybe kids could pick up on tension. Lord knew there was too much of that in the room. "Are you planning to have a video?" the director asked as he shuffled papers on his desk. "Of?" Sam's voice was a squeak. "It's become popular to put together a video of images of the deceased. We'd want childhood pictures of both, their wedding and life together, their son." Miles batted the dog away and let out a cry loud enough to shake the funeral director's calm. The office we were in wasn't large, but there was a window at one end, so I rose with Miles and walked to it, bouncing and soothing the boy as I went. Distracting him had worked at other moments when he became fussy. I could only hope it would again. "Someone would have to gather up the pictures and drop them off here," the funeral director explained. "We have a person on staff who'll put them to music. Did the couple have a favorite song?" "I don't know," Sam said. "They danced to something at their wedding, but I can't—" Miles's wail cut off her words, and Sam jumped to her feet. "There must be something wrong with him," she insisted. "I'll give you a few minutes to talk about the video and song," the man said, before hastily leaving the room. "You scared him off, buddy," I told Miles, who looked at me with stormy blue eyes. "Was that the goal? He's not a bad guy. No one wants to talk about this stuff, but it's his job." I kept my voice even and smooth as I continued to pace. Miles would probably settle in a few minutes, but part of keeping him content meant staying relaxed and calm myself, so he wouldn't pick up on any anxiety. Not that that was easy in this place. God, I missed my brother. "Let me see what I can figure out," Sam said. "About the song." "What?" "Number." She dug through her bag, pulling out a thick book. I caught the title before she began flipping through it. "What to Expect, The Toddler Years." I read this earlier today. Just give me a minute. The whole thing? She read a book that size in the hours since breakfast? The necessary parts. It's organized by age, so I read the sections about kids from 12 to 16 months old. I'm not sure if Miles is average, so I figured 2 months in either direction would be useful. It was only 100 pages, plus the pertinent sections on care, health, and safety. That explained the 10-minute ordeal over the car seat. I stooped down, reaching in the diaper bag for a different toy. Maybe something to chew on would help. It's surprisingly well organized for a non-academic book. The table of contents and reference guide in the back are extensive. Sam glanced up at me. "Do you think he's teething? Is that why you gave him the ring? Let me see what it says about that." She turned to a page, her finger skimming down it. "I don't know," I responded, just before Miles flung the teething ring to the floor. "Not it. Maybe he has a diaper rash. I read that can be very uncomfortable." "Nope," I said. "No sign of rash before we came. That leaves us with illness. Hand, foot, and mouth disease is surprisingly common among toddlers." "It's probably something much simpler," I said, mentally running through the possibilities. "How can you be sure?" She was on her feet, book in hand. "I'm not, but let's dial this back a step. He's not tired because he's already slept plenty today. He inhaled everything I put in front of him at lunch, so it's not hunger. A wet diaper is the most likely culprit. Can you get the changing pad out of the side pocket of the diaper bag and put it on the floor? Sam did as I asked, and I dropped to my knees with Miles. 2 minutes later, he was changed and visibly happier. I congratulated myself on a record-fast diaper change. I was getting better at this. All fixed, I said, taking my seat again with Miles on my lap. There was a sharp snap as Sam's book closed before she stuffed it in her bag. Her mouth was pinched, not in anger, but in sadness. I wanted to say something comforting, but would words help? You'll get the hang of it, I offered when she turned to me and reached for Miles.
Sam, this isn't my world, I said, but I'm trying. Miles reluctantly came to me, and I thought he'd cry again when he stuck his bottom lip out. Maybe I should have left him with Owen. He was so much better at this parenting thing than I was. That's all we can do, Owen said, looking utterly calm. We'll get through this together. I hope so, I muttered. I shouldn't have panicked like that. I don't know why I leaped to the worst scenarios and skipped over the basics. Miles' face was scrunched up. He's going to cry again, isn't he? It's me. Nope, it's just a tough day. I think he's picking up on that. Owen got Miles's attention by covering both his eyes and slowly lifting a few fingers. Peekaboo, Owen said, and Miles's face transformed like magic. Owen did it again, changing which eye he uncovered. Within a minute, Miles was laughing in my arms, completely distracted by Owen's antics, his tears forgotten. I relaxed a little. Owen was right. It was a tough day, a tough week, and that wasn't going to change for a while. It all pushed my stress meter through the roof. I felt the intense sadness of my sister's death hit me again. It tended to come in waves whenever something reminded me that my sister was gone, not coming back. I understood death in the abstract. When it was personal, death was so much harder to take. It was all too much. I felt the emotions crowding in, threatening to drag me down. Death, instant parenthood, the stress of my job. I closed my eyes for a second. I could get through this. There wasn't any other option. Peekaboo, Owen said again, making my eyes open. He was grinning at Miles, who was leaning forward and clapping his hands, completely enraptured with the game. How was Owen Foster so good at this parenting business? I studied him, trying to evaluate what he had that I lacked. He was calm in the face of struggle. SEAL training? Probably. Calm, collected, and totally hot. I almost winced. There was that inconvenient attraction for him again. It was embarrassing and inconvenient, but I couldn't help it. He was utterly appealing, and no scientific research would answer the question of why that was. Other than the obvious, of course. His looks, both face and body, were first-rate. A plus material. I didn't have a ton of sexual experience personally, but my imagination worked as well as anyone else's, and it was all too easy to imagine how incredible he'd look without clothes in the way. How amazing he'd feel, up close and personal, devoting all that strength and focus on giving pleasure to the woman in his arms. There'd probably been a lot of women. Lucky women. But his looks weren't the only thing he had going for him. Not by a long shot. When Miles smiled and relaxed around his uncle, it wasn't because the toddler was impressed by a killer smile or washboard abs. No, he was at ease with Owen because he trusted that Owen knew how to take care of him. It was incredibly impressive, honestly. What macho guy understood kids so easily? That was unexpected, requiring further study since it didn't correlate with what I knew of him, thanks to Lauren's stories. He was a playboy, into partying and having a good time. Nothing at all like Carter, who had prioritized home and family, and who had always seemed a little exasperated that his brother refused to settle down. A small part of me wished Carter could see his brother now. He'd be proud of the man who was making the toddler laugh and squeal. No one would have suspected that Owen had that in him, least of all me. Owen caught my eye, directing his deeply dimpled smile at me. He must use precisely that smile to pick up women in bars. It wouldn't take much once he turned on the charm. I couldn't risk getting too close and getting scorched. Owen wasn't interested in me as anything but his co-parent, which was good, because I didn't need a 6-foot-tall, gorgeous man complicating my life. I had to focus on what I did need to do. Keep up my career and be a good mom to Miles. 2 things, and 2 things only. Work and life. Work-life balance. That was my goal. Lust and romance were nothing more than painful distractions. Focus on the goal. My mantra since I was 14 and burned by adolescent love. I still wore the scars from half a lifetime ago. Silly, I knew. No one should be held responsible for what happened at 14, but I still felt the embarrassment of my first puppy love. I felt a blush rise on my cheeks just thinking about it and turned my head away from Owen. "Something wrong?" he asked. He was far too perceptive. Fortunately, the funeral director returned at that moment, and I shifted my attention to him. "I remembered the song they played at Lauren and Carter's wedding," I said. "It was John Legend's All of Me." The song had been so perfect for them that it was painful to recall. My sister had found her one true love in Carter. They had been so happy that thinking of it caused a fresh wave of tears to bubble under the surface, and I bent my head over Miles to hide it. "What else do we need to decide?" Owen asked, taking the attention off me. Over the next 20 minutes, we selected food, flowers, prayers, and music. I promised to send images of Lauren's life, and Owen promised the same for Carter. Soon there was nothing left to decide, so I stood, gathering Miles against me. "I've got your bag," Owen said, shouldering the diaper bag and my tote as we left the office. Outside, Owen opened the SUV door. "Go ahead and strap him in," he said. "Sure," I responded, knowing that Owen wanted me to feel as though I could do something successful with Miles. I took my time with the harness, double-checking the tightness of the straps and tickling his tummy to keep him smiling. I felt a little more confident that I could get this right. "He might want this." Owen handed me the blue and orange dog. "Thanks," I said, taking another minute with Miles to make sure he was happy before getting in the front seat and thinking how much my life had changed in a matter of days. Everything about my former carefully planned existence was suddenly new, reducing me to baby steps. That's how I had to think now. Each day was a tiny step forward with being a mom to Miles and a co-parent with Owen. Somehow, we would find our way to being a mismatched family.
Chapter 4. Owen. I stood in the center of the living room, attuned to the quiet in the house. It had been a rough day with the visit to the funeral home. Miles's fussiness had actually been a godsend, since that kept me from thinking too much about why Sam and I were there. On the way home, as she sat silently next to me, the heavy, heartbreaking emotions returned. I've always been good at emotional distance. That was true when I was a kid, and in my years with SEAL Team 4, where maintaining a distance was almost a requirement to get through some missions. I'd had a lot of practice for the past year or so, dealing with all the turmoil and chaos in my team. But I was really being tested now, with this. I'd loved Kyle and Raj like brothers, but the years I'd spent with them still couldn't compare to the lifetime I'd spent counting on Carter to always be there. I turned on the baby monitor, setting it on the coffee table. Sam had stayed behind in the nursery, saying she would rock Miles to sleep and read him a story. But that wasn't what I was hearing. Her voice, soft and sweet, sang over the monitor, filling the quiet and somehow making it less sad. Who would have thought she could sing? She sounded so reassuring and calming that I couldn't resist listening for another minute, almost feeling guilty at invading her private time with Miles. Not enough to switch off the monitor, though, because her singing was doing something for me as well, giving me some comfort. I cursed when a soft knock sounded on the front door, regretting that the moment was broken. I straightened my shoulders and stalked to the door. I didn't recognize the man standing on the porch. Out of habit, I sized him up. He looked to be around my age. Pale, glasses, tall, but not muscular. With a flick of my wrist, I could probably knock him off the steps. "What can I do for you?" I asked. "I'm Brian Gray. Sam's expecting me." Right. So much for hoping Brian was 50 and balding. He was good-looking in a geeky sort of way, and he definitely still had his hair, though it was a little too long and stuck up in places. "Her lab assistant." "Partner," he corrected. "Whatever." "Sure, come on in. Sam's putting Miles to bed." I stepped aside, letting the other man in. "I'm Owen Foster," I said, putting out my hand. Brian's grip was soft, a little weak. I was trying hard not to judge, but... "Do you want a beer?" "Not a beer drinker, but thanks." Of course he wasn't. I was trying to decide what my obligation was to Brian as a host when light footsteps came down the stairs and Sam entered the living room. "Brian," she said, "I didn't expect you for another hour." "I brought the papers you need to sign." Brian indicated the messenger bag he carried. "And I thought you might need something else from me." "Thanks. Why don't you come to the dining room table and I'll go over the paperwork there?" Sam walked ahead of Brian, switching on the overhead light and taking a seat at the head of the table. I headed to the fridge to grab a beer, but I couldn't resist lingering in the archway that led to the dining room as I drank it. I didn't give care about what Sam was signing, but watching the interaction between the two lab partners had my attention. Even though Sam indicated a chair for Brian, he didn't sit. Instead, he hovered around Sam, pointing out things on the documents for her. "You need to sign here and here," Brian said, leaning a little too close to Sam. "To complete the application process. Our deadline for the trials is coming fast." "I know, but let me read," she said, unhurried. "I want to be certain that the language is just right. I don't want this getting kicked back to us over a technicality." Silence lasted in the room for several minutes as she sorted through the papers, reading and rereading the documents. When she set papers to the side, Brian immediately pounced on them, sorting them into neat stacks. What kind of guy was he? Obsessive-compulsive. And why did he have to be so close to her? It shouldn't bother me, but it did. What gave Brian the right to invade her personal space like that? And it didn't ruffle her. Not a bit. She was clearly used to Brian being around. I suppose that made sense. They worked together in the confined space of a lab. You'd get pretty chummy that way. Nevertheless, something in me wanted to disrupt them. "Can I get either of you a beer or a glass of wine? Brian, since you don't drink, maybe some water." "I drink." Brian's tone was defensive. "Just not beer. Water would be nice, though." "Me too," Sam said. "Thanks, Owen." I stepped into the kitchen to get 2 glasses of water, even taking the time to add a slice of lemon to them, since I'd noticed that Sam liked it that way. I was headed back with the drinks when Brian stepped behind Sam's chair. "Is your neck bothering you again?" Brian's hands rubbed over the space between her ponytail and her shoulders. "You seem tense. I'm still getting used to the bed here. It's not as firm as I like, that's all," she answered, not looking up from her work and not brushing the guy's hands away. "I've still got that good muscle rub that I used on you the last time you had a sore neck." Brian's fingers were traveling a little too much over Sam's body. "I'll bring it by if you want me to." And rub it on her, over my dead body. I put the water glasses on the table with a little too much force. The liquid sloshed but didn't overflow onto the papers. "I'm sure we've got something around here," I said, not bothering to keep the bite out of my tone. "If Sam needs it, let me go look while you finish up." As much as I wanted to stay and make sure Brian and his wandering fingers didn't stray too much farther, I forced myself out of the room and headed for the bathroom medicine cabinet.
Sam. I closed the front door, setting the deadbolt in place, and sighed. What a day. At least signing the trial application paperwork had been a positive moment. A landmark to show how far the vaccine had come. It had all been in order and only required my signature and initials in about 20 places. Did I miss Brian? I wanted to say goodbye. Owen came back into the room with a tube of rub in his hand and an unreadable expression on his face. Sure did, I said, not missing Owen's sarcastic tone. I imagine he was sorry he missed a farewell with you too. Too bad he couldn't stay longer. I felt compelled to defend my colleague. He really is a nice guy, and an excellent lab partner. I'm sure he is, Owen responded immediately, but his agreement didn't fool me. The animosity between the two men had been instant, the atmosphere tense. We've been working together for a long time, I said. To others, my connection to Brian might look too close, too personal when our relationship was technically professional, but he really was a friend, a close one. Not that I planned to explain that to Owen, who had a suspiciously jealous look about him. Now, why might that be? Owen couldn't be interested in me, not in a romantic way. Maybe he was worried that Brian would distract me from my commitment to Miles. How long? That question really did sound jealous. Interesting and worth analyzing at greater length another time. 3 years on this project, I answered, and on and off before that as we finished our degrees. Why? No reason. Owen gave a casual shrug and looked away. An awkward silence fell before he spoke again. I hate to bring this up, but we've got to select pictures for the celebration of life. I nodded, dreading the ordeal. I'm going to want that glass of wine now. Pouring alcohol on a grieving heart was probably not the best solution, but it might take the edge off. And I felt edgy. I felt like too much of me was exposed and vulnerable. It wasn't a comfortable feeling. I'll pour us each a glass. Red? He asked. That would be good. I pulled some albums to go through. He pointed to the coffee table and disappeared into the kitchen. I sat cross-legged on the couch and reached for the topmost album. In my mother's handwriting, the album was marked Lauren, birth to age 4. I forced myself to open the cover and begin flipping through the pages. Owen returned and handed me a glass of wine before sitting in a chair across from me and taking an album. We should probably coordinate in some way, I suggested. Like we each gather a certain number of pictures from different age categories. You know, a baby picture, a 2-year-old picture, and so on. The chore was so grim that the only way I could face it was to have a plan, a system of organization. If I could focus on that, I might complete the task without dissolving into tears. Makes sense, he agreed. We'll skip middle school, right? No one should have those years tossed back at them. That got a smile out of me. Maybe we'll limit it to one from that period, but it has to be an image that isn't too dorky looking. I'll try, but Carter was a total dork in the 7th grade. I don't think that's true. Carter had been as fine-looking as his brother. They were only a year apart in age and so similar in appearance. Their personalities were dramatically different, though, and I wondered why that was. Bet I can prove you wrong, Owen said. I smiled. It felt like the first one in a long time. We'll see, I countered. After that, we lapsed into companionable silence with only the crinkle of photo album pages heard. When I reached Lauren's 7th birthday, I couldn't hold in the sob. I remembered the day so well, although I had only been 5. We'd gone to the zoo and spent the day wandering amongst the animals. Lauren had fallen in love with an exhibit called Monkey Island. I stared down at a picture of Lauren with her back to the island and a broad smile on her face. Lauren had always had a larger-than-life personality, and she'd been so ridiculously happy just then. She'd never have the pleasure of taking her own child to the zoo, though, and the thought knocked the wind out of me. Okay? Owen asked. Yeah, I managed, wiping my eyes. I gently worked the picture free from the album and added it to the pile. It's just so incredibly unfair. It hurts. Right there with you. His voice was husky, making me look up. His tanned skin had gone pale and his dimples were gone. He was feeling this as much as I was. I set the childhood album aside and moved on to the digital files of Lauren and Carter's wedding. They'd had a big affair. 300 people in a hotel ballroom. The guests ranged from extended family to Carter's SEAL team. I carefully selected several moments. Their first kiss as a married couple, First dance, the tossing of the bouquet, all the moments that made a wedding special. Do you want me to choose the images from after Miles was born? Owen asked. He held his laptop in his hands. Please, I answered. I didn't think I could look at those and remember that the child's parents would never see him ride a bike, go to kindergarten, play sports, graduate from high school, and make his way in the world. That was left to me and Owen. It was an overwhelming responsibility, but I would do it. I would do whatever I could to make Miles happy and safe. I blinked away the tears and set about organizing the pictures. I numbered them all on the back in pencil and generated a list for the person who would make the video. It was probably unnecessary work, but it kept my brain focused on something other than my grief. I placed all the physical pictures in carefully labeled folders and stored the digital images on a flash drive. I guess that does it, I said, rolling my sore neck from side to side. Owen closed his laptop, setting it on the coffee table. Why didn't you mention that your bed was uncomfortable? I waved off his concern. This situation is temporary, so there was no point in me complaining. Besides, I knew what I was getting into. I remember that bedroom set from my parents' house. They must have given it to Lauren. I'm guessing the mattress is the original one. We need to do something about that. Doesn't matter. My gaze returned to the files of pictures. The real problems were much bigger than a sore neck and a bad mattress. My sister was dead. Owen's brother was dead. Those were unavoidable facts. Heartbreaking burdens that I was going to carry around the rest of my life. I stood up, trying to busy myself with straightening the room, but Carter and Lauren were everywhere, and the tears came in a rush. With my eyesight blurry with tears, I reached for the tissue box, almost knocking over my empty wine glass. Damn it, I muttered, snagging a tissue. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Owen was on his feet, and strong arms came around me. Without thinking, I burrowed my head into his shoulder, seeking the comfort he offered. I miss her so much, I sobbed. I know. I miss them too. There was a hitch in his voice, but his hands stroked down my back, and I felt a soft kiss on the top of my head. I'm so sorry about your brother, I squeaked out. It's okay, he whispered. We're going to be okay. I didn't feel that I would be, but I couldn't think beyond that moment. Owen was warm and solid, and he understood my anguish because his was as great as mine. I felt a little selfish taking solace from him, but maybe he needed the hug as much as I did. I wrapped my arms around his waist and held on to him as tightly as I could. Chapter 5. Sam. I'm sure what I read was a fascinating article, but I couldn't focus on the medical journal. Weird for me. I tucked my feet under me on the couch and looked at Miles. He seemed to be having way more fun, sticking one plastic cup inside another, then pulling them apart and repeating the process. How long could he keep that up? Child psychology wasn't my field, but I might learn something by watching my nephew at play. Oh, who was I kidding? I was merely trying to distract myself from what had happened almost exactly on this spot last evening when I'd sobbed my heart out in Owen's arms. He was strong, solid physical muscle, which helped, but it was the comfort and understanding he'd offered that I'd truly needed. Getting that had even helped me sleep better. That morning, though, it felt more like a dream than reality. Had we really stood there wrapped up together? Would such a moment be repeated? Probably not, but it had felt good. When the doorbell rang, I started to get up, but Owen came out of the kitchen and breezed past me. Were you expecting anyone? I asked, wondering who could be at the door. The smile he shot me had me on my feet following him. Something was up. Are you Owen Foster? A man dressed in blue work clothes asked when Owen opened the door. Got a mattress here. Can we bring it in? That would be great. Owen took a clipboard the delivery man handed him and signed at the bottom. Be back in a couple minutes, the man said and headed down the steps. What did he say? I asked after Owen closed the door. A mattress? Owen shrugged and grinned at me. What? You wanted a firmer mattress, didn't you? If it doesn't suit you, we can return it and find something you like. I figured anything would be better than what you're sleeping on now. My eyes widened with shock. He bought a mattress for me? Was that okay? Should I let him do that? Because it was really personal, but also sort of charming in a thoughtful, impulsive way. I can tell them to take it back, Owen said, studying me as if gauging my reaction. I could hear the door of the delivery truck slam and the men's voices as they neared the door. No, it's fine. It's nice, I said, stepping out of the way as Owen opened the door and the men entered with a queen-sized mattress wrapped tightly in plastic. It's the room at the top of the stairs on the left, he said, directing them to my room. While he followed them up, I stayed in the living room to keep an eye on Miles, who was still playing with the cups. After a few minutes of banging around over my head, the delivery men came down the stairs with the old mattress and shoved it out the door. Good riddance. I felt a little giddy at the thought of a comfortable bed. Maybe living with Owen would have its perks. And I like being with you too, I said to Miles. The toddler gave me the slightest glance and refocused on his play, still entranced with how the red cup fit inside the blue one. Did you want to check it out? Owen asked, coming back in the house. Definitely. I snuck a peek at Miles. He seemed happy, and since he hadn't moved in 20 minutes, I guessed it was safe. I went up the stairs with Owen behind me. Marvelous, I breathed, entering my room. The bedding was piled to the side, but the brand new mattress was in place. Let's cut off the plastic, Owen said, taking a pocket knife out and slitting the wrapping open. Together, we pulled it all off. The mattress had a pillow top, but when I pressed my hand down on it, it didn't sink in. Heavenly. I was going to sleep well on that. No more stiff necks. Try it out, he suggested after he stuffed the plastic into a garbage bag. I kicked off my shoes and bounced onto the bed, stretching out on my back in the center and staring up at the ceiling. I shouldn't be this excited over a bed, but the thought of restful sleep made my day. I lifted my head up to see Owen. He was leaning in the doorway of the room, looking way more attractive than he should. I was suddenly very aware of the fact that I was on a bed and he was right there. Like it? He asked with a grin. He had to know how handsome and appealing he was. I'm sure he had plenty of experience grinning at a woman staring up at him from a bed. Yes, I sighed as my mind wandered into new territory, into thoughts I usually didn't indulge in unless I was alone, late at night. I shouldn't be having those thoughts about Owen, and I definitely shouldn't be having them when he was right there in the room. But it was becoming harder and harder to stop myself. The hug last night, the mattress today. Owen was full of surprises in a good way, and it was turning me on more than I'd ever expected. I turned my face away, afraid he could read my thoughts.
Owen, should I leave so you can take a nap? I teased, pleased with myself. How long had it been since I'd made someone as happy as Sam appeared to be? And all it had taken was a phone call to a store a few blocks away. I'd love to, she said, crossing her legs at the ankles and putting her hands behind her head. Her position drew attention to her curvy figure. If she was any of the women I dated over the years, I'd have thought she was deliberately trying to seduce me. But she wasn't the seductress type, so I didn't think it was intentional. Didn't stop it from being hot, though. Luckily, she wasn't looking at me and hadn't realized I was staring. I'm going to bed early tonight just to enjoy this. I laughed. We'll eat dinner when Miles does. Miles! She sat bolt upright as we both heard a sound on the stairs. Oh my gosh, I didn't close the child gate. Neither did I said, taking a step into the upstairs hall. A second later, Sam was next to me, and we turned our eyes to the staircase. Miles was steadily climbing, pulling himself up as if he'd done it every day. Strong little guy. I couldn't help being proud of him, despite my guilt at leaving the gate open. Thank God he hadn't slipped and fallen. I had some things to learn about parenting. Miles wasn't the least concerned about my shortcomings as he reached the upstairs hallway and smiled at us. I went to pick him up, but before I could reach him, he stood by hauling himself up using the railing. Okay, that wasn't so unusual. He'd been using tables, the couch, and my legs to get himself into a standing position. but he had a look of determination on his face that I hadn't seen before. "What is he doing?" Sam whispered from behind me as Miles released his grip on the railing and took several unassisted steps forward. His first steps when I least expected them. Wow. I held my breath as he swayed a little. "Walking," I said, just as he fell on his butt in the carpeted hallway. "Oh my gosh," Sam exclaimed and rushed past me. She scooped up Miles. "Did you just walk? What a big boy you are." Miles's smile was wide. He was definitely proud of himself, and he laughed when Sam put a smacking kiss on his cheek. "That's an important first," I said, feeling both joy and sadness. I took the boy from Sam and hugged him close. His parents should have been there to see the moment their son took his first steps, but they were gone. The guilt I'd been managing pretty well came back. Carter and Lauren were gone because of me. I caught Sam's eye. Her smile was wistful, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Her thoughts had probably gone in the same direction, but she didn't know about my culpability. She only felt the sorrow of the loss. I was going to have to tell her, but not then. "It's a milestone," she said. "We should celebrate." "Agreed, but first we better baby-proof." "You're right. I read all about that. This better move." She plucked a potted plant in a ceramic pot from a low table. "I don't want him to pull it over on his head. You take the upstairs, and I'll take the down." I headed for the steps, still carrying Miles. Downstairs, I put him in the playpen and studied the room at knee height. What kind of trouble could a walking toddler get himself into in this room? The living room and dining room were easy. Thankfully, the kitchen already seemed taken care of. Lauren and Carter had probably tackled that when Miles started crawling. "How are you doing?" Sam asked from the doorway of the kitchen 20 minutes later. "I think we need to purchase a few items." "My assessment as well. I started a list." She pulled out her phone and tapped the screen. "So far, I have doorknob covers, more outlet covers, and a latch for the toilet seat. Add wall anchors to prevent him from pulling furniture over and onto him," I said. "Do you think they bought any of these items?" Sam questioned, looking up from her phone. "Not yet." I shook my head. I was supposed to help Carter install all that stuff. That was going to be a weekend task for me and my brother, but since his death it had slipped my mind. "We'll take a trip to the store then." "Yeah," I said, grateful for her positive attitude. It helped. Today was a big day, an important one for Miles, and I didn't want to dwell on what should have been. "I'll get my purse," she said. "Thanks," I muttered, glad that I was sharing the responsibility and joy in Miles with her. I'd never expected to be a parent, but I couldn't imagine doing this with anyone but Sam.
Chapter 6. Sam. I drove to my lab with the radio turned up, relishing having a few minutes to myself where no one expected anything from me. Lately, I felt a little as though I had two demanding jobs. Being a mom was overwhelming. After a run to the store, we'd spent most of the afternoon installing various gadgets to make the house safer for Miles. Owen was finishing up that task, thank goodness, because I needed to work, at least for a few hours. I trusted Brian to run the necessary analysis, but I wanted to be there to oversee it all. I pulled up in front of the building, a 5-story slab of concrete and glass, and found my space in the parking lot. My lab was on the ground floor, and there were offices and other labs on the floors above me. As I crossed the sidewalk, a man who had been leaning against the building suddenly pushed off and angled toward me as though he meant to intercept me. I veered to the left, quickening my pace, and got to the door before he approached. I swiped my security pass and darted in, pulling the door shut behind me. I glanced over my shoulder and saw the man change course and go past. "Something wrong?" the security guard asked. He patrolled the building during the day. "Not sure?" I took a second to study the stranger as he walked away. Gray polo shirt, black pants, short dark hair, sunglasses. Probably my imagination. There was nothing overtly threatening, nothing that made the man stand out. just a feeling that there might be more to him than meets the eye. I had faced protesters in the past outside the building, complaining about one thing or another. They didn't usually give me this uneasy feeling. In spite of myself, I shivered. I'll keep an eye out. The guard went through the door and stood on the sidewalk. Sam, we didn't expect to see you. Paula, one of the receptionists, got up from behind her desk and came toward me. I came in to help Brian, I said, returning her smile and giving Amelia a wave. The older women wrangled the various researchers in the building, doing whatever tasks they could to assist, which could be anything from correspondence to finding a menu for a takeout meal. He's been here since early this morning, Paula said. I guess I better get in there then. I went by them, swiping my ID again to enter the scrub area. Before entering the lab, I washed my hands and arms and changed my clothes before washing again to keep the environment sterile. Hey there, Brian said when I entered. I'm glad you're here. Me too, I said, even though I felt bad about leaving Miles. What's next? I looked over the work area, noting that Brian had indeed had a busy day. He'd run several samples and I could see more in progress. Take a look at the data, he said, gesturing to his open laptop. I snapped on a pair of gloves and scrolled through the results generated from his work. So it looks like batch 386 has to be rerun. I squinted at the screen, not liking what I saw in the results. I was leaving that for you, Brian said, signaling his agreement. Everything else has come out perfectly today. I'll get started. I pulled a tray of samples from the incubator and began running through the steps. Working in the lab was second nature to me, and 2 hours slipped by before I looked again at the clock. I was finishing when Brian came closer and leaned over the results that I had just generated. Looks better, he commented. Line 27 is a tiny bit off. It had me a little worried. Within the tolerated range, he pointed out. True, I said, but I still wasn't quite pleased. Anything else happening that I should know about? Some mail arrived for you, but I sorted it out. Left the important items on your desk and sent the others on to security. I raised my eyebrow at him. More threats to stop our work? Same as we've gotten in the past. He didn't seem overly concerned. I sighed, annoyed that the threats appeared to be ramping up lately. The notes and emails had all been unpleasant but vague. Stop your work or else. Or else what? I wanted to demand, but the messages were always anonymous. My phone vibrated with an incoming call and Owen's name came up on the screen. I stepped into my office to take it. Hi, I greeted him, just wondering how it was going. His voice was as appealing as the rest of him, warm and reassuring. Pretty well. I shouldn't be too much longer. Is Miles okay? He's fine. I don't want to interrupt your work, but I wanted to check in. We'll see you soon, Owen said and hung up. I took a minute at my desk to check through the stack of mail before going back into the lab. Your co-parent? Brian asked about the call. Yes, it was Owen, I confirmed. How's life with a Navy SEAL? Must be weird. The situation isn't ideal. I never expected to become an instant mom, but Owen was making it easier than it might have been. Owen is great, though. He's wonderful with Miles and really thoughtful. You know how my neck was stiff? Yeah, Brian said, his head bent over his work. Owen bought me a new mattress. It was delivered this morning. Brian's head came up at that. His eyes narrowed. That's sort of odd. Is it? I asked, surprised. It seems a bit personal. You're sharing custody of a kid, not shacking up. My eyebrows rose at his bluntness. That's true, but I think Owen was just being nice. It doesn't mean anything more than that. Brian nodded, but I could tell he wasn't convinced by my words. I shrugged it off and returned to work. Sometime later, the intercom buzzed, and Amelia announced that I had visitors. I moved to the small window that looked from my lab into the reception area. Owen was standing there, holding Miles. I waved, catching their attention. They both smiled at me, and I felt a gush of warmth. I held up 5 fingers because it wasn't going to take much longer than that for me to be done for the day. And I was anxious to be with them. Company? Brian asked. Miles and Owen. I quickly cleaned up my area, and in less than 5 minutes, I left the lab. As soon as I stepped into the reception area, Miles held his arms out to me, making my heart melt. He's adorable, Paula gushed, and I wasn't sure she was talking about the toddler or the man with him. Adorable might not be the right word for a 30-year-old seal, but Owen was definitely something. Something amazing, and incredibly tempting, stirring feelings in me that I'd kept suppressed for a very long time. I liked Owen, and I suspected that the attraction was at least a little mutual. I wasn't his type, and he wasn't mine if I had one, but would it be completely off the charts to have a relationship with him? Probably, I decided when Owen turned toward me with a smile, but it was a nice thought.
Owen, I could have waited for Sam to come home on her own, but something in me wanted to check on her and Brian, make sure there wasn't anything going on there. They'd worked together for years, logging countless hours. They were there to work, not flirt. But I suspected that Brian had a thing for Sam. I couldn't help enjoying the annoyed look on Brian's face when he followed Sam out of the lab. He wasn't happy to see me or the attention the receptionists were showering on Miles. The interesting point was that Sam was oblivious to Brian's reaction. She was a smart woman, but she was missing the signs that Brian was tossing her way. "Brian, good to see you again," I said, keeping it friendly. "You too," Brian said, but there wasn't much sincerity in his words. "Owen, these ladies are Paula and Amelia. I guess you figured out who he is," Sam said, drawing my attention to the 2 women I'd spoken to when I entered the building. "We were so sorry to hear about the tragedy in your family," Paula said, "but this is a lucky little guy to have you and Sam." "What are you doing here?" Sam asked when Paula and Amelia returned to their desks. "I wanted to see where you work, but we can get out of your hair if you still have a lot of work to do." "No, actually, I'm pretty much ready to wrap things up for the day, and I'd be happy to show you around as much as I can. We can peek at the lab through the window, but it's a sterile environment, and for security's sake, only Brian and I enter." "I get it," I said, following her over to look in the window. The place was brightly lit and very white. I expected that, but the equipment on the lab tables mystified me. What the heck was all that stuff? She tried to explain if I asked, but I figured most of it was beyond my grasp. "It looks very high-tech," I commented, "and above my pay grade." "It's not as complex as it seems," she said, which was probably true for her. Sam's expression changed, and she gave a little sniff. "I think somebody needs a diaper change. Give him to me. There's a restroom with a bench on the next floor up." She took Miles in the diaper bag before disappearing into a stairwell, which left me there with Brian. "Any questions about our work? I can probably break it down for you." Brian's face said that he'd have to lose several degrees of intelligence to get to my level. "Sam gave me the rundown and explained about the vaccine," I replied. "It's scientifically important work." "No doubt. Did he think I couldn't grasp that? Sam's research would be vital to kids with Leurer's disease." "I got that." I glanced toward the receptionists. They were both giving me and Brian the side-eye, probably wondering what we could be talking about when we were from such different universes. With relief, I saw the stairwell door open, and Sam and Miles come through. I strode toward them, taking the diaper bag from her shoulder. To my annoyance, Brian trailed after me and engaged Sam in conversation about their work that day. I couldn't follow the jargon they used, and it drove home the point that despite my attraction to Sam, we weren't suited. We shared a child and parenting responsibilities, but beyond that there wasn't much common ground. "I need to grab a few things, and then we can walk out together," she said, directing her words at me. "Can you take Miles, and I'll meet you back here in a minute?" "Sure," I said, reaching for Miles and trying not to notice Brian's hand hovering behind Sam's back as they went through the door that led to an office. I shouldn't let that guy get under my skin, but he did. I suppose that I bothered him too. Was it because we were so different, Or was it more complicated because of our differing relationships with Sam? Before she could come back, my phone rang, and I readjusted Miles to dig it out of my pocket. The call was coming from Adrian Pierce, my former CO. He'd reached out when he heard about Carter's death, which was the only reason I had his number saved in my phone. He'd basically disappeared on us after he left the SEALs, though I had heard that he'd been in touch with Gabe and Drake in the past few months. Apparently there was something he was digging into about that mission where Kyle died. But if that was why he was calling me, he was going to be disappointed. I couldn't think of any info I had that could be of any use to him, and frankly, I thought he was wasting his time. Yeah, the mission had been a disaster, but that was just how it went sometimes. There was no grand conspiracy, no bigger explanation that would make it all make sense. The sooner Adrian realized that, the better. But for all that, I wasn't going to ignore his call. He was still my friend. If there was nothing I could do to help him, then I at least owed it to him to tell him that directly. "Foster," I said. "Owen," Adrian replied. "It's me." "Yeah, I know. But look, I don't really have time to talk right now. I know you've got your hands full. How's the little guy doing?" "He's okay, I think. We're taking it a day at a time." "And how are you doing?" Adrian said, the concern clear in his voice. I couldn't help smiling. That was Adrian, always looking out for everyone else. It was what had made him such a good team leader, and why it had been so jarring when he'd left the team behind and gone radio silence for so long. But we all knew how hard Kyle's death had hit him, and how much he blamed himself for not being able to keep him safe. "I'm okay too, really. If you need anything, you ask. Got it? DC's not that far. I could hop a plane and be there in no time." "I know, man. Thanks. But I've got this. You go focus on being a fancy-ass Fed, busting big crime rings and all that. That's what FBI investigators do, right?" "More or less." I heard him clear his throat. "Speaking of which, I have an investigation I'm handling on my own time, looking into that mission of ours in the Republic of Wathan. And I had a question for you. The informant we were supposed to extract. You remember him, right?" "Yeah, of course. You always remember the ones you let down." Kyle hadn't been the only casualty that night. The informant had died too. "You were the first one in the room," Adrian said. "And he tried to talk to you, to ask you about someone he'd arranged to have moved to the US, right? I only caught the end of it when I walked into the room. Enough to hear your answer to him, but not his question." "That's right." The guy, his name had been Anton, had apparently agreed to turn over some potentially explosive information to Interpol, and as part of his deal, he'd arranged to have a new life for himself and his loved ones in the US under new identities. I told him the same thing we tell all of them, that I only had intel on this mission, and that he'd have to take up anything else with the agents who'd be taking custody of him once we got him out of there. This was the part people never seemed to get. They thought that we were all in the loop with each other, but the truth was, when it came to extractions, our team was basically like FedEx. We picked up the package and delivered it. But you wouldn't expect the FedEx guy to know what was in your package, why you ordered it, or what other packages you might have on the way, right? In that same way, I didn't know the details of what info Anton had agreed to provide, or what was being done to get him all the stuff he demanded in return for his cooperation. "No, I know that, but do you remember who Anton had arranged to have moved to the US, who he was asking about?" It took me a moment to think back that far. "His sister, I think, and her kid," I said. "The kid had some kind of disease that they wanted to get treatment for. Do you remember?" But Miles was apparently done waiting to have my attention. He let out an unhappy whine, and I got the sense that he was psyching himself up for a meltdown by the looks of it. "Look, Adrian, I've got to go. I've got Miles with me, and he's getting worked up." "Sure, I understand. Take care, man, and remember, I'm here if you need me." "Copy that," I said. And don't forget to look after yourself too." "Copy that," he replied, and I could hear the smile in his voice before he hung up. I turned my attention back to Miles. "It's okay, baby," I murmured to him, and strolled around the reception area until Sam came out, thankfully without Brian. "Are you okay?" she asked. "You look flustered." "I'm fine. The baby's just fussy." Sam nodded and said goodbye to Paula and Amelia, and we left the building. As soon as we stepped outside, I felt better. It seemed that the lab atmosphere wasn't for me, though maybe my better humor had something to do with the fact that I was the one going home with Sam. "Thanks again for coming," she said with a nervous glance around. "I'm actually glad not to be walking out alone. Weird people hang out in front of the building sometimes." Sam's comment seemed offhand, but an alarm sounded in my head. "What kind of weird people?" I asked. She shrugged, but she held herself in a tense way. "We get some protesters from time to time. There was a guy today. I don't know if he was a protester, but something about him made me uneasy, especially when he got too close to me." She gave her head a little shake. "I'm sure it was nothing." "Most likely," I said to ease her worry. "But whenever you need to come back, I'd be happy to drive you and pick you up." "That would be nice," she said quickly, her relief so obvious that I realized she was truly worried about her safety near the lab. "Not a problem." Running security was my specialty, and something that I could do for her, that I'd gladly do for her.
Chapter 7. Sam. I flipped through my dresses for the 5th time. I had only a few minutes before we left for the celebration of life, and I still had no idea what to wear. I'd put a black dress on and decided it was too severe since this was meant to be a celebration, a tribute to the great fun-loving people my sister and Carter had been. Solid black was too heavy. But when I switched to a black skirt and bright blue blouse, that hadn't been right either. I discarded a floral print as too showy before slipping on my favorite Calvin Klein dress. It was a sleeveless sheath dress in soft gray, and I'd worn it to a variety of events. A friend's wedding, my doctoral graduation, university dinners. Maybe the gray would do. It felt less wrong than my other choices. Why was this so hard? I groaned. Normally, my idea of fashion was selecting between 2 pairs of chinos and knowing it didn't matter because I was going to put on a lab coat on over them anyway. Today, though, was different. Getting this right mattered. I was about to peel the gray dress off and try on a cream skirt and sweater set when I heard Owen's footsteps in the hallway and a knock on my bedroom door. "Sam, are you about ready?" he asked. No, I wanted to shout. I'll never be ready for this day. Blinking hard to get myself under control, I crossed the room and opened the door. I don't know. I can't figure out what to... My highly developed brain locked up for a second. He was handsome in the navy blue suit that fit like it had been tailored just for him. He held Miles, also in a suit, against his side. They were adorable together. "That dress looks lovely on you," he said as if he hadn't just rocked my world. "You look lovely too," I managed and then wanted to kick myself. Heat crept up my cheeks, partly in embarrassment about my words, but also from his compliment and the appreciative look he was giving me. I liked the way he looked at me, liked the way he made me feel beautiful and desirable. It was a feeling I wanted to get used to. He chuckled. "Thanks, I think." I stepped to the side, looking at myself in the mirror again. Yes, he was right. This was a good choice, and I always felt confident when wearing this dress. So that was one decision made, but the rest of the day still loomed before me. One thing at a time, I decided. As I lifted my arms to put in earrings, I felt the back of the dress gape open. Oops, I hadn't zipped it all the way up yet. "Can you zip me up the rest of the way?" I asked, turning my back to Owen and lifting my hair. I could do it, but it would be easier with help. Since he had to put Miles down, it took a minute before I felt his fingers close on the zipper. Those seconds gave me enough time to become aware of the impact of my request, but it was too late to step away and struggle with the zipper myself. That would look silly, and I'd already looked foolish enough in front of him. I controlled my breathing when his fingers trailed up my spine as he slowly drew the zipper up. No big deal, right? It was just a friendly action. Fortunately, he didn't touch my skin, but I did feel the warmth of his touch through the fabric, and it felt good. There was something about this man, something that made my brain scramble. It had always been so important to me to stay logical and rational no matter what. But I felt anything but logical when I was close to Owen. And I liked it way more than I should. Distance, I needed distance. I realized when Owen's fingers brushed the nape of my neck. "Don't do the hook at the top," I said. "My hair covers it and I can't undo it by myself." I stepped away as soon as I felt his fingers move away from me. Quickly, I focused my attention on Miles. He was hanging onto the edge of the dresser, his little face turned up to me with a smile, completely unaware of the impact this day would have on his life. I picked the boy up and snuggled him close for a minute, trying to control my thoughts. I shouldn't be lusting after Owen on any day, and especially not on one when we were commemorating Lauren and Carter's lives, which had been cut so brutally short. My behavior was inappropriate at best. "Okay, I think I'm ready for this," I said as I transferred Miles to one side and picked up my purse.
Owen. Oh, you poor little lamb, Mom cooed at Miles, who sat on her lap eating a cookie. "Don't you fret. We'll take such good care of you." Miles wasn't fretting. If anything, the boy seemed to be enjoying the attention he received from the guests at the celebration of life. He'd gotten antsy during the short service, so Sam and I had passed him back and forth, which was probably good for all of us. Having Miles to care for kept me from paying too much attention to the words the minister said about Carter. I focused on Miles, who was all that was left in the world of my brother. My nephew was my responsibility. Mine and Sam's. No one else's, according to the terms of the will. I wanted to say as much to my parents when they talked about the house they were purchasing nearby and how it would have a bedroom for Miles, a playroom, and a swimming pool. Of course, I wanted them to be able to spend time with their grandson, but they talked as if they'd be taking over, not filling in, when it came to childcare. I knew that if I tried to stop them, it would turn into a scene, and now was not the time. But how could I establish boundaries with my parents when I was still trying to figure them out for Sam and me? I said a silent prayer that things would miraculously turn out in my favor without having to argue with my parents. Miles held out his arms to Sam's dad as the man walked past. Troy and Tina Mayfield's worlds had been turned upside down by the death of their eldest daughter, but their reactions were so different from my parents'. They were all about giving support, not claiming territory. I shouldn't think such thoughts about my own mother and father, but I couldn't dismiss the way they'd barged into the celebration of life and made it about themselves. "Be careful with him," Mom cautioned Troy. "He's fragile." Troy only smiled as he put Miles up on his shoulders, letting the boy bang on his bald head, and walked away. My mother sucked in her breath, a clear sign of her disapproval. "I don't think," Mom started. "It's fine," I headed off her comment. "Miles is doing as well as can be expected, and Troy is his grandfather too. How will we ever tell him?" "We'll stick to the truth," I said, "once he's old enough to understand." Although Miles had sometimes looked around and said Mama and Dada, he didn't have the words to ask much else. My goal was to keep him happy in the moment, comfort him when he needed it, and hope it was enough. "We'll be here to take Miles off your hands soon," Dad spoke from behind me. "Having a toddler can be trying. I'd figured that out in the past days, but I believed I was managing about as well as a person who became a dad overnight could. So was Sam. Between the two of us, we would raise Miles. We'll figure out a schedule once you're settled, but I don't plan to leave him at your house if that's what you're thinking is going to happen," I said, wanting them to understand the arrangement. "Oh, we'll be happy to have him with us all the time," Mom said, ignoring the meaning of my words. At some point, I was going to need to have a talk with them about boundaries. I wasn't relishing the conversation, but it would be easier for us all in the long run if the lines were clear. I wanted them to be grandparents, to be an active, loving part of Miles's life. But I needed them to accept that Sam and I were the parents. Obviously, that wasn't going to happen today in the middle of the celebration of life for Carter and Lauren. "We'll discuss it later," I muttered, while my eyes went to Sam. She was talking to a group of women I recognized as friends of Lauren's, and she looked about to drop with exhaustion. I couldn't blame her. I was feeling the strain myself. But at least I had support from my friends. Zach, Gabe, Drake, and Adrian had all come in to be there for me and to pay their respects. Having my SEAL Team 4 brothers at my back made me feel more secure, and it was good to have a chance to catch up with them a little, learn what was going on in their lives. Turned out Gabe and Drake were both in serious relationships. Gabe had brought his girlfriend, Charlotte, along with his daughter, Savannah, who'd be turning 1 in a few months. And Drake had come with Layla, who was pregnant with twins, due on Halloween. As surprising as it was that they had both settled down, it was amazing to see how happy they were, with partners who were so clearly good for them. They had the kind of happiness Lauren and Carter had shared, and it felt oddly appropriate that, even as I was saying a final goodbye to my brother and sister-in-law, I was shown firsthand that life really did go on, that the future could have good things that would help to take the sting out of the bad. But it wasn't the same for Sam. She'd been close with her sister, but not especially tight with Lauren's friends, and she seemed uncomfortable with the conversation she was having, rather than comforted. "I'm going to go check on Sam," I announced. I didn't wait for my parents to respond as I made my way across the room to Sam's side. The women she had been talking to were leaving. I waited while last hugs were exchanged, and Sam promised to share pictures on Facebook of Miles. "How are you doing?" I asked when we were alone, getting a wan smile from Sam. "About as well as I can," she responded. "This is hard." Lines of strain showed across her forehead. Since my eyes seemed to chronically track in her direction, I knew that she hadn't taken a seat even for a minute during the reception. She'd been talking to relatives and friends for close to 2 hours, and taking her turn with Miles along the way. "Let me get you some coffee. We're almost there." The event was scheduled to last another hour, and then there would be the final goodbyes to everyone, which would be even more grueling. "Thanks, that would be great. I think I'll sit down by the window over there for a few minutes." Sam gave a nod to a chair set in a little alcove. "If I fall asleep, you'll cover for me, right?" "You bet," I said, unable to suppress a smile. I couldn't resist touching her lightly on the arm as she turned away and headed for the chair. I'd wanted to touch a whole lot more of her earlier when I zipped her dress. The sight of her creamy skin and the glimpse of the black bra were enough to have me thinking thoughts better left alone. I noted that Miles was happily toddling back and forth between Sam's parents before I made my way to the buffet table, where coffee and cookies were laid out. I poured a cup for Sam, adding a smidge of cream and a spoonful of sugar. The past few days of cohabitation had given me some insight into what she liked in her life and what she definitely did not. Sweetened coffee and an orderly existence were yeses for her. Television was a no. "How are you holding up?" I glanced up to see my younger sister on the other side of the coffee urn. Catherine had always been a pretty girl, but she'd blossomed into a beautiful young woman in the past year. She must be beating the guys off with a stick in New York City. Carter and I had always talked about the fun we'd have, scaring off any boyfriend she brought home to meet the family. I felt another pang as I realized that task would be up to just me. Now. "I'm all right," I said, giving my standard response. I'd been a little more open with my SEAL brothers, but I hadn't fully unloaded on them either. I knew they'd be more than willing to step up and help me in any way they could, but since there was nothing they could really do about my biggest issue, it seemed better to keep it to myself. Truth was, I was worried about being a good dad to Miles and tripping over my own guilt about Carter and Lauren's death. I didn't want to dump that on Catherine either, but I felt like I owed her as much honesty as I could stand to share. I feel like I'm going through the motions, if you want the truth. I'm scared of what tomorrow and next week and next month will bring when the reality sets in. I think that's true for all of us. How will we get through Christmas without them? What'll I do on Carter's birthday? You know I always called him when I was nervous about an audition or performance. Who's going to fill that void? I don't know. We'll get through it somehow. I'd wondered the same things. Our big brother had been the calm voice of reason, taking the edge off fear and reassuring all of us. That force was no longer in our lives, and the hole left in his absence was enormous. Is Sam doing okay? Catherine nodded toward where Sam sat. I mean, it's just as hard on her as us. Her sister Miles. Yeah, I answered, thinking about the night when we'd both been on the edge of falling apart. Strangely enough, that night gave me hope that we could work this out. For as much comfort as I'd given Sam while we picked out the images that now played on a screen in the room, I'd taken some solace too. We were facing this together. We're getting along fine with sharing Miles. She's still got some work issues, which has caused a few bumps, but no big deal. I thought her project was finished. Catherine straightened the little sugar cubes into a neat line as she spoke. Almost, apparently. She's had to go to the lab some, but it's all good. Aside from the other day, Sam had been 100% available for Miles. And how's living with her? Catherine cocked her head, studying me. She knew me too well, and I began to feel uncomfortable. No problems, I said, trying to sound dismissive. We're working it out. There might have been a few awkward moments, but Brian's visit had been one, and that zipper. So you'll be able to keep her in the friend zone? Of course, I said, earning a skeptical stare. I caved. Okay, she's beautiful and smart, and she cares for Miles as much as I do, which makes it very easy to fall for her. Catherine wasn't being cruel with her analysis. She was just showing how well she knew me. I'm not going to do that, I declared. My focus was on being a good dad to Miles and proving to my parents that I could handle this. Add all that to finding my way in civilian life, which I'd never had to do as an adult before, and I wasn't going to have time for anything but a friendship that worked to raise a child. You can't deny there's a spark. I saw you together, and you take your coffee black. She pointed to the mug that I clutched. You're taking care of her even now. Just trying to make things easier for her, as a friend and a partner, I said. It didn't matter that I felt drawn to her in a way that went deeper than anything I'd ever felt before. Didn't matter that I thought about her all the time, whether she was with me or not. A relationship wasn't going to happen. We were on opposite ends of the relationship meter. I was all about quick, no-commitment flings, and that wasn't Sam. Not at all. A relationship with her would be the mother lode. Amazing, but intense, and I wasn't sure I could handle that. Not in the way she deserved. I want to take her this before it gets cold. I walked away before Catherine could say another word, and before she could get me to say anything else. My sister knew me too well. She'd see right through any untruths I told, including the ones where I was lying to myself. Sam smiled when she saw me coming with the coffee. Thanks, she said, taking a cautious sip after I handed her the mug. Just the way I like it. So sweet of you to notice. Her eyes met mine, and my thoughts were anything but sweet. Sultry might be a better word, I decided. Catherine had been underselling it when she'd called it a spark. It was getting a lot closer to being a full-fledged fire. I hinged on the edge of two courses of action. Douse the spark with gallons of water, or blow a steady stream of air across it to fan the flames. I was beginning to think that I couldn't do nothing. Chapter 8. Owen. I bit my tongue as Dad opened and closed every kitchen cabinet, checking to make sure the child safety mechanisms were installed correctly. We'd already been upstairs where my parents checked the outlet covers, electrical cords, and everything else they could think of. I wasn't worried because I didn't think Sam and I had missed anything important, but the fact that my parents seemed so sure they'd find a problem during the inspection needled me. "Can't be too careful," Dad said, shooting me an almost apologetic look. "Now that Miles is walking, protecting him is our #1 priority." My priority, mine and Sam's, I wanted to say, since he was now our child to raise, but I controlled the words because I knew my dad was hurting. His oldest son was gone, and it had been a tough day on everyone. After the celebration of life ended, and my friends had headed out to catch their flights, my family insisted on accompanying Sam and me home. I felt like arguing wasn't an option, even though I just wanted to give Miles a bath, read him a story, and tuck him in for the night. He needed normalcy, not Mom alternately crying over him and gushing at him. Miles was starting to look overwhelmed by all the attention, and I couldn't blame him. I was thankful that my parents would be flying north tomorrow, but it wouldn't be long before they were back in Alabama permanently, settling in a house only 20 minutes away. We were going to have to come to an understanding, but not tonight. Everyone was overwrought. I caught Catherine's eye as she moved toward the front door. "Mom, Dad, I'm going to call for an Uber and head back to the hotel. I have some music I need to go over before my rehearsal tomorrow night." "What are you working on?" Sam asked. "A collection of opera scenes," Catherine explained as she gathered up her sweater and bag. "I'm singing a piece from The Marriage of Figaro. I love that show. Which aria?" I wasn't surprised that Sam would know about opera, since she was way smarter and classier than me. I was only familiar with the Bugs Bunny version, which I was guessing had little to do with the actual opera. "De vieni non tardar" from Act 4, Catherine said. Sam gave a little sigh. "That's a beautiful piece, but quite complex, I understand." "I'm sure you'll be splendid," Mom interrupted. "I hope we'll be able to fly back to New York for the performance, but that will all depend on whether Miles needs us." "You wouldn't want to miss it, I'm sure," Sam said. "We'll see," Mom said, picking up a yawning Miles who had been languidly playing with his favorite stuffed animal. "I want to stay tonight and put Miles to bed." "Mom, you don't need to do that," I shot back. "He's used to me and Sam caring for him. I don't want to break our routine." It was an excuse, but they'd outstayed their welcome, and we all needed some downtime. "But I'm his grandmother," she insisted, and I sensed it wouldn't take much for the tears to come. I didn't want my mother to cry again, but I felt compelled to establish some boundaries. "We could all do with some rest tonight," Sam said with a gentle smile. "Why don't you come back for brunch tomorrow before catching your flight? Miles will be much more willing to play then. Let me take him, and then you can head to your hotel. You must be exhausted." Sam reached for the boy, and my mother reluctantly handed him over. "Maybe we should call it a night, but we'll be back tomorrow." 11? "That's perfect," Sam agreed with a smile. "We'll bring the food. The hotel dining room is quite good, and I'm sure they'll package up some brunch items for us. Don't you think, dear?" Mom addressed my father with her last remarks. "I'm sure they will," Dad said. "Catherine's ride is out front. Let's go with her, so they can settle for the night here." At least my father kind of got it. We all needed some time apart to unwind, or someone was going to snap, and it was likely to be me. "Trade you parents," I said after I'd closed the door on my family. "Mine have their own quirks. It's just that Miles isn't such a sensitive subject for them," Sam observed, as she walked her fingers up Miles's chest and tapped him on the nose, making him laugh. "They've lived close by since Miles was born in Alabama. Yours are afraid of missing out when they're gone." "And they're pushy," I stated flatly. "A little," she said, giving me a tiny smile. "Thanks for helping me manage them." I was realizing how much I'd benefited from Carter stepping up to keep the peace. I thought back to holidays and events for the past few years, when neither Carter nor I were deployed. In my memory, Carter was always there as a buffer between me and our parents when they nagged or got demanding. He'd often done the same for Catherine. Sam's phone buzzed from the coffee table. She turned toward it, glancing at the screen, but didn't move to pick it up. "You need to get that," I asked, holding out my hands to take Miles if she wanted to. "It's Brian," she said. "He's probably just checking in since we haven't talked since last night." I had to like that she'd ignored the guy all day. Even more, I was pleased that he hadn't attended the service. When I'd mentioned it to her earlier, surprised that he wasn't there, she'd said that with the vaccine trial so close, they had decided it was better for him to spend the time in the lab. Since I was clueless about the actual work, I imagined that Brian wandered the lab in his scrubs and booties all day wishing Sam was with him. Too bad for him, because she'd been with me. "I'll call him tomorrow," Sam said. "If it was anything crucial, he'd send me a text. Besides, my brain's kind of mushy right now. I can't talk science." Her attention was half on her words and half on keeping Miles happy. "Are you going to make it an early night?" "No, I doubt I could sleep. I need to decompress a little first. Maybe a beer on the back deck," she suggested, looking at me. "Join me?" "Love to," I said, wishing I'd been the one to suggest it. "You go on out and relax. I'll put Miles to bed and meet you." "Thanks," she said, transferring the boy to me and bending close to kiss his forehead. "Night-night, sweetheart. Have beautiful dreams." Her words weren't meant for me, but they were soft and reassuring, and although I knew I shouldn't, I wanted that for myself.
Sam. While I changed into jeans and a sweatshirt, I could hear Owen reading a story to Miles in the next room. The boy needed his rest. I did too, but not yet. There was too much whirling around in my head. I didn't bother with shoes and went through the house and out onto the back deck. There were comfortable chairs, but somehow sitting on the wide steps that led into the yard seemed right. I sat, listening to the soft night sounds as I reviewed the day, one of the toughest in my life, saying goodbye to my sister. It had been so hard. Little things had made the day tolerable, though. My parents always knew how to act in any situation, and they were good at finding the joy in adversity. Friends and relatives I hadn't seen in a long time came, reminding me how much I'd missed by locking myself away in the lab for the past 3 years. Too much. And Owen. He'd been amazing, thoughtful and strong, exactly what I'd needed to get through the day. And what Miles had needed as well. Owen was quickly becoming a great father, which wasn't a surprise because he was such a good man. Which was also why I was sitting outside instead of curled up in my bed. I wanted some time with him, just the two of us. He was the only person who really understood what I was going through. I needed that, even if my interest in him, make that attraction, was complicating things. Acting on that attraction might not be smart, but my resistance was weakening by the day. Every time I got near him, I just wanted to get closer. The sliding door opened and closed behind me. "Sam?" His voice called softly. "On the steps," I said, knowing I was out of his view. A second later, he sat down next to me and handed over a bottle of beer that I hadn't remembered to bring out myself. "Is Miles settled?" "Sound asleep. He was wiped." Owen set the baby monitor down next to him. "Not the only one." "What a day." "To Lauren and Carter," I said and clinked my beer bottle to his. It was a strange toast, not one of celebration, but of commemoration, but I knew Owen would understand my meaning. We sipped in silence for a couple minutes, my thoughts going back over the hellish days since their deaths. "It's my fault," Owen said suddenly into the darkness. "What's your fault?" I asked. Was he worried about his parents' behavior again? "They're dead because of me." His tone was flat and definite, unlike any I'd heard from him. "Lauren and Carter? Of course they aren't." What could he mean by saying something like that? I was supposed to pick them up that night. Carter and I had arranged it in advance. He'd wanted to let loose a little and to not have to worry about trying to figure out an Uber. But I was late because I was flirting with someone at another bar. If I'd been there when I said I would, they'd be alive and putting their own son to bed, sitting here on the deck and drinking beer. His words had come out in terse, declarative sentences as if they'd been waiting to escape and he'd finally released them. What a terrible load to be carrying around. So terrible that I didn't know what to say in response. How awful for him. But the guilt wasn't on him. He needed to understand that. I had to tell you, he continued, and I understand that you'll blame me for your sister's death. I'll tell Miles the truth when he's older. Maybe in about 20 years, I said, if ever. I wrapped my hand around Owen's forearm. Owen, it was an accident. If anyone is to blame, it's the managers of the club for not realizing that the faulty wiring system was a fire waiting to happen. The bouncers also screwed up by letting way too many people in at once. That's on all of them, not you. I squeezed tighter. Not you. You're just being nice, but I don't deserve forgiveness. He was willing to bear the responsibility for something he couldn't have foreseen or controlled. The thought made me want to cry for him, but he needed my assurance instead, not my tears. I don't blame you, I repeated. You'd never have done anything to harm them. You didn't make it happen, and you couldn't have stopped it. It was an accident. He huffed out a sigh. The worst of it was that Carter died disappointed in me. I'd screwed up, and that was my last conversation with Carter. Was he angry? I asked, knowing the answer. Did he yell at you? No, Owen admitted. Carter wasn't like that. He sure wasn't, I declared. I think he was one of the best people I've ever known. He and Lauren were perfect for each other. They loved each other like no couple I'd ever seen. But Carter loved you too. You were his brother and best friend. A sluggish silence settled for a minute until Owen spoke again. I don't know about best friend. I do, I declared. You weren't around when Carter talked about you. He was so proud. Lauren told me once that Carter was sometimes hard on you because he saw such potential in you. He knew you were capable of great things and pushed you to achieve them. Trust me, he wouldn't want you to be blaming yourself. He'd want you to step up and take care of Miles, which is exactly what you're doing. Exactly what he knew you'd do, which is why he named you as guardian in his will. And if anyone suggested you were culpable, he'd have been the first one to defend you. Maybe, Owen said after more silence, but he didn't sound convinced. I scooted a little closer to him on the step until our thighs touched. You're a good person, a good brother, and a good dad to Miles. And you've been wonderful to me. I don't know how I'd have gotten through the week without you. I'd trust you with my life, Owen. He turned his head enough to meet my eyes. I could just make out his expression in the dim light cast from the house. Emotions showed on his face, but his tension had eased a little. He closed the gap between us and touched his lips lightly to mine in a soft, sweet kiss. My heart started racing and I leaned in, suddenly feeling as though the world might be a little brighter if I could prolong this kiss. His lips were soft against mine and he was gentle, as if he was unsure how I would react. Did he really not know how badly I wanted this? Sometimes it felt like it was all I could think about. Kissing him. And more. Much more. I pressed a little harder and he responded. But then he pulled back before the kiss could continue. Kissing my forehead, he whispered against my hair. Thanks. I needed to hear that. It's true and you're welcome. I tried to keep my voice steady as he put some distance between us, but the kiss had me reeling and I could feel a hot blush on my cheeks. I took a sip of beer, trying to cool off. We sat in the quiet for a few more minutes, neither one of us knowing what to say. Maybe we didn't need more words. I took the last drink of my beer and stifled a yawn. The quiet had both refreshed and drained me, and I felt a little deflated after the kiss. It had been wonderful, but it hadn't gone anywhere. And maybe that was for the best. As attracted as I was to Owen, as often as I fantasized about something happening between us, exploring our chemistry wasn't what mattered. Miles was what mattered. Being his parents, making sure he was safe and happy. Owen and I had to work together toward that goal, and it would be beyond foolish to put our co-parenting relationship in jeopardy. As things stood now, we liked each other, trusted each other. I wasn't going to do anything to risk messing that up. I think I'll say goodnight, I said, standing up. I dropped my hand on his shoulder for a moment. See you in the morning, Owen. Night, Sam, he said, not moving. You're the best. Chapter 9. Sam. I've got Miles for the afternoon, Owen said the following day after his family left. I know you must have work to do. He was so right about that. I'd continued to ignore the messages and calls from Brian while helping to host the brunch for Owen's family. They'd been reluctant to head for the airport, and the goodbyes had dragged on until Catherine announced they were leaving in 2 minutes. I didn't know Owen's sister well, but I was starting to think she'd be an excellent ally to have. She and Owen were definitely close. I was sure that he was going to need his sister in the coming months for emotional support. Not that the big, strong Navy SEAL was likely to admit that, even if he had shown me a surprising amount of vulnerability. And that kiss. My lips tingled a little, remembering it for the 1,000th time. It kept replaying in my head over and over again, but I had to wonder if it meant anything to him. Sam? Owen questioned when I didn't respond. Oh, sorry, I said, shaking myself back to the present and hoping he couldn't read my thoughts. I might be a couple hours, depending on how many emails have come in. I owe you that after you put up with my parents. His grin was lopsided and adorable. You work, and I'll get Miles a little more to eat and put him down for a nap. He seems worn out. Miles yawned and rubbed his eyes just then as if making Owen's point. And I really did need to check in at work. Still, I found myself reluctant to leave them. Thanks, I finally said. I'll be in my bedroom if you need me. I headed up the stairs, changed into comfortable clothes, and booted up my laptop. I'd set up a little workstation for myself on a table near the window. As I opened my email account, the sheer number in my inbox made me groan. The most recent one from Brian was from an hour before with the subject line. These can all wait. I know you're busy. Nice of him to work as the gatekeeper, but I didn't want to increase his workload by not doing mine. This project was too important to me. Focus on one task at a time, I told myself, clicking the first email open. Don't think about the list of things to do. Don't think about kissing Owen or romantic moments on the back deck. That was the difficult task. I smiled to myself, unused to having such problems. I shoved those thoughts aside and began the process of responding to as many emails as I could. The first came from a parent, a mother, Nat K., whose son had been diagnosed with Lehrer's 3 years prior. It piqued my interest because he was in the demographic range that we were most in need of for the trial run, a patient who had survived a number of years with Lehrer's, but who wasn't nearing respiratory failure. I sent her some further questions and asked that we set up a video call soon. I clicked to the next page of messages and stopped cold. Stop the vaccine or pay the price. Not great as a subject line. With a sigh, I clicked the message open. A picture loaded. It looked as though it had been taken from a distance, but the subject was unmistakable. Me. Based on the outfit I was wearing, the picture had been taken a few days before when I'd gone to work. My eyes moved to the text under the photo. If you don't stop your vaccine, we'll stop you. I stood and backed away from my computer, automatically rubbing my arms with my hands. It wasn't rational to be frightened of words printed on the screen, but I couldn't help myself. I'd seen threats in the past, but something about the tone of this one felt different. More sinister. More personal. And the picture. Someone was watching me. I paced across the room before forcing myself to return to the laptop. I studied the message, looking for any other clues about who might have sent it. Nothing showed. At least, not that I could see. I put the IP address into a search program that would trace it back to the network that sent the message. It pinged around the world, bouncing off various servers in Asia and Europe before the trail went cold. Not helpful. Someone knew what he was doing and had made the message untraceable by the usual means. I had a hunch that this was something more than a random person opposed to scientific advancement. This threat smacked of someone, maybe even an organization, with some skill and an agenda. I should forward it to security as I had other threats, but that didn't seem like enough with this one. I was still wondering what to do about it when I heard Owen. Sam, get in here. He called in a strained voice. Miles is burning up. I slammed the lid of my laptop closed and dashed to Miles's room.
Owen. What's the matter? Sam asked as she rushed into the room. I think he's sick. I held Miles against me, rocking back and forth as the boy whimpered. He seemed okay when I put him down for a nap, but now... I pointed to the sweat-stained sheet in Miles's crib. She seemed to lock up for a minute, staring between Miles and the crib. The look of fear on her face was probably the same as the one on mine. With a quick shake of her head, she snapped herself out of her temporary paralysis. How long has he been like this? I don't know, I said. He was sleeping longer than usual, so I came to check on him. I should have come sooner. Let's get his temperature. Sam left the room and returned a moment later with a handheld electronic gizmo. She moved it across Miles's forehead from temple to temple, and it beeped. 102.8, she read. Definitely a fever. Oh, the poor guy. Fevers make you feel awful. Let me get one of my books and see what it says to do. Can you? I've got him, I declared as Miles's whimpers became sobs. I paced with him, trying to distract him with the prism at the window and his collection of stuffed animals that were in a little hammock strung between two walls in the corner of the room. Nothing worked to console him. Sam returned with 3 books and sat on the floor, rapidly flipping through them, going straight to pages she had tagged with post-it notes. You marked passages about illness, I asked, amazed at her organizational strategies. Yes, though not just illness. I flagged any reference to problems I knew we'd need to look out for. Pink post-it notes for problems. Pink. Problem. It works in my brain. He probably picked up a bug yesterday, I said. I shouldn't have let people pass him around so much. That was careless. And now we were paying the price for it. And unavoidable, she said, putting one book aside and reaching for the next. He was bound to be the focus of everyone's attention since it was an event for his parents. We just need to find a solution to this problem. All problems have solutions. She spoke the words with determination, as if reminding herself of that. Miles let out a higher screech, and her head jerked up. I'll work faster. I had no idea that children were so unpredictable. It makes me feel so out of my element. I'm glad you can be calm. You've got this, I encouraged her, not wanting to admit that I wasn't feeling as calm as I might look. Take your time and do your thing. And you'll do yours. She gave me a fleeting smile, and I returned to the task of soothing Miles. After a few minutes, I put him down on the changing table, so his body heat wasn't combined with mine. That seemed logical. I stripped off his sweaty clothing but kept a hand on him. He calmed somewhat. See, you can always make him happy, Sam said as she rose from the floor, a book in her hands. You're much better at that than I am. I'm used to operating in tense situations. SEAL training was all about controlling the uncontrollable, but children... Different ballgame, as Sam had suggested, putting me out of my depth as well. I think we should try some Tylenol. He might be teething. That can come with a fever, apparently. She left the room again. Tylenol seemed like a good idea, but my gut told me that this was an illness, not normal kid stuff like teething. Since the treatment was probably the same, I'd go with it. When she returned with the medicine, I held Miles still while she precisely measured the liquid dose and put it in the boy's mouth. Do you think that's all we should do? Her voice was still tense, even though she'd found a solution of sorts. Any other tips in your books for reducing fevers? I'll look. She started paging through again. Sorry I locked up on you at first. Sometimes intense pressure gets to me. I can't imagine that, I said, since she'd seemed so in control of herself over the past days. She'd broken down in tears the one night, but who wouldn't? It's true. She paused before going on. I got put on academic probation when I was an undergrad one semester because I cracked. I was taking 24 credit hours and was in the middle of a giant research project, and I just couldn't do it. So I did nothing, which didn't help the situation. Since then, I've learned to manage moments of my inadequacy better, but I'm best at staying calm if I know what to expect. That way, I can make plans in advance and not get caught off guard. I didn't have any defenses for this one. I'll do better next time. You did fine, I said as I rubbed slow circles on Miles's belly, which seemed to soothe him. No need to apologize. I had to admire her for admitting her fears to me, but I'd done the same last night by opening up about my guilt over Carter and Lauren's deaths. Her words had made me feel better, not guilt-free, but better. Knowing she didn't blame me helped more than she'd ever know. I needed to return that favor. For the record, I think you're brilliant and unstoppable. Thanks, her voice was soft. That helps. I wanted to pull her into a hug or kiss her again. This time, though, I'd take it a lot slower and enjoy the kiss. The peck I'd given her had left me feeling unsatisfied, but I had no idea what effect it had had on her. Any helpful tips? I asked after a moment of silence. This book suggests a cool cloth on his forehead. That makes sense. Sure does. Let's take him downstairs, I suggested, lifting Miles to my shoulder. Maybe today would be a good time to try out one of those kid videos. I'd noticed a small collection of DVDs near the television. Good plan. We'll keep him cool and mellow. I'm sure that'll fix him right up. She gathered up her books and went out of the room. I didn't think Miles would recover so rapidly, but the child wasn't the only one who needed soothing. Chapter 10. Owen. Sam had stayed with Miles last evening until midnight, while I caught a few hours of sleep. After that, I was back on watch, and by 4 in the morning, I decided that a visit to the doctor was inevitable. I'd kept up the Tylenol and cool cloths, but Miles wasn't improving. Mission cure. Miles wasn't progressing, so it was time to call in support. Any better? Sam asked as she came down the stairs at 6 in yoga pants and a t-shirt. Afraid not. Miles was cradled against me and quiet for the moment, but I thought it was more from exhaustion than because he was feeling any better. He was too tired to cry anymore. Do you have the number for the pediatrician? Yes, I'll call right now. She went into action. I wonder when they open. I listened while she spoke to the doctor's answering service first and then the doctor, describing Miles's symptoms. Her words were rational and scientific since she knew the jargon, but she paced the room like a caged tiger. Okay, he's going to meet us at the office at 7, she said as she put the phone down. Give me 10 minutes to get ready, and then I'll take him so you can. I'm sorry I didn't come down earlier. You should have woken me. You needed some rest, I said. There had been nothing she could have done during the night. You know, we need to stop apologizing to each other. We were going to struggle some as new parents, since both of us recognized that there was no need to apologize. She nodded before going upstairs. 30 minutes later, we were in the car headed for the pediatrician's office. Tension filled the space. Miles was miserable, his whimpers becoming cries periodically. Sam's hands gripped the seat, and she looked over her shoulder constantly at Miles as if he'd disappear if she didn't keep an eye on him. I should have sat back there with him. What was I thinking? I reached over and took her hand. She started, surprised, but I didn't let go. Instead, I gave her fingers a squeeze, trying to mitigate some of the fear that rolled off her. He'll be fine. This is probably just a bug he picked up from someone the other day. I repeated what I'd said several times. The trip to the doctor was to confirm that and ask advice. I'm sure you're right, but still. She glanced again at Miles before giving me a small but beautiful smile. Now it was my turn to gasp. Sam was gorgeous, and I felt my attraction for her go up a notch. I wanted a repeat of our kiss, and maybe a whole lot more. Not now, though. I let her hand go as we approached the hospital. The doctor's office was in an outbuilding. It took just a minute to find it, and true to his word, the doctor was waiting for us. He stepped out and waved as we pulled up. "I'm Dr. Donovan, but my patients and their families call me Dr. D," he said as he held the door open for us. "Thanks for seeing us so early," I said, carrying Miles into the clinic. After examining Miles and asking us about his symptoms, Dr. Donovan declared the illness a virus and prescribed rest, fluids, and Tylenol. "Nothing else you can do but wait it out," he explained. "Miles is a healthy child. It won't last more than another day or so." His words were the reassurance we needed. We were especially worried since we're new to this. I suppose you knew that. Sam seemed much more relaxed than she had been in the car on the way there. "I read about the fire in the paper." The doctor's expression turned solemn. "I'm sorry for both your losses, and I wish you the best of luck with Miles. If there's anything I can do, don't hesitate to call the office or my service," he offered as he walked us to the door. "Thanks again, Doctor," Sam said, and left the building ahead of me with Miles. When she stopped suddenly, I bumped into her. Her eyes were fixed on the windshield, where a piece of paper flapped from under the wiper. "Was that there before?" Her voice was barely more than a whisper as she nodded her head toward the paper. "No, but I doubt it's anything to worry about. Probably just an advertisement," I said, walking toward the car and snatching the paper, wondering why it upset her. I unfolded the paper to show her it was harmless. But then I read the message. "So sad to hear your baby is sick. It would be a shame if something terrible happened to him." What the? I had 1 second of terrible shock before going into action. "Get in the car." "Now," I said, visually sweeping the area. The parking lot was almost deserted at this early hour. Nothing visible seemed out of place, but I maintained a lookout while she strapped Miles in the car seat and climbed in on the passenger side. And then something hit me. She'd been instantly nervous about the paper. What did she know that she wasn't telling me? I had plenty of questions for her, but my priority was to get her and Miles safely home.
Sam. They'd followed us. They'd threatened Miles. I couldn't get my head around anyone doing something so awful. Who could threaten a child? It should have been unthinkable. Unimaginable. But I'd known something was wrong as soon as I saw the note under the wiper. I'd been shaking so hard I hadn't been able to buckle my seatbelt. Without a word, Owen had clicked it into place and put his SUV in gear. The trip home was heavy with a new kind of tension. Owen went into what I assumed was defense mode. His head snapped sharply from side to side as he checked the mirrors until we arrived home and parked in the garage. He waited until the garage door was down before getting out of the vehicle and releasing Miles. Then he led us through the kitchen to the living room without a word. "Stay here with Miles," he said before he left us and moved through the house. As I settled a sleeping Miles in the playpen, I heard him checking windows and opening doors. He went outside into the backyard, surveying both it and the back of the house. After several minutes, he returned. "You knew that note was a problem right away." "How?" he asked. "I get threats occasionally. It's not uncommon depending on our current projects. People have issues with genetic science." "And you've been getting threats lately? For your current project?" he prompted me. "I got an email yesterday, the latest one of several, threatening me to stop my research on the vaccine. I completely forgot about it once you told me Miles was sick." As much as it had frightened me, all thoughts of it had been buried under my concern for Miles. "You should have told me," Owen said, taking my hands and drawing me to the couch where we both sat. "It's not the first and won't be the last, but this one did feel more personal. A lot more personal. And now that he knew, I would have to tell him all of it." They'd taken my picture recently and included that in the email along with a threat to stop my work. I tried to trace the sender, but it went nowhere. "Has anything else happened?" He still held onto my hands, his thumbs rubbing over my skin. I can't be sure it's connected, but there was this guy in front of the building the last time I went. I thought he was watching me and even tried to intercept me when I was going in. The scene played vividly in my head as I recalled the details I'd noted about him. I left with you and Miles that day, which I guess prevented him from approaching again. My presence didn't stop the threat this morning, Owen pointed out. Do you have any idea who this might be coming from? None. Like I said, threats happen. When it's via email, I forward it to our cybersecurity team. When it's in person, I report them to the security firm that monitors the building and try not to worry about it. I gave a little shrug. Until yesterday, I'd hardly given the threats a second thought, but now they seemed much more menacing. I didn't mean to make you angry. I'm not angry, Sam, he said. I'm worried about you and Miles. You have to tell me these things. It's the only way I can keep you safe. I didn't think I needed a protector. My goal is to make children's lives better, not have my own child threatened. This all seemed so ridiculous that I could hardly give it credence. It was like something out of a paperback thriller. Maybe I'm getting upset over nothing. It's a threat, he stated baldly. I want to see this email you received yesterday, and any other threats from the past month. All right, I said, standing up quickly. I swayed a little and was instantly wrapped in Owen's arms. I'd been keeping my emotions in check, but as soon as he held me, I felt them bubble to the surface. I leaned into him for support, drawing strength from him. The helplessness I'd been feeling dissipated, but the fear was real. And it wasn't just me anymore who might be in jeopardy. I gulped down a sob and burrowed into him. We'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you or Miles. I can promise you that. He murmured as he dropped soft kisses on my hair. Thank you, I whispered, tilting my face up to his. That helps me so much. I meant to step away, but his eyes dropped to my lips, and I didn't want to go anywhere. In the next instant, his mouth covered mine and his arms tightened around me. Fingers tangled in the hair at the nape of my neck, and I was soon lost to any sensation but the kiss. This one was nothing like our previous kiss. It was deeper, hotter, impossible to resist. No way could we pass this one off as just a friendly gesture. Not when it felt like it was setting every inch of my body on fire. His tongue teased along my lower lip, silently asking me to open for him. I did and was swept away. I was drawn along a wave of desire that caught me off guard, and I resisted the urge to analyze my response to him, preferring to stay in the moment. I melted into him, sighing against his mouth, and he pulled me against him. Wherever this went, I wanted more.
Chapter 11. Owen. Kissing Sam moved me in ways I never could have anticipated. All I could think about was sinking into it, into her, seeing where it took us. But I could hear Carter's voice in my head, telling me not to mess around with Sam, that she was different from the women I dated and not to be toyed with. The memory of that exchange with Carter was enough to make me break the kiss off. I pulled back reluctantly and held back the groan at seeing the needy look on her face, which I was sure mirrored my own. For a minute I thought about diving back in, letting this play out the way that both of us clearly wanted it to. But no, that wouldn't be fair to Sam. She was worked up and frightened after the threat. She wasn't thinking clearly. I shouldn't take advantage, no matter how I ached to taste her again. So instead of scooping Sam up and trying out her new mattress, I steered us to the couch. I didn't want to pull away too abruptly and leave her feeling abandoned. Plus, I wasn't ready to let her go just yet. I kept my arms around her and her head on my shoulder, hoping to soothe away the tension that had wound her tight since the moment she'd spotted that threat. I didn't initiate a new kiss, nor did we bother to talk. I just held her, made sure she knew I was there for her. After a while, I felt her body relax and knew she was falling asleep. It had been a tough night and day for both of us, but I wasn't the least bit tired. I had too much pent-up emotion that I needed to channel, ASAP, and I knew exactly where to aim it. It was time to get some answers to what appeared to be a serious problem. I'd protected my country and my SEAL team, but I'd never been in a position that required me to protect my family. Miles and Sam were my family now, and nothing was getting through to them. Pulling away slowly, careful not to wake Sam, I tucked a blanket around her and checked on Miles, who was snoring softly, before walking out of the room. I needed some support in this endeavor, and no longer had the military resources I was used to. But I knew guys in the local police department, such as Ren Hardin, who I'd gone to high school with. I pulled up his contact on my phone. "Hey, Ren," I said when he answered on the second ring. We exchanged the usual pleasantries, and he offered his condolences for my brother before I got to the guts of the call. He listened as I told him about the emails and the note. "Don't like the sound of that," he said when I'd finished. "So whoever this was went from generic threats to a photograph to a note on your vehicle. That's a dangerous escalation if I've ever seen one. You've got reason to be nervous. The fact that they knew Miles was sick." "Yeah," I agreed. "That's the kicker. Someone is watching her closely. Have you noticed anything?" I'd asked myself that 100 times already. No, wish I could say I had, but I haven't been as sharp as I should be. Life hasn't exactly been normal lately. "I guess not," Ren said, the sympathy coming through in his voice. "Cut yourself some slack. Now that you're aware of the problem, you can be more vigilant. I'm surprised she didn't tell you, though. She's been as preoccupied as I have, and she didn't take the danger seriously until yesterday. I found it weird that researchers like her, who were trying to help others, had to endure threats from wackos, but she'd sounded so matter-of-fact about it. Send any emails she thinks came from this source to me. I'll get our tech team on it." "Sam tried to trace the IP address," I warned. "I don't want to send you on a wild goose chase. We might be able to discover something she didn't. I also want to see the note. Put it in a plastic bag, and I'll send a uniform around to pick it up. We'll look for any prints in the system." "Did Sam handle the note?" "No, just me." I'd set it on the dashboard, and it was still there. "Good. Your prints are in the government database, so we'll be able to eliminate those. I'll get back to you as soon as I know something." "Thanks, Ren. I appreciate it." I hung up and returned to the living room. Sam was still out. She'd curled up while I'd been out of the room, looking like a vulnerable child. I brushed a strand of her dark hair back from her face, beating down the desire to touch more of her. Rustling sounds came from the playpen, and Miles pulled himself up. His face was still flushed and his eyes glassy, but he stared at me. "Dada?" I felt a tug at my heart. I looked enough like Carter to be mistaken for him. Miles would know the difference when he felt better, but this was the moment when the boy needed his daddy. It broke my heart to know that Miles wouldn't remember my brother. He'd only know him from photographs. I couldn't fix that, but I could care for and protect my nephew. I walked to the playpen and reached for Miles. "Hey, buddy," I said softly as I settled him against me. "I want you to know that you'll never be alone. Can you remember that?" I got a yawn in response, but it was enough.
Sam. It was late afternoon when I woke on the couch. I felt disoriented, foggy. How had I ended up sleeping through the day? It all came back in a rush as soon as I pushed up to sit. Miles's illness, the note, the conversation with Owen, and the amazing kiss. I tipped my head back against the cushion. I'd thought the kiss on the deck had been good, but it was nothing in comparison. And then I'd fallen asleep in his arms, which had felt so good, so safe, so right even when so many other things had been wrong and strange. Miles's illness and the note had put me on edge, but Owen had proven what I suspected about him. He was unflappable. He'd taken charge and kept us safe. I owed him for that, but I didn't know what to make of his kiss. I listened and heard Owen and Miles in the kitchen. Plates rattled and Miles babbled. He must be feeling better. I stood, shaking out my stiff limbs and combing my hair with my fingers. I wanted to join them even if I felt a little embarrassed after all that had happened. but at the very least, I had to check on Miles to see how he felt. I went to the kitchen and peeked in through the open door. Miles was in his high chair, eating pieces of rotini from his tray. Owen was cleaning up the stove. "Hey," he said when he spotted me. "Do you want some dinner?" "Not hungry, but thanks." Too much worry churned in my stomach to leave room for food. "He's better?" "Seems like it. He slept a lot, but I wanted to get something solid in him before I gave him more Tylenol." Just more proof that Owen instinctively understood what to do with the child. Somehow that made him even more appealing. "You could have woken me. Better for you to sleep." Owen put chunks of cheese on Miles's tray. "While you were resting, I contacted a friend of mine in the police department. He wants to see those emails." "Of course. I should check my email anyway, and then I'll forward those to you," I said. I wanted to go back into his arms and continue the kiss. I wanted him to hold me all night. But what did he want? I had no idea, and I couldn't think of the right way to ask. With another glance at Miles, I scooted up the stairs before I just blurted out what I was thinking. In my bedroom, I was glad to see there were no new threats via email. I put the older ones in a file and sent it to Owen's email address. Then I focused on other new messages. One from Brian asking me to call caught my eye first. I felt bad for ignoring him. He'd been good to me and so helpful when I needed it. I owed him that call. "Hi, Brian. Thanks for putting up with me lately." I started the conversation. "What are lab partners and friends for?" he asked. "Everything okay?" "Not really," I said, and explained about Miles's illness and the new threats. "I hope it's all going well there." "Everything is progressing without a hitch, but we've had a different issue come up." "What's happened?" My attention perked up. First, Paula had an encounter with a man in reception. He was asking for you and left when Paula said you weren't available, but she got a bad vibe from him and called security to escort him out. My heart sank. I didn't want this mess to affect anyone else. "That's concerning." "That was yesterday. Early this morning, some trash cans around the side of the building were knocked over and a window was broken." "Into our lab?" "Only narrow windows let in natural light from outside." "Your office," he confirmed. "The triple pane glass held so no one got in, but it looks suspicious." "Yes, it does." Too much was happening, making me feel like the situation was spiraling out of control. "It could be a coincidence," Brian said. "I doubt it, not with the other occurrences." I was suddenly worried for Brian as well. "Were the police called?" "Security assured me that they would take care of it, so I left it with them," he replied. This didn't feel like people who objected to the purpose of our work. This felt much more serious, even criminal. "Promise me you'll be careful when you're coming and going from the lab." "I will," he said, but I could tell he was shrugging it off. I know how protesters can get sometimes. I said goodbye to Brian, promising to call again the next day, and hung up. I needed to tell Owen about the problems at work, but it was difficult to face him after the kiss we'd shared. What had that meant to him? I had no idea. When I heard him come up the stairs to put Miles to bed, I went into the hall to intercept him. "I just talked to Brian," I said, catching him in Miles's doorway. "There's been a few problems at the lab." Owen turned to me, his face tense. I filled him in as Miles toddled back and forth between us. He still felt warm to the touch, but there was definite improvement. "I'll let Ren know so he can send someone to look at the damage and add it to the case file." "Thanks," I said, picking up Miles when he returned to me. "Let me put this little guy to bed. You've done more than your share today. I'm sure you need some sleep yourself." "I'm not tired yet," he said, and something in the way he spoke made my breath catch. Was he implying that he was interested in something else? Something other than sleeping? I didn't know, so I hugged Miles closer to me and went past Owen. "I'll make sure the house is secure for the night," he said as I reached Miles's room. "And I'll make sure you and Miles are safe too." The rich timbre of his tone caught me off guard, and I met his eyes. I felt the sincerity of his words, but I didn't know what it meant. Thanks for everything, I repeated, unsure of where else to take the conversation. I don't know what I'd have done without you.
Chapter 12. Owen. Look who's a happy boy this morning, Sam announced, coming into the kitchen, carrying Miles. I'd intended to get Miles up before he could wake Sam, but she was up early and was already in his room when I passed by on my way downstairs. Instead of looking after Miles, I'd done a quick workout with the punching bag and taken a call from Ren while I waited for them to come for breakfast. We'd gotten in the habit of eating together, and I liked how it made me feel a part of a family. He's better? I opened the cabinets, looking for pancake mix. No fever at all. She kissed Miles on the forehead before putting him in his high chair. Cheerios? Ooze, Miles agreed, smacking his fist on the tray in excitement. Coming right up. You checked his temperature, I asked, coming closer to evaluate Miles for myself. He certainly looked healthier and happier. Of course I did. She turned to me with a dazzling smile. I'm a scientist. I'm not going to rely on putting my palm on his forehead. He's a cool 98.6 degrees. I couldn't breathe for a full 10 seconds. She was so beautiful. Pancakes, I asked, wanting to kick myself for my inane question. I should have told her she was beautiful, that she was quickly turning into a great mom, but I was surprisingly tongue-tied. That didn't happen to me often when it came to women. Sounds yummy, she said. How can I help? Find the syrup and butter. I'll get the rest going. Cooking would keep my hands occupied, so I didn't reach for her. Sure. She moved around me as we worked in the kitchen together. I had to focus to pour the circles of batter on the hot griddle because I kept getting sidetracked by having her in my space. Any word from your friend in the police department? She asked when we were all seated at the table. The reminder of the threat we faced brought me back to reality. I talked with him earlier. They didn't find any clues or fingerprints at the building, but his tech guy is working on tracing the emails. He expects to know something soon. Does he think we're in imminent danger? She asked. Ren's advice was to go about our day as usual, but be cautious. That fits with my plan, she said. I'd like to take Miles to the park. He could do with some fresh air, and we could all do with some fun. Surely we'll be fine out in the open, right? I hesitated. It was impossible to control a park's security. Too many entrances and exits, too many people coming and going. If I stuck to them closely, it might be safe. Owen, her voice cut through my worry. Nothing is going to happen at a park when people are around. These guys seem more like the type to try to catch us alone or sneak around in the dark. The park should be perfectly safe. She had a valid point. Everything that had been done so far had been cowardly. Anonymous emails and notes, a broken window. I agreed with Ren's estimation that the behavior was escalating, but I couldn't see the danger in a trip to the park if I remained vigilant. All right, I agreed. Excellent. We'll wait until after Miles's morning nap and go. We could even pack some sandwiches and have a little picnic. She seemed excited about it, and, despite my need to protect them, I didn't want to deny her or Miles a chance to have fun, to laugh and run free for a little while. A few hours later, I contemplated how accurate my assessment of Sam's behavior in the park would be. She wore athletic clothes and had her hair up in a ponytail that swung when she moved. She and Miles were both laughing as she held his hand while he toddled across the grass. She let him set the pace as Miles wobbled on his feet. He was getting faster, though, and steadier. Soon, we'd have to run after him in order to catch him. I scanned our surroundings, something I was doing every few minutes, looking for anything out of the ordinary. Nothing struck me as suspicious. Parents and kids, office workers eating lunch outside, an ice cream truck parked in the lot. Typical park stuff. Hey, you! Sam passed me as she followed after Miles, who was now tottering around on his own. Come play with us. She surged ahead just as Miles lost his balance and landed on his diapered bottom. They both giggled as she plopped down next to him, and they rolled onto their backs, looking up at the sky. A second later, Miles popped back up and climbed laboriously to his feet. "Tag, you're it," she called to me. "Your turn to play with him." I hovered close to Miles, marveling at how well he was doing. When he would start to wobble, I'd scoop him up, swinging him around as he squealed, and then set him back on his feet again. Staying close to Miles as he gained more confidence gave me time to think about Sam. She was like a different person this morning. Maybe she was getting used to her role as a mom. Whatever it was, she was definitely happier and more comfortable despite what was hanging over us. Being at the park, making breakfast together. These were things families did. The thought that we could be a family had me imagining all sorts of possibilities. Sam was the type of woman who could be a game changer for me. If she was interested in a real relationship and making our family something more than a working relationship. Was that something she'd consider? Was it something I wanted her to consider? I glanced back over my shoulder. Her eyes were on me, and a slow smile formed on her face. I didn't know if I was ready for a real relationship. If I was, Sam would be my first choice, but I'd also be risking so much if things went wrong between us. I focused back on Miles, who wobbled, but kept his footing as he changed direction and headed across an open, grassy space toward the swing sets. "Looks like we're going for a swing," I called to Sam. She stood and dusted off her yoga pants before coming toward us.
Sam. As I jogged to the swing sets, my quad muscles reminded me that I hadn't had much physical activity lately. Too much time working. No work-life balance, as Lauren had told me. She'd been so right, but I was trying to fix that, to raise Miles as she would have, with lots of love and laughter. I missed my sister so much, but I was searching for the sunshine in the storm. Her death had forced me back to the real world in a way. It made me look around and take responsibility for someone other than myself. Miles needed me and Owen. The boy was good for both of us. "So you want to swing?" I asked Miles, who already had one hand reaching for bottom of the bucket-style swing hanging above him. "Here we go." I swooped him up in my arms and settled him into the seat, helping him guide his legs into place through the holes. Owen slid into position behind him, ready to push Miles on the swing. "Ready, sweetheart?" I asked Miles. "Ready for Daddy to push you on the swing?" Owen started a little, and when I looked over, I saw a complicated expression on his face. My stomach sank. Had I upset him by calling him Daddy? But that was what he was going to be for Miles from now on. I knew the idea was probably scary. Being a mom was certainly scary to me. But it was what Miles needed, and it was Lauren and Carter had wanted us to be. "Daddy's got you, buddy," Owen said, his voice a little husky. "Ready, set, go." With that, he pushed the swing into motion, and Miles squealed with joy. We stayed like that for a long time, Owen positioned behind Miles, keeping the swing in motion, and me in front, cheering the two of them on. Miles seemed blissed out, like the swing had put him in some kind of zen state. Checking my watch, I saw that 20 minutes had gone by. "Has he had enough, or should we let him keep going?" I asked Owen. "He seems so fixated. I hate to make him stop if he's enjoying himself." "Let's go a little while longer," Owen replied. My eyes drifted over a little to the side, where the big kid swings were all occupied by a range of boys and girls pumping their legs and going as high as they could. It wouldn't be too long before that would be Miles. The thought of it made my breath catch. "We've got some time before that's him," Owen said, startling me. I hadn't realized that he'd stepped out from behind Miles, coming over to my side. He was still pushing the swing, now from the front, making faces at Miles, who giggled in response. Owen's free arm wrapped its way around my shoulders. The moment was almost intimate. The two of us together, watching our little boy. Like true parents. Like a family. It was both a weird and a wonderful feeling. And it was nice sharing it with Owen. "What do you say we head over to the slides, Owen suggested, reaching out to slow down Miles's swing. "Slide," Miles shouted back as he clapped his hands in excitement. A new word, too. Another first, and it all happened so fast. I felt a strange kind of pride bubble up inside me, and my eyes got misty. He's going to grow up before we know it. Look at the things he's already done just since... I didn't finish the sentence, but Owen understood my meaning as we both hugged Miles. It's so important that we're here for him. I never thought the focus of my life would shift so quickly, but it had. Work-life balance was a concept I planned to conquer because I didn't want to miss 1 second of Miles's childhood. "I'm ready to be here. I'm all in," Owen said, giving me a smile that could have melted stone. I returned the smile, but I couldn't help wondering what exactly he meant by all in. Did that apply to Miles, or was there a place for me too? "Are we ready to conquer the slides?" Owen crowed as he lifted Miles up onto his impressively broad shoulders. His physical appeal was real and undeniable, but I was seeing Owen differently. He was becoming a dad, a great dad. But was there room for him to be something more to me? I was starting to think so, which made me more gleeful than a toddler who'd conquered the dome. "I like it," I said. "Like?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "The slides," I clarified. "And you. I like being here with you." It was one of the bravest sentences I'd ever spoken, and I held my breath waiting for his response. "I like being here with you too," he said, making me happier than I'd been in a while.
Chapter 13. Owen. I just finished my punching bag workout the following morning when a knock sounded on the front door. I was nearby, so I got to it quickly, hoping the noise didn't wake Sam or Miles. Remembering the threat looming over us, I checked who was on the other side of the door. Brian. Not my idea of a welcome early morning visitor, but I had to let him in. "Good morning, Brian," I said, after opening the door for him to enter. I took a second to evaluate him. He seemed almost panicked. His hair stuck up more than usual, and a faint smell of smoke came off him. "Something wrong?" "Yeah," he spoke tersely. "I need to talk to Sam right away." "She's sleeping, but I'll get her," I said, guessing that whatever the problem was, it was serious enough to have him on my doorstep at 7 in the morning. I took the stairs 2 at a time and tapped on her door. "Brian's here," I said. "He needs to talk to you. It seems urgent." Her door opened a few seconds later. "Brian, at this hour?" She had on a tank top and boxers that she must have slept in, and I tried my best to ignore what I could see of her curvy body. But since the trip to the park the day before, we'd grown closer, more emotionally attached, in a way that made her harder than ever to resist. "Did he say what's wrong?" "No, but you'd better come," I answered, snapping my thoughts from the dangerous direction they were taking. She reached for a white terry cloth robe and tugged it on as she walked down the hall ahead of me. "It's all destroyed," Brian said, as soon as Sam reached the foyer where he waited. "All of it." "What are you talking about?" Sam led the way into the living room. Brian gave me a glance that said, "Go away," but I ignored it and followed them. "Someone broke into the lab during the night. Security called me about 4 this morning to alert me." How bad is the damage?" she asked, her expression registering disbelief. "All of our samples and equipment were smashed. Nothing's salvageable. We have to have those samples for the vaccine to move to trials." Brian paced the room, full of agitation, but Sam looked frozen in shock. She slowly lowered herself onto the couch. "Did the perpetrators leave anything behind? A note? A message?" I asked. "Not that I saw," Brian said. "The police are there now looking through everything. They smashed, and I mean smashed, the server in your office and set it on fire." "My office burned?" Sam asked, horror on her face. "Not completely," Brian paused in his pacing to answer. "Only the area around the server." "I can't believe it," Sam whispered, looking so horrified that I couldn't keep my distance any longer. I sat next to her on the couch and put my arm around her shoulders. She was shaking, visibly distraught. The only comfort I could offer her was physical. "Do you have a backup?" I asked a minute later. I was no computer expert, but I was guessing she had the information stored elsewhere. She was too smart to keep it all in one place. My question seemed to bring her back to herself. "We do. Every week we transmit encrypted data to a high-security lab in Georgia. Our work is sensitive and subject to being stolen, so lots of precautions have to be taken." "So it's not all gone," I said, trying to remind her of that fact, get her to focus on the possibilities and not the loss of her life's work. "No, but it's a huge process to get it back," Brian said. I looked up, engaging in a stare-down with the other man. It was clear he didn't like that I was the one touching Sam. That was written all over his face, but I didn't care about his feelings. My only concern was Sam. My worry about her safety had just ramped up 1,000-fold. Whoever was out to stop her vaccine from getting to market was prepared to get their hands dirty to prevent it. How far would they be willing to go? "It is difficult," she confirmed, "but this sort of situation is why the backup is there. I'll have to jump through the hoops to retrieve it, and it'll cost us time. Hopefully not so much that we lose our spot for the trials. I'll contact them today and start the process. Brian, will you go back to the lab and see what the police find? They can reach me here with questions. And you'll have to catalog the damage. We'll need records of everything. I'll take care of that and be in touch with you. See you soon, Sam." Brian headed for the door. I wasn't surprised when I didn't get a goodbye from him. We had no reason to like each other, aside from our concern for Sam. I waited for the door to click closed before pulling Sam closer against me. Her shaking had stopped when she got her brain to process what needed to be done. That was good, but I was still anxious about her. "Who's behind this?" she said, dropping her head into her hands. "Who would want to stop a vaccine that will save children's lives? There are so many parents that are cheering us on, you know? There's one woman, Nat Kay, who has been begging to meet with me because her son has had Laura's for 3 years, and while he's still doing well, she knows that it's only a matter of time. She's desperate, came to this country specifically to get the best possible treatment for her son. What monster would want to destroy someone like that's hopes?" There was something in what she said, the name, that sparked my memory, but I couldn't focus on it for now. "I don't know. Can you think of anyone who has reacted negatively to what you're doing? The smallest thing might be helpful to the police department's investigation." "No one but the usual anti-vaxxers. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can't get my head around it all." "Try to relax and think for a minute. Who benefits if your vaccine doesn't succeed?" She looked up suddenly. "I received a letter months ago, demanding that I cease my research. I checked into it, but they had no legal grounds to stop me, so I forgot about it." "Who was it from?" My instincts told me this might be the clue we needed. "Some lawyer from the drug company that holds the patent on the current treatment for Laura's disease." "So your vaccine would mean they'd lose the profit they get from the treatments." I was starting to put the pieces together. "Right. And because it's a rare disease, they're really the only ones providing medication, so they can set the price as high as they like. It's very profitable." She turned to face me. "Each treatment costs thousands of dollars, and children affected need multiple doses. I wouldn't have thought a major pharmaceutical company or its investors would resort to this kind of intimidation, though. Drugs are big business. I didn't have to be a scientist to know that. I'll let Ren know, but this might be beyond the local police." She nodded. "It's a place to start. The company's name is PLC Pharma. Just then, Miles's voice came down the stairs to us. Up, up. "You get started dealing with the lab in Georgia," I said, pulling her to her feet. I knew she wouldn't relax until that was underway. "While you work, I'll get Miles. Come down in a little while and get some breakfast, though." "Thanks for being here," she said. "I mean that." She brushed a light kiss on my cheek before heading to the stairs.
Sam. I blinked at the screen, taking a break from my furious typing. I'd done everything I could. Talked to the lab in Georgia, initiated their protocols, called the agency that oversaw my funding grant, and communicated with Brian about the damage at the lab. None of what he had to say was good news, which led me to my final task. Extract every bit of knowledge about the project from my brain and get it down in writing. As much as I told myself that there was no rational reason the backup files in Georgia would be compromised, I didn't know that for sure. The only data left from 3 years of research might be in my brain and Brian's. I'd advised him to do the same thing that I was as soon as he could, while also warning him to make sure he avoided connecting to the internet so the data couldn't be transmitted to someone trying to steal it. I'd been at it for hours, uninterrupted, aside from a few times when Owen had brought me food throughout the day. He'd tried to get me to rest, but I couldn't as I systematically tried to replay every step in the process that got me from theory to a functioning vaccine. My notes had to be thorough enough for the process to be replicated if necessary. I'd heard Owen put Miles to bed. How long ago? I glanced at the display on my screen. It was past midnight and the house was quiet. I would continue working maybe another hour, and then I'd sleep until 5 and get back up. I plodded on until I heard a sound below me in the kitchen. Must be Owen up. I lifted my eyes from the screen and stretched my arms overhead. It might be nice to talk to him for a minute. I rose and padded down the stairs and into the kitchen. A light mounted over the sink gave off a dim glow. In it, I could make out the shape of a man, moving through the room. Owen? I asked cautiously because something wasn't right about the way the man carried himself. And then he moved, so the light struck him, and my heart skipped 2 beats. Definitely not Owen. The man wore all black, including a mask over his face. I screamed and backed away, but he charged me, grabbing hold of me. I twisted, struggling against him, but it was hopeless. In seconds, he had my hands secured behind my back and a gag over my mouth. When he began to drag me to the back door, I threw my body from side to side, thumping into a chair and the door frame as he pulled me from the house. I managed to stall him a little, but I couldn't break free. Where would he take me? What would he do with me? What about Miles? How could I let him lose another parent? I struggled harder, almost falling down the steps of the back deck. As we reached grass, I dug my heels in, trying to slow my assailant down. We were just off the deck when Owen ran from the house in only pajama bottoms and launched himself at the man. I was knocked to the ground and rolled away as the 2 men fought. I heard punches land and the oomph of breath being expelled. Suddenly, the man escaped from Owen and sprinted across the backyard, vaulting the fence. Crap, Owen muttered, jumping to his feet. I'd chase him, but I don't want to leave you. In one step, he reached my side and pulled the gag from my mouth. Are you all right? I think so, I said as I started shaking from the combination of fear and adrenaline. A second later, Owen's arms were around me and my face was pressed against his bare chest. Nothing had ever felt so good. I needed him like I'd never needed anyone. There was no doubt in my mind that he'd saved me, but I couldn't even form the words to say that. Are you steady on your feet? He asked after holding me for a minute. Can you walk? Yes, but my hands, I said, and he quickly undid the cord that bound them together. I want to check on Miles. His arm was around my waist as he steered us toward the house. And we need to pack the essentials. We can't stay here.
Chapter 14. Owen. While Sam changed her clothes and got Miles, I called Wren and told him about the break-in and attempted abduction. I agreed with the police detective that we'd been lucky. If I hadn't heard her scream, who knows where the kidnapper would have taken her. I tried not to dwell on it because it provoked uncontrolled anger, and I couldn't afford to give in to that. But these guys would pay. I could promise myself that. Where to? Sam asked as we got in my SUV. She'd said very little since the attack, but seemed to be holding herself together well. My parents would take us in. I don't want to bring trouble to their doorstep. The only people I'd feel comfortable imposing on were my former teammates. At least with them, I knew they could protect themselves. But none of them were local. Zach was the one closest by, geographically, and I knew from our chat at the memorial service that he was going to be away for business this week. Let's go to a hotel for the rest of the night, and then we'll figure out our next steps. I know of a place not far from here. I drove through the dark streets, keeping watch around me as we headed to a hotel where I'd stayed occasionally when I was on leave. The place had a good bar where it had been easy to hook up with traveling women looking for a fun night out. My plan for tonight couldn't be farther from that. I checked us in, taking the last room available, a one-bedroom suite. We got Miles settled in the travel crib we'd brought from home. Fortunately, he hadn't woken as we'd transferred him from his crib to the car seat and into the hotel. "You should get some sleep," I said softly so as not to disturb Miles. "Take the bedroom. I'll stay out here with Miles." "I am tired," she said, rubbing her hands against her arms. I'd seen her do that before when she was upset. "But I'm all keyed up inside, too." "You've got to let the tension go and get some shut-eye." I resisted the urge to take her in my arms. The timing was all wrong. She was vulnerable, and I wasn't taking advantage of that. "You need to be clear-headed tomorrow." "I suppose you're right. I'll try to sleep. Good night, Owen." She disappeared into the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. For a few minutes, I heard her moving around in there. Was she unpacking, putting on her nightclothes, or would she just collapse on the bed? I shouldn't be thinking about what was happening behind that door. I couldn't afford any distractions if I was going to keep them safe. I had to focus on what was needed, on protecting them. I walked over to where Miles slept to check on him. His dark hair, almost long enough for his first haircut, curled around his chubby cheeks. I loved him unconditionally. I'd loved him as my nephew, but there was more to it now that he was my son too. It was a lot responsibility, one that the version of me who used to come to this hotel to meet women could never have fathomed. I'd changed a lot in a short time. I believed it was for the better. As I stood there watching Miles sleep, I had the strange notion that my brother was standing with me. I committed once again to deserving the faith he and Lauren had placed in me when they gave me the care of their child. I wanted them to be proud of the way their son was raised, and that meant I needed to be someone they could be proud of. I had already started down that road. I was never going back to my old life, and I had no desire to. "Owen?" Sam had moved so quietly that I hadn't heard her come from the bedroom. "Can't sleep?" I asked. "It's not that." She gave a little wave of her hand. "I let Brian know what happened so he could be on his guard, and he told me that the secure lab won't transmit our data electronically. We have to go there and access it on site." I wasn't surprised by this, having been to high-security locations around the globe. "I guess we're headed to Georgia in the morning, then." Too bad Zach wasn't around. I'd have felt better about this whole thing if he'd been around to watch my back. She nodded. "I could ask Brian to go alone, but I want to be part of this." "I think you should be. And anyway, leaving town is a good idea. It might prevent PLC Pharma from finding us." "Throw them off our trail. That would be good. I expect they'll come after us, though." She was right, of course. "But we'll get a head start on them." "I'm scared, Owen." The pitch of her voice rose. "What if they come at us again? What if Miles gets hurt?" I pulled her in for a hug, offering what comfort I could. "It'll be all right. I'll get you to Georgia and protect you and Miles." But I couldn't forget that I'd made that promise to her before, and someone had still almost kidnapped her. I was going to have to be more vigilant than ever. "Time for some rest. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." "I know," she whispered with her head resting on my shoulder. "Will you come in the bedroom and sleep with me?" My breath caught in my throat. She must have heard the sound because she added, "Just sleep." I was going to bed down on the couch. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I'd slept in much worse conditions. Please, I don't want to be alone. She tilted her face up to mine, and I was powerless to resist the appeal in her eyes. If it will help you feel safer. Sharing a bed with her was no sacrifice on my part, but I wanted to do it for the right reasons. She nodded and broke from me to go into the bedroom. I checked on Miles again before following her.
Sam. I flipped open the suitcase on my bed to pack what I thought I'd need. Owen had rousted us out early with the plan of getting a good start on the journey. When we'd arrived home, he'd checked the house before letting Miles and me enter. I tried not to notice the yellow police tape stretched across the back deck. I didn't want any reminders of the beginning of the night. The later part, with Owen lying in bed beside me, was a much better memory. I paused in my packing to think about it. Owen hadn't touched me, not even once, but I'd been able to feel his warmth and hear his steady breathing. It had made me feel as though nothing bad could happen when he was near. And I liked having him close, so much so that I'd almost crossed the invisible line down the center of the bed myself to snuggle into him. What would he have done? Shove me away? Snuggle back? I had no idea. I'd never played the role of seductress, nor did I think I'd be any good at that. But I'd been tempted to try if I could make myself believe that he'd meet me even close to the middle. He appealed to me as no man ever had. I gave my head a shake. Pack, Sam. I added clothes, chargers, and toiletries before zipping the suitcase shut. About done? Owen appeared in my open door. I saw his duffel bag and a smaller one for Miles in the upstairs hall. He'd packed for both himself and Miles in the amount of time it had taken me to gather my things. Add efficient to his long list of good qualities. I guess. What does one take when on the run? I've never done this before. I tried to make a joke out of it, but the terror I'd felt the night before had been real, and I was in no hurry to experience it again. Think of it as an unexpected vacation, he said as I slung my laptop bag and purse over my shoulder. A few minutes later, we were in the SUV, ready to head out. I was sorry to leave Lauren and Carter's house unprotected like that, but with us gone, I hoped the house would be safe. The police had promised to increase patrols in the area and keep an eye on it. It was the best we could hope for. I shot Owen a glance when he turned left out of the driveway. The highway's the other direction. He acknowledged my instructions with the tip of his chin. We're not taking a direct route. In case anyone's watching the house and decides to follow us, I don't want to make it too easy for them. Here's what I have planned. He outlined an itinerary that avoided the more heavily traveled roads and involved a couple places where we would backtrack to throw off anyone who might be following us. Makes sense, I agreed. The plan also accommodated a stop I'd arranged at a private lab along the way, one that was owned by a former classmate. Alyssa had reached out to Brian and me when she heard our lab had been trashed. The news apparently traveled fast on social media. I'd expected to be at her place by early afternoon, but with Owen's projected route, it would be later. I'd have to remember to shoot her a text with an updated ETA. It'll cost us time, though. So would being intercepted by guys like the one who tried to abduct you last night. Point taken, I said. I wasn't interested in tangling with assailants again. My skin still crawled where the unknown man had gripped me, and I tried not to let my imagination consider what might have happened if Owen hadn't burst in. I'm guessing you've got some experience in evading an enemy, so I'll trust your judgment on this one. I just hope that Miles is a good traveler. I packed a variety of toys and entertainment for him, Owen said. But even with that, I'm guessing we'll have to stop every now and then to let him get out of his seat. I plugged my phone into the car's charger and checked my messages, one from my mother asking how I was and two from Brian. I sent an evasive text to Mom, letting her know that Owen, Miles, and I were settling into a comfortable living arrangement. It wasn't exactly a lie, but certainly skirted the truth. I added that we were taking a road trip, that we'd be out of touch for a few days and she wasn't to worry. I read Brian's messages next. Brian left earlier this morning for Georgia. He says he'll meet us there. I hope he's careful. Who knows what these people are capable of? Brian doesn't have anyone to watch his back. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Owen's hand tighten on the steering wheel. What is it? Are you sure you can trust Brian? Owen asked, taking his eyes off the road for a second to look at me. What? Of course I can. My reaction was instant and emphatic. Brian and I had shared too much over the years for me not to trust him implicitly. We've been working together for a long time, and he has the same goals and hopes that I do for this vaccine. He'd never do anything to jeopardize that. They'd probably offer him big bucks, Owen suggested. Some people can't be tempted by money. I felt confident Brian was one of those. Would you be? No, but all right. I'll take your word for it. If you say he's solid, then he is. There's something about him that I don't like. I studied Owen's profile for a minute. He was likely a good judge of character, but I wondered if his attitude toward Brian was clouded by a little jealousy. I'd seen the tension between the two of them whenever they were near each other. They were such different types of men. Brian's a good guy, and an excellent scientist. He's never given me any reason to distrust him. Besides, he's the only person other than me who can access the encrypted files at the lab in Georgia. I think we have to have faith in him. Owen nodded as he made another turn, putting us on a secondary road that sent us into the Appalachian Mountains. The scenery would be stunning as we moved through Alabama and into Georgia, but this was no pleasure trip. I turned to see how Miles was doing. He was watching the road outside his window with a contented expression on his face. Having him with us added an extra level of concern, and I hoped we were doing the right thing by him. Owen and I had had a brief conversation about leaving Miles with my family, but decided that ultimately he was safer with us. He was ours to love and protect, and we both took that seriously. Chapter 15. Sam. It was mid-afternoon when Owen turned down the rural road leading to Alyssa's lab. Tell me again why we're going here, Owen asked. Alyssa has software I need. High-end, industry-grade technology. I own a license for it, but since my server got destroyed, it's unrecoverable. I need to download it from Alyssa's server onto my laptop. Having that will speed up the process of recovering files when we get to Georgia. When I'd spoken to Alyssa, she'd offered, almost insisted, that her lab and software were at my disposal, so I had taken her up on her generous proposal to help me recompile my data more quickly. Couldn't you just buy a new license? Owen suggested. I gave a little snort. Do you have a spare $30,000? No way, he said. It costs that much? He pulled up in front of a building that looked more like a hacienda than a lab. As I said, it's extremely specialized software. Alyssa lives in part of the house, and the rest is her lab. There she is. I waved to her as we got out of the car. She hadn't changed since the last time I saw her, almost 4 years before. Her blonde hair was waist-length and her clothes stylish. Her ultra-wealthy family supported her research, so she never worried about seeking grants or funding. I didn't have that kind of luxury. Hello, she called, coming toward us. You look so good. Alyssa pulled me into a hug. Her light perfume reminded me of all the late nights we'd spent working in the university's lab. Since she'd been beautiful and wildly popular, she had often gone on dates afterwards, while I'd returned to my little apartment to sleep or study. I'm so glad to see you, but I'm sorry it's under such rotten circumstances. Thanks. I appreciate you letting us stop here in the use of your lab. This is Owen. I pointed to my traveling companions. While I'd been talking, Owen had gotten Miles from the car and held both his hands as he stood. And our nephew, Miles. Predictably, Alyssa's eyes went wide at the sight of Owen. I suppose all women had that response to him. I know I did. He took his focus from Miles and gave her a nod. Welcome, Alyssa said to Owen and gave Miles a little wave. Do you want to eat? I'd like to get right to work, I admitted. I'll show you the lab in just a minute. Alyssa turned her attention to Owen. If you go through that door, it'll take you into my kitchen. There's a pot of tomato soup on the stove and cornbread on the counter. Please help yourself. I think Miles needs to walk around for a bit, but then we'll eat. He returned his attention to Miles as Alyssa led me to the lab. I gave them one last glance. I knew Owen would take care of our nephew, but I felt bad once again for shirking my parental duties. I'd make it up to him and Miles as soon as this mess was over. Here we are, Alyssa said, entering the outer room of the lab. I wasn't sure what you'd need. What are you working on? A medical vaccine. We're in the preliminary stages still. I kept it deliberately vague. The less Alyssa knew, the better. I didn't want anyone pressing her for information if they found out we had stopped there. We always worked well together. What can I do to help you? We sure did, I said with a smile, but I just need some time and access to the software. Alyssa walked to the desk that had a monitor and keyboard on top and a small server underneath. I wrote down the information you need to get into my account. Exactly what I needed. I sat at the desk and booted up the computer. I hope you'll consider staying with me tonight, Alyssa offered. You still have some driving ahead of you to get through Georgia, right? I wished I hadn't said that much to her when we'd communicated earlier. The less Alyssa knew, the better. At least I hadn't disclosed our exact destination. Right. Thanks for the offer, but we really can't stay. The screen started to light up with the software company's logo. I was going to be back in business as soon as I could image the software onto the laptop I'd brought. I'll check on Owen and Miles, Alyssa said, touching me lightly on the arm. But think about what I said. I'd love to have you all as overnight guests. When the lab's door clicked shut behind her, I turned my full attention to the task and typed in the first of the codes that Alyssa had left for me.
Owen. I was too keyed up to stay in the house for long, so I grabbed pieces of cornbread for me and Miles. We ate while I prowled around the property, carrying Miles in a harness contraption that strapped over my shoulders, which I thought was an ingenious invention. It kept him close to me and meant that I still had my hands free. We stopped for a few minutes so he could watch horses in a corral. "Horsey," Miles squealed and clapped his hands together, brushing the back of my head. I couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. The kid adapted well to new circumstances, and I thought he seemed happy. "How about we check out those trees?" I suggested, wanting to get a look up the road. I didn't think we'd been followed, but it didn't hurt to be cautious. Tweez. I took Miles's answer as agreement and moved toward the trees. After that, I took a circuit around the horse corral to the other side of the property, staying vigilant for any sign of trouble. Nothing dangerous appeared, but I couldn't relax. We were safer while moving, but I didn't think we'd be truly safe until Sam recovered whatever it was that she needed and got her project to the next stage. Alyssa stepped out of the house as Miles and I made our way back to it. "Can I offer you a cup of coffee?" I peeked in on Sam, but she's still busy. "Sure," I said, not wanting to seem impolite. We owed Alyssa for her hospitality. With that in mind, I followed her into the house. By that time, Miles was happy to get out of the carrier and eat some crackers. I had to keep him on my lap since there wasn't a high chair, but that was fine with me. "Here you go." Alyssa set a mug in front of me and took the chair across the table from mine. I wish I could help Sam, but she's really intent, and I know from experience that you can't bother her then. "You two go back far?" I asked. I was a little curious about Sam's past. "Several years. We shared a lab at one time. So you know Brian, too. This might be an opportunity for me to find out more about him." "Sure, that's how I knew their lab had been damaged. Brian made a comment about it on his Facebook account." I felt my face tighten in irritation. Why would Brian mention such a thing? My suspicions of him hadn't completely abated, despite Sam's words. Alyssa's comment didn't help. Neither one has specified exactly what they're working on, though. "Do you know?" "It's not my world," I answered honestly, not mentioning that it also wasn't my business to share details with a woman I'd just met an hour or so ago. All their technical language goes over my head. I said the last in a casual tone, trying to head off further questions from her. She sipped her coffee, and I thought she'd drop the subject until she spoke again. "So, I assume you're headed to Atlanta then. That's a good lab. I did some work there about a year ago." Atlanta, Georgia, wasn't our destination, but I gave a tiny nod of acknowledgement as if it were. Was Alyssa being friendly, or was she pumping me for information? I couldn't tell. She might just be curious, which wouldn't be unusual for someone in the sciences, I supposed. Curiosity must drive a lot of their work. Still, I felt the need to be cautious. After a few minutes of conversation on other topics, Alyssa excused herself, saying that she'd take Sam some coffee. She poured it into a travel mug, adding more cream and sugar than Sam took. "I'll be back in a few minutes," Alyssa said at the door. "The television is in the next room. Make yourself comfortable." After she left, I waited for Miles to finish the last of his crackers, and then stood and paced around the room. I didn't want to be idle or watch TV. I wanted to get moving. As I passed a window that looked down the road we'd driven to get to Alyssa's place, I saw a white service van with no logo parked on the shoulder. It hadn't been there 15 minutes ago when we'd been outside. And this was a fairly isolated location. The closest house was a good half-mile away. The hairs on the back of my neck started to rise. I picked up Miles and I headed outside for a better look and to hustle Sam along. As I crossed to the lab's entrance, Alyssa came out. "Headed somewhere?" She intercepted me, as if trying to delay me. "Yeah, it's time we left." "Oh, you don't want to do that. She's at a critical phase. Please don't interrupt her." The pleading expression on Alyssa's face might have been taken as concern for her friend's work, but the sidelong, nervous glance toward the van told a different story. I brushed past her and opened the lab door. With relief, I saw Sam sliding her laptop back into its case. "We're leaving. Now," I said. "Now?" "Why?" Sam responded as she hurried towards me. "No time to explain. Just get in the car." "But that's rude. I need to say thanks to Alyssa." I had Sam by the arm, steering her outside and to the passenger side. "Don't worry about Alyssa. Just do what I say." "All right." Sam opened the door and put her bag in while I strapped Miles in his car seat. "Are you leaving?" Alyssa caught up with us. "Please don't. We haven't even had time to catch up." "And?" "In," I said to Sam, who got in the car and slammed the door shut just as Alyssa reached her. I jumped into the driver's seat and gunned the engine as we barreled down the road. "Do you want to tell me what happened?" Sam demanded with a glance over her shoulder. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the white van pull onto the road and start toward us. I put my foot down harder on the accelerator. "I think your friend sold us out." Chapter 16. Owen. "I still can't believe she did that," Sam said. She'd repeated a similar statement every 20 minutes since we'd left Alyssa's place hours earlier. I didn't hold that against her. I knew it sucked to find out you couldn't trust a friend. I told Sam over and over as we drove a series of back roads that it wasn't her fault. It had taken some time to lose the van. We'd gotten lucky when a set of railroad gates came down, cutting the van off. We'd kept driving several more hours to be sure we'd lost them before stopping at a little roadside motel in the middle of nowhere. "You can't blame yourself," I said, checking out the window. I'd moved my SUV around back so no one going by would see it. I didn't like the thought of being followed, of being caged in. I wonder how they knew we were headed there. I didn't even tell Brian. Her voice was barely a whisper. She sat on the edge of the bed and dropped her head in her hands. Her words surprised me. I thought she told him everything. The fact that he didn't know helped lift some of the suspicions I had about him. But it did leave the question of how anyone knew where we were going. We hadn't been followed. I was sure of that. And then a thought hit me. "Don't use your phone to communicate anymore." She lifted her head, and her eyes went wide. "You don't think... It stands to reason that you're being traced somehow." I tried to keep my tone calm, sensing that she was on the verge of flying apart. "You texted and called Alyssa." "I did." She picked up her phone that was on the nightstand and turned it off, jabbing the button hard. She tossed the phone onto the carpet. I guess the good news is that I didn't email her, so maybe my email is still safe. But how will I know? We won't, so it's best to avoid using it. It's all such a mess. At least Miles is taking this trip well. She looked toward the travel crib where Miles was stretched out on his back, sound asleep. He'd fallen asleep in the car, and we'd gotten him settled for the night without waking him. It gives me a little hope that I haven't made a disaster of our lives. "Sweetheart," I said, the endearment coming out unbidden. "It's going to be okay." I checked outside one last time, feeling confident that we wouldn't be found for the night, before going to her. I knelt in front of where she sat on the bed and took her hands. "I'm afraid," she whispered. "I'm scared you or Miles will get hurt. I'm scared that they're never going to stop hounding me. Maybe I should give up, hand over my research, and be done with it." "You don't mean that," I said softly. "You're right. I don't. I can't give up on this. I've spent too much time. It's too important to me." She brushed a tear from her cheek. "This vaccine could save lives. Did I tell you about my friend Katie?" I shook my head. She was my best friend in grade school. She had bright red hair and freckles, and so much energy I could hardly keep up with her. A wistful smile appeared on Sam's lips. Until she got sick. Leurer's disease, I guessed, starting to understand her passion for her work. Katie wasted away until she died when we were 9. It was awful. I swore then that I'd try to do something about it. I've dedicated all my time researching this disease, and I'm close, so close to success. If the trials go well, that means more kids like Katie won't have to die, and that their families won't have to bankrupt themselves with expensive treatments. But if I fail... Her head was bent, looking at our clasped hands. "Sam," I said, getting her to meet my eyes, "you are not a failure in any way. Your work is amazing. You're amazing." I meant what I said, but she cast me a skeptical look. "I wish that were true, but analyze the evidence. We're on the run because of my work. I haven't been able to dedicate the time to parenting that Miles deserves, which means I keep letting you down too. I thought I'd be able to set my work aside for a few months and focus on being a mom, but this has gotten so complicated. You couldn't have foreseen or controlled the threats and attacks against you." I released one of her hands so I could stroke her velvety soft cheek. "You'll get this right and save lives. I know it." Her lips quirked up in a small smile, and I didn't think I could resist the pull of her blue eyes anymore. When she leaned toward me, I abandoned my self-restraint and kissed her lips softly at first. But that wasn't enough to satisfy the growing hunger in me. I didn't think I had it in me to stop, so I deepened the kiss. Her mouth opened under mine, and my tongue swept in to taste her sweetness.
Sam. I scooted closer to Owen, wishing I possessed the strength to pull him onto the bed with me. I wanted him. I wanted this. And I saw no reason to fight against it. Was continuing the kiss a bad idea? Was wanting even more dangerous? The thoughts rolled through my head, but I didn't care. Not when he was right here. Owen broke the kiss and rocked back on his heels, his breath coming in gasps. "Sam?" His voice held 1,000 questions. "Yes," I answered, reaching for him. I yanked on his t-shirt, bringing him back to me. "I want you, Owen. I need you to make love to me." His eyes turned almost molten with desire. "That would be my pleasure." He stood and pulled me to my feet, his hands going under the edge of my shirt and lifting it when I suddenly gripped his forearms, stopping him. "Miles?" I asked, remembering the toddler's presence. Owen laughed softly. "He's out for the night." I glanced toward the other side of the room. Still, would making love in the same room as him mean I was a bad mom? What if he woke up? "I've got this," Owen said, sliding away from me. He went to the closet and reached for a blanket that was on the top shelf. In less than a minute, he'd used it to partition off the corner of the room where Miles's crib was. Even if the boy woke up and stood in the crib, he wouldn't be able to see the bed. "You're very resourceful," I said when Owen returned to me, his hands going right back to where they'd been. I wanted to thank him, but he kissed me as soon as my shirt went over my head. Still kissing, we fell onto the bed together. What I was feeling now as Owen's lips coasted across my cheekbones was unlike anything I remembered. Couldn't even compare. "Stop thinking so much," he murmured against my ear. "Relax. Enjoy." I don't have much experience. I don't know why I said it, but it was out before I could control myself. He stopped kissing me and raised himself up a few inches so we could see each other's faces in the dim room. Did knowing that threaten to drive him away? I shouldn't have said anything. I felt a hot blush creep up my cheeks and down my neck. I was on the verge of pushing away from him and hiding in the hotel room's tiny bathroom when his fingers combed my hair away from my face. His touch was soft and powerful at the same time. "We'll take it slow," he said. "Do you trust me?" "Yes," I sighed. I did trust him. With my life even. He touched his forehead to mine, a movement I'd seen in movies but never experienced. It was lovely and intimate. "I want to make you happy," he said, his voice intense, almost fierce. "You're so beautiful that you take my breath away." I gasped at the intensity of his stare. "And you're as gorgeous as I imagined." "You imagined me?" "Since when?" "For a long time. Years." "What?" I said, overwhelmed at the intensity in his look and the meaning of his words. "It's true." A slight shadow passed over his face, but it was gone just as quickly. "I'm going to undress you the rest of the way now, sweetheart. Is that all right?" "Yes," I breathed. I needed Owen like I needed oxygen. After, I wrestled with the realization that being with Owen was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. I had no idea making love could be like this, so passionate and intense. After a moment, he moved off me and disappeared into the bathroom. When he returned, he had a towel, which he used to wipe the sweat off my fevered skin before tossing it to the side. He then laid on his back and pulled me to him. I snuggled into his side with my head on his shoulder, feeling like the most prized woman in the world. Somehow, he'd given that to me even during the most frightening week of my life.
Chapter 17. Owen. I reached to pull the blanket over us as our bodies cooled. Sleeping with a woman after sex was unusual for me. Usually I was out the door within 10 minutes. With Sam, I had no desire to leave. I kissed the top of her head, and my hand stroked over her side. I couldn't stop myself from touching her. "When you said years," she started, her voice muffled. I chuckled, not surprised that she wanted to gather more data on the situation. I meant it. 4 years ago, we had Christmas at Carter and Lauren's house. Do you remember that? Of course. After I left the party, I went to a bar, had a few shots of whiskey, and sent you a text, except it didn't go to you. It accidentally went to Carter. What did it say? She lifted her head, watching me. I don't remember the exact words, but I expressed my attraction to you and asked you out. Her eyebrows rose. I had no idea you were interested. I've never been good at figuring that out. You would have had to kiss me in front of our families for me to clue in. She hitched herself up a little higher on me, the friction of her body warming and exciting mine. But I wish I'd gotten the message. I would have liked that. What? Had I heard right? A date. I've always been interested in you, but I assumed I wasn't your type. A furrow formed on her forehead. That's what Carter told me, and he made it clear that I was to stay away from you. Completely clear. I might not recall the specifics of the text I'd sent her, but I remembered the subsequent conversation with my brother in detail. He hadn't said I was a screw-up, and I didn't think he believed that. But it had been crystal clear that he didn't approve of the way I conducted my life regarding women. My family's full of people who like to tell me what to do, and what not to do. Are you still upset with Carter about it? No, I could never stay mad at Carter. My big brother had always been a positive force in my life, and I missed him with a constant ache. And he was probably right at the time. You're worried about your parents, though. It wasn't a question. No one could have missed the way my parents behaved. You saw how they were, I said. They don't trust me to be a father to Miles. That's why they're moving back to Alabama. I'm sure they want to be closer to their only grandchild. But it's not only that. They'll quickly see that you're a good dad. She rested her chin on her hands that were folded on my chest. Because you are. You've taken such good care of Miles. And as soon as this mess is over, we'll be a team. I'm pretty sure the two of us can handle anything. You're right about that. In a strange way, we were the perfect complement to each other. We balanced out each other's strengths and weaknesses. We'll do this together, side by side and step by step, she declared. I don't think it'll be easy, but Miles deserves our best, and we'll both give him that. At that moment, her stomach growled loudly enough for me to hear. You never got anything to eat at Alyssa's, I said. We hadn't stopped for dinner for fear our tail would catch up. Let me go to the vending machine and get us a midnight snack. That would be nice, if you don't mind. You'll come back to bed afterward, right? A shred of her vulnerability showed in her voice. I couldn't understand why she thought she wasn't desirable. I promise. Before I got up, I rolled her onto her back and kissed her. I might not be hungry for food, she whispered after a few minutes when I lifted my head. I touched her stomach. I think you are. I can feel the rumbling. I got out of bed and found my jeans and t-shirt in the dim room. I'll be back in a minute. Outside, the air was crisp, not cold exactly. The sky was inky black and the road deserted. I scanned the area out of habit before walking to the vending machine at the end of the building. I made several selections, not knowing exactly what Sam would want. I stood another few minutes in the quiet, just listening, but when nothing seemed off, I let myself back in the room. When the door opened, it shot a sliver of light across the bed. Sam was curled on her side, sound asleep. I put the snacks on a table, removed my clothes, and slid back into bed with her. I pulled her back against my front. She stirred for a second and drifted off again. I needed to sleep too, since the next day might bring anything, but my mind wasn't going to shut down easily. Sleeping with Sam had changed everything about our relationship, possibly about my life. And for the most part, I was good with that because being with her had me feeling things I never had before. This wasn't a fling with Sam. It couldn't be, because of Miles. And it didn't feel like one either. It felt real, and I didn't want to screw that up. She wiggled a little in her sleep, pushing against me. I wanted her again. I couldn't deny that, but I wanted this quiet moment too. I kissed her hair, liking her sweet scent and the way she was relaxed in my arms. A frightening thought hit me as my eyes closed. What if she had only made love with me due to the adrenaline and danger of our situation? Falling into bed with anyone was out of character for her. She'd as much as said that. I forced the idea away. I needed to sleep, and tomorrow would be soon enough to worry about our relationship.
Sam. I cracked my eyes open, locating Owen and Miles in the hotel room. I'd woken a few minutes ago to the sounds of playing. They were being quiet as they sat on the floor and put together a puzzle, but the pitch of Miles's voice had forced its way through my sleep. I'd slept deeply, more than I could ever remember, which might have had something to do with my companion. I took stock of him. Owen's hair was damp as if he'd recently gotten out of the shower. Now that I knew what was under his clothing, it was difficult for me not to imagine the water running down his hard body. But at the same time, he wasn't in the role of lover at the moment. He was a daddy. Yesterday, he'd been my protector and companion. I was in awe of his many facets. "Hey," he said, catching me staring at him. "Good morning." "Hi." I started to lift the blanket to get up and realized I didn't have a stitch on. I couldn't get out of bed like that with Miles in the room. I, uh, I looked around for my clothes. They were neatly stacked on the dresser. Could you? I pointed. Instead of getting my pants and shirt from yesterday, he brought me a navy t-shirt with seal printed on the chest. This'll work as a robe. I slipped it on over my head before getting out of bed. The shirt fell to mid-thigh on me, covering me decently. How is he? I asked with a nod to Miles. Seems fine. We were trying not to wake you, but now that you're up, do you want something to eat? You never got anything last night. The last I remembered was Owen leaving the room to get some food. I must have nodded off before his return. Maybe after a shower, I said. I gathered up clothes and went into the bathroom. For a cheap hotel, the amenities were decent, and I was happy to stand under the hot, pounding water for a few minutes. As the water sluiced down me, I thought about what it had been like to have Owen's hands on my body. He'd made me feel so wanted. I smiled to myself as I rinsed the shampoo from my hair. He was unlike anyone I'd ever known. Getting involved with him was a risk. I had to acknowledge that. My scientific brain ticked off the reasons I shouldn't let Owen any deeper into my life, but I flipped off that part of my brain and allowed myself to consider the possibilities instead. If a relationship worked out between us, it would be amazing and fulfilling for me and awesome for Miles. I dried off, dressed, and did the minimum with my hair and makeup. Owen was done packing his and Miles's things when I left the bathroom. I'll be ready in just a minute, I said. We'll make it to the other side of Atlanta today, right? Even with all of the twists and turns? Sit down and eat this. He handed me a protein bar and a bottle of water. Once I was seated and had the bar unwrapped, he answered my question. We could get that far today, but it would mean highway driving, and I don't want to risk that. Brian should get to the lab today, and I want to be there. I understood Owen's caution, but there were other factors in play. I know, sweetheart, and I'm fairly certain we lost whoever was following us, but I want to play it safe, take a few detours, and stay off the main roads. A delay might help throw off our pursuers. You're probably right, I agreed, knowing he had our best interests in mind. Where's our destination for tonight, then? Macon, Georgia. I have a buddy who lives just outside the city. He served with Carter. I already reached out, and he's offered to let us stay with him and his wife. You trust him? I didn't doubt that, but I felt the need for confirmation after the last few days. Implicitly. He has no connections to the medical community. That's not why you trust him. I smiled at him. He's like you, isn't he? He is. Owen grinned. I think you'll like him. I like you. I wanted to say aloud. So much, but I only kept the smile.
Chapter 18. Owen. Can't believe you're giving it up, John said with a shake of his head, and that you left the Seals to be a father. We'd arrived at John and Angie's house an hour earlier, and were just sitting down to dinner. He and his wife made us feel welcome, which we needed after the long day of travel. I've got other priorities now, I said with a nod to Miles, who sat on Sam's lap, eating cut-up pieces of chicken. Man, I was sorry to hear about Carter, John said. If it hadn't been for these injuries, I'd have come for the funeral. I never want to see you hurt, Angie said to her husband. But I like that those injuries have kept you around the house for the past few months. How much longer are you laid up? Sam asked, and I appreciated that she steered the conversation away from Carter. At least another 6 weeks, the docs say. John's tone was grumbling, but I noticed his wife's smile. I wouldn't be surprised if she used my willingness to leave the service as additional leverage to convince him to do the same. My own desire to return to active duty had vanished. There was a time when I would have been itching to get back just as John was, but everything about my life had shifted lately. So, the two of you met in the Navy? Sam asked, deftly catching a piece of chicken Miles had knocked off the plate before it hit the floor. She was getting good at this motherhood thing. Yeah, we go way back. The stories I could tell you. There was this one night. I don't think we need to tell old stories, I said, cutting him off. I could guess the night he was talking about, and I was no longer proud of my escapades with booze and women. And it sure wasn't the impression that I wanted Sam to gain of me. She already knew I'd been a player. I didn't need to provide further evidence of that. Okay, John agreed good-naturedly. We'll stick to stories that show us both in a more positive light. He launched into a tale about some of our antics between missions, keeping it light and humorous. The truth was a little darker, but neither Angie nor Sam needed to know that. Thanks, Sam said, wiping tears of laughter from her eyes after John told a story of how we'd painted S's on our chests and leaped from a third-story window one Halloween. John skipped the punishment we'd received for attempting to play Superman. I needed something funny. Things have been a little stressful lately. I think he's falling asleep. Angie pointed to Miles, whose head was drooping on his chest. This has been tough on him, too. Sam stroked her hand over Miles's hair. I'll get him settled for the night. Do you need help? I offered. No, you stay and catch up with your friend. She carried Miles out of the dining room. Heard your unit pretty much fell apart, John said. I nodded. Adrian left right after we lost Kyle, and Zach followed not long after. Gabe and Drake left more recently, I explained. Heard Adrian's gone on some kind of quest. I explained about the digging Adrian had done so far. I don't know what he thinks he's going to find, I concluded. But if this is what he needs to do to get closure, then so be it. I just hope he doesn't feel too let down when it turns out that there's nothing there at the end of the rainbow. John hummed his agreement. You should take Sam out tonight, Angie suggested, interrupting our conversation. We can keep an eye on Miles. I don't want to impose any more than we already have. I felt bad enough for visiting on such short notice. We insist, John said, picking up on his wife's idea. You could probably do with some time together, away from the craziness you're running from. I hadn't given John all the details, and I didn't need to. After years of friendship, I knew he had my back, no explanation required. I could count on his help and protection no matter what. Thanks, I appreciate it. I made my way upstairs and found Sam just coming out of the guest bedroom. Is Miles out? I asked. Like a light. I didn't even get to read a story. Pajamas in bed. That's good. I put my hands around her waist and drew her to me for a kiss. I'd been watchful and worried throughout the day and hadn't shown her the affection I felt. John and Angie have offered to babysit so we can have a date of sorts. Her eyes immediately shifted to the closed bedroom door. I don't know if we should. John's a jokester, but he's the real deal too. Injuries or not, nothing will happen to Miles on his watch. He and Carter had served together for a long time. No way would he let any harm come to Carter's son. It might be nice to be normal adults for an evening, she agreed. Let me get my jacket.
Sam. So, I said when we were settled in a booth at Johnny's bar with a couple beers and an order of loaded French fries. It wasn't much of a place. Low ceiling, dark wood bar and furnishings, posters of cars and beer bottles on the walls. In short, a dive. I hadn't spent much time in places like this, but I didn't feel awkward or uncomfortable. Not with Owen by my side. If you hadn't become a SEAL, what do you think you have been doing for the past decade? No idea. He shrugged. I never thought I was smart enough to go to college, and I wouldn't have known what to major in anyway. I suppose I'd have found a job doing construction or something outdoors. I don't know what kind of employee I would have been then, though. I held a part-time job when I was in high school, but I wasn't responsible enough for anything else. The Navy changed that, I said. More than 10 years in the service had obviously transformed him. In a hurry, he smiled. I learned personal responsibility quickly, and I grew up. Needed to. That was so different from my experiences. I've known what I wanted to do since I was 9. I never doubted it, I said. I doubted everything else. Science was easy in comparison to personal relationships. Owen shot me a grin. What's the smart, pretty girl have to doubt about herself? Are you kidding? I'm a first-class science nerd. You have to see that, I said, but he shook his head. Well, it's what you would have thought in high school if you'd known me then. You were clearly one of the cool kids. Maybe, he admitted, but I'd still have noticed you. I appreciated the sentiment, but he'd probably noticed the cheerleaders, not girls like me. No other boys did unless they needed help with homework. Did you help them? He asked. I huffed out a sigh because the truth was that I had, thinking it was my way of making connections with others. That hadn't been true at all. I took a large swallow of beer, building the courage to tell the story of my high school self. When I was a freshman, there was this boy in my geometry class. I thought he was dreamy, and I was thrilled when he started talking to me, asking me questions. I convinced myself that his questions were just pretexts for talking to me. He liked you. Owen picked up his beer bottle and took a drink. That's what I thought, but as it turned out, 2 of his buddies had dared him to get close to me and ask me out as a prank. I couldn't help the shudder that went through me at the memory. Being 14 and humiliated is a terrible combination. I hope you punched his lights out. The bottle slammed back onto the table. I didn't. I wouldn't have known how to throw a punch, and I was too embarrassed to even look at him again. I did the only thing I could think of. I retreated into schoolwork and avoided boys, men, dating. I waved my hand as if dismissing all of it. You can't tell me that no one ever asked you out. His hand came across the table and covered mine. You're a knockout. You know that, right? My cheeks turned warm. He kept saying things like that, but I knew they weren't true. There were a few guys who asked, but I was never sure if they were serious. Since I didn't want to get fooled again, I always refused, too worried about being humiliated. At least my work never let me down. I'm glad for that, he said, sincerity lacing his words. What? Why? He was glad I'd been a romantic dud? Or he was glad my work was successful? Well, if some guy had gotten a chance with you before I did, who knows what might have happened. He was looking me straight in the eyes, making it hard for me to doubt his words. I'd be out in the cold, not a place I want to be when it comes to you. Right now, I want to hold you, so you'll have to dance with me. Dance? I echoed, still trying to parse through what he'd just said. Yeah. He tilted his head to the dance floor. I hear music, and I know you have rhythm because I've seen you dancing around with Miles. That's just swaying to make him happy, I said, a little embarrassed that he'd caught me dancing with our nephew. Owen stood up and held out his hand. Sway with me. I promise it'll make me happy. There was no resisting him, so I took his hand and slid out of the booth. A minute later, my arms were around his neck as we moved to a sultry tune. I didn't much care what the music was. All that mattered was that he held me close to him. I rested my head on his shoulder and forgot everything but him. There were no pharmaceutical investors chasing me down, no friends who had turned against me, no concern that 3 years of work was destroyed. There was only Owen and me. Owen, a female voice screeched nearby after we'd danced for several songs. I lifted my head and took in the blonde woman. She was busty and clearly enjoyed showing it off, stuffed into a tight denim skirt and a pink tank top. Her hair was in a high ponytail that whipped around, and her eyes were heavily lined and shadowed. If I even owned that much makeup, I didn't know how to apply it. Hey, Binks, Owen said, his movements stopping, his body anything but relaxed. Didn't know you were still around? I'd heard you moved to Nashville. Binks? What kind of name was that? And who was this woman? I felt uncomfortable, so I loosened my hold on Owen to better watch the interplay between them. I did, but it was no good, she said. I guess I'm just a small-town girl at heart. You should have let me know you were going to be around. Just passing through, Owen said. I'll be gone in the morning. Her finger drew a line across his shoulder and down his bicep. He casually moved his arm, but she chased the movement. Her red lips parted slightly in what looked to me like a practiced mua. That's too bad. We could have had some fun like we did the last time you were here. I took a step back at that. So he'd slept with her. No surprise. She looked and acted like the type of woman I'd always expected him to be attracted to. And the time before, Binks said, her fingernail tracing the line of his muscle. Part of me wanted to shove her away and shout he's mine, but Owen had yet to put a stop to her seductive moves. Was that what he wanted? A woman like her? I felt a wash of shame. I was foolish to think he was truly interested in me. Why would he be? I felt 14 again, drowning in confusion and angst. I'll wait for you at the table, I said, turning away, wanting to escape from both of them. Wait. He caught my arm. Sam, this is Binks. Binks, Sam's a friend of mine, Owen said, looking back and forth between the two of us. We're traveling together. We're together. And was I? His friend? I suppose I was, but I had thought I was more than that. If nothing else, I was his sister-in-law, his co-parent, and last night I'd been his lover. None of that seemed to stack up against whatever past he had with Binks. I shook my arm to loosen his hold. When it dropped away, I walked back to the table. Once seated, I grabbed my beer and tipped it up, downing the rest of the now warm brew. Sorry about that, Owen said a minute later, taking the seat across from me. I should have realized I'd see someone I knew coming here. Do you want to go? I looked to where Binks sat at the bar. Her legs were crossed, showing plenty of thigh under her short skirt, as she turned to look at him, her intent clear. I can Uber back to John's if you want to stay, I said, focusing my attention on Owen. I don't. She's... What? I asked, not liking the jealous wave that tore through me, but unable to combat it. It was unfamiliar and made me uncomfortable. Part of my past, he said. I wanted to believe him, but I wondered how much I should. Owen seemed to have genuine feelings for me, but I was no judge of such things. I had no way of determining if anything he felt for me was real. No empirical data existed that could prove it. I'm not comfortable with being away from Miles any longer, I said, using the child as an excuse to leave the bar. We'll go then. Owen stood up and dropped several bills on the table. It was on the tip of my tongue to tell him that he should stay, but I couldn't quite bring myself to say it aloud. What I wanted to do was shove Binks off the bar stool, but instead I walked past her to the door with Owen behind me.
Chapter 19. Owen. On the drive back to John's house, I wanted to tell Sam that what I'd had with Binks didn't matter. Yeah, we'd had a series of flings, a string of one-night stands over the years, but it didn't mean anything. The firm set of Sam's shoulders told me I'd be wasting my breath trying to explain it. She said nothing on the 10-minute drive, other than to confirm the time we planned to leave in the morning. I pulled into John's driveway and shut my car off. I wanted to talk to her, but she was out of the SUV before I could say a word. Sam, I said, catching up to her at the front door. I tried to take her hand, but she evaded my attempts. Once inside, she gave John a nod and smile before declaring she was tired and heading upstairs. When she walked away, it was without a backward glance. What happened? John asked in a low tone after I followed him into the living room. I cursed, shaking my head, and took a seat. Whiskey? John offered, heading across the room to a liquor cabinet. Yeah, thanks. I sat on the couch. Is Angie asleep? John returned with 2 glasses of whiskey. Yeah, she has to be at work at 7, so it's just us. What did you do? Sam was looking at you like she wanted to eat you up at dinner, but when you came home, it was more like she wanted to stab you with a knife and fillet you. We ran into Binks, I said, knowing John would connect the dots. Oh, man, she's never been known for her subtlety. John took the chair opposite mine. Yeah, why did I ever think that was appealing? I hadn't felt even the slightest interest in Binks tonight. Because you were ruled by parts of your body that don't always make the best decisions. As opposed to you, who's older and wiser, I said sarcastically. Well, I've always been older, but I've learned a thing or two in 3 years of marriage, so I'm definitely wiser. Even I could see that he really had changed. Physically, John was much as he'd been when he was younger, full of nervous energy, and he still had his biting wit. But his edges had softened. "Give me some advice," I said. John took a swallow of his whiskey and studied me over the rim of his glass first. "Before I can do that, I need to know how you feel about Sam." I wasn't surprised by his statement. John was a straight shooter, always had been. The problem was that my feelings for Sam were complicated. I was attracted to her, but that was only part of it. We shared Miles and lived together. We'd experienced a profound loss together, and now we faced danger together. And then there had been last night, possibly the most perfect night of my life. So there was no easy answer to how I felt about Sam. "I feel enough for her to worry that I've screwed it up," I said at last. "That's new for you," John commented and took another slug of his whiskey. "You've never worried past the moment when it came to women." "My situation with Sam is different than anything I've experienced," I said, and filled John in on the problems we faced. "So things aren't clear-cut. They're delicate. You still haven't explained how you feel about her." "I don't know," I admitted. "She's not like any other woman I've been with. She's smart, a whole lot smarter than me. It's intimidating, and she has a great relationship with Miles. I admire her for that. From what I've seen, you both care for the kid." John propped his foot on the coffee table. "We do, but I wouldn't want to raise him without Sam. I'm starting to think that I don't want to do anything without her, but her world is different from mine. She's dedicated to her career and way out of my league. I worry that we don't have anything in common. Running into Binks was a reminder of that. And I froze up. I should have introduced Sam as my girlfriend, but I didn't." "You left the door open?" John caught on quickly. "I didn't mean to. I don't have any interest in Binks. Can't even imagine being with her when I have the possibility of being with Sam. Man, I really screwed this up, and I have no idea how to fix it." I stared down into the amber liquid in my glass. I'd drunk half of it, but it wasn't taking the edge off the turmoil I felt inside. The evening had started so well, but my past caught up with me on the dance floor. "If I were you, I'd take things one day at a time with Sam," John suggested after we'd been quiet for several minutes. "You're both still finding your way with Miles and dealing with your loss. That's a lot to manage. I will tell you one thing, though, that I had to learn the hard way with Angie." "What's that?" "Don't let the past ruin what you might have in the future. The past is never going away, but it doesn't have to dictate who you are now and who you might be down the road." It was good advice. I just hoped I had a chance to use it before Sam blocked me out entirely.
Sam. I quietly slipped into the bedroom and walked on tiptoe to Miles's travel crib to check on him. He was curled on his side and sound asleep. "Good night, sweetheart," I whispered and stroked my hand over his hair, thinking how easy it was to show him affection. There were no landmines with someone so young. With adults, though. I huffed out a sigh and started to get ready for bed, glad that John had intercepted Owen. I didn't want to know what they were discussing. I just felt fortunate that I wasn't changing my clothes in front of Owen. Last night, there had been no barriers between us, but I couldn't get around the obstacle that Binks had presented at the bar. She was so clearly the type of woman Owen usually was with. Had he seemed attracted to her tonight? I paused, replaying the scene in my mind. His body language indicated one thing, but his words said something else. Did that mean he'd forgotten what we'd shared just 24 hours ago? Or maybe it didn't mean as much to him as it did to me? I wished I had more experience with relationships. I felt like I was stuck trying to negotiate foreign territory. I needed to focus on something I could accomplish and understand. Doing some work would give me that, I decided while putting on my pajamas. I crawled into bed with my laptop to check email. After sifting through the junk and responses that could wait, I was preparing to shut down when an email from Brian came through. He'd sent some files he thought I might need. I clicked the messenger icon to see if he was still online. When I saw he was, I opened a conversation with him. "Hi, did you make it to the lab today?" I typed. A few seconds later, his reply came. "Not quite. I'll be there early in the morning, though." "Where are you?" I hesitated, not wanting to share my exact location if my account had been hacked. "Not as close as you, but headed in your direction." My statement told Brian as much as he needed to know. "Looking forward to seeing you. How's traveling with the Navy SEAL?" They say that tone can't be adequately conveyed in messages, but something about Brian's phrasing and his unwillingness to call Owen by his name conveyed plenty. "Does it bother you that I'm with him?" I had to wait almost a minute for his reply this time. "No, it's just that he doesn't seem like the kind of guy you'd be into." "What makes you think I'm into, Owen?" I fired back. "Well, aren't you? Was I?" "Yes, but I didn't know what to make of the scene at the bar." I decided to ask Brian his take on it. We'd been friends and lab partners for a long time. I trusted his judgment. Plus, he'd always seemed a good judge of personal matters. Better than me, anyway. "I guess I am, but I don't know after tonight." Here's what happened. I relayed how Binks had come on to Owen as if I hadn't even been standing there. "That sucks." "Did the SEAL tell her to get lost?" Brian asked. From my perspective, Owen's reaction had seemed more shocked than anything. He had said that Binks was part of his past, but how distant was his past? When had he transitioned out of that playboy persona? I forced myself to answer my own question. It had only been a matter of weeks. I remembered the story of how he'd gotten drunk and overslept the morning before Lauren and Carter's accident. "Not exactly," I finally typed back. "I don't want to see you get hurt. Be careful around him. He's not dangerous to me." I wasn't at all scared of Owen physically, but I did wonder if my heart would sustain some damage. "Guys like that don't change overnight," Brian responded. "He might not mean to hurt you, but he will. I've seen his kind before. You aren't his type. Not for the kind of relationship you'd want." I couldn't deny that much was true. I wasn't Owen's type, and he wasn't the sort of man I would ever picture myself being with long-term. Did that mean a relationship between us was doomed to fail? I rubbed my hand over my eyes. Was I overthinking all of this? I had a tendency to do that. I needed time to consider the problem rationally, which wasn't going to happen when I was tired and stressed. I said goodnight to Brian and signed off. I was just putting my laptop aside when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Owen was on his way up. I should wait for him and have an adult conversation, but I didn't think I had that in me. Not tonight. I pulled the sheets up to my chin, lay so my back would be to him, and pretended to be asleep. He entered the room, pausing by the door for just a second as if to assess before going to Miles. I cracked one eye open enough to see him do what I had. Owen touched Miles and whispered to him, "Love you, buddy." The sweetness in his tone was almost enough for me to go to him. In so many ways, he was a good man, but I still had so many fears about what might happen between us. We were so different. I squeezed my eyes shut, but I couldn't shut off my other senses. Owen moved quietly, but I could tell he was stripping off his clothing. The mattress shifted when he got in bed, and I felt him draw near me. He placed a soft kiss just below my ear before rolling away. I fought to stay still, to not turn to him and curl against him no matter how much every part of me wanted to. Instead, I kept my body still and my eyes closed and waited for sleep to come.
Chapter 20. Owen, we'd been traveling for hours when I turned down a tree-lined road. After a couple miles, a squat concrete building came into sight. "That's it," Sam said from next to me. "I came here once a few years ago to look over their system." That was the longest sentence she'd spoken to me all day. I didn't think she was angry with me, but she'd retreated into herself. I didn't know if it was a leftover from encountering Binks in the bar or nerves about her work, but I'd given up trying to engage her in conversation after the first 30 miles of the drive that had included detours and backtracking. The good news was that we hadn't been followed. The bad news was that the rift between me and Sam seemed enormous. "Brian's here," she said, pointing to a gray Nissan and sounding excited. She probably was just anxious to get down to work, but I felt a little twinge of jealousy as I parked next to his car and got out. Sam took Miles from his car seat and rested him against her hip. A minute later, Brian appeared from inside the building. I got a cool nod, but he gave Sam a one-armed hug, keeping hold of her a little too long for my taste. "Glad you made it," Brian said. "I've been working on calibrating." I stopped paying attention at that point, choosing to assess the surroundings instead. The building was ugly concrete. Trees grew within 50 yards of it on all sides. Good cover for someone trying to sneak up on the place. I checked for exterior lighting and was happy to see several floodlights that would make the area as bright as daylight if on. When I tuned back in, they were still talking data and logistics that went over my head. I took Miles from Sam, held onto his hand, and let him walk around for a few minutes. The kid had been a trooper, but I was betting that he wanted to stretch his legs and get some fresh air as much as I did. "Going to be a long day tomorrow," Sam said to me several minutes later. "Are you starting tonight?" I asked. "No, it's too late in the day. We need a large block of uninterrupted time. Brian has everything ready for us to begin first thing in the morning." "In that case, let's get to the hotel," I said, not liking the idea of Sam and Brian spending the entire day together in the lab. I hated to admit it, but the thought was making me tense. "I've booked a suite for you where I'm staying," Brian commented with a look at me. "It's 2 rooms with a sofa bed in the living room." I didn't like his tone, but I saw the color come up on Sam's cheeks, and so I let it go. We followed Brian to the hotel and split up. The room he'd reserved for us was plenty big. How thoughtful of him. While Sam was in the shower, I played with Miles until his eyes got droopy, and I settled him for the night. "He's such a good child," Sam said after she came out of the shower and saw that Miles was asleep. "We're lucky in that, and I know I keep promising to do my fair share with him, and I really will once this is over." "I don't care about that," I said. My mood had taken a turn for the worse, and it came through in my tone, which made Sam's eyebrows go up. "What's gotten into you?" she asked, leaning in the doorway to the bedroom. I could list several things, starting with the frostiness between us since the night before, or her undefined relationship with Brian, but I went for the one that stuck in my craw the most. "I don't like you spending so much time alone with Brian," I said, getting it out in the open. "Because you still don't trust him. That's part of it." I should have left it at that, but sometimes my impulses got the best of me. "I don't like that he has such a blatant crush on you." The look of surprise on her face was genuine. "What? No, he doesn't." "Sweetheart, I'm a man, and I can tell when another man is interested in a woman." "Can you?" she challenged. "Have you considered that you're just jealous?" "Yes, I've considered it, and I'm not denying that. But you've got to look at how Brian acts around you." "Like a friend and partner," she declared, making me wonder how she could be so clueless. I shook my head. "Like someone who wants something more. He touches you whenever he can, like when he rubbed your neck back at the house. You didn't seem surprised by that. It happens a lot, doesn't it?" "You get comfortable when you work with someone for so long," Sam said with a shrug. "He has to be in constant contact with you." That had been a little harder while we'd traveled, since Sam couldn't trust her phone, but I'd seen how often Brian sent messages. "We have a common goal that she held 2 fingers close together, this close to reaching. Are we fighting about this?" "Yes," was on the tip of my tongue. I wanted to fight and have her renounce any connection to Brian, even if that wasn't rational. "I just want you to reevaluate the situation. Try to look at it objectively." There I'd used her language against her, to push her to see this as a scientific observer would. Her lips pinched together as she wound her damp hair around in a coil behind her head. She was quiet as she appeared to do as I'd asked. Finally, she dropped her hands to her sides and gave a little nod of her head. "I suppose," she said eventually, "it's possible that Brian never moved on from the night we slept together. I assumed he had, but I can't control what others feel." I know my mouth opened to speak, but not a sound came out. She'd had sex with Brian. I felt like someone had punched me hard in the gut as I mentally staggered backwards. Even though I'd sensed from the beginning that Brian was an issue, I hadn't truly viewed him as a legitimate threat to me and Sam. But if she'd slept with him...
Sam. Owen's jaw tightened and everything about him tensed. Maybe I should have kept that detail about Brian to myself. Owen turned his head almost mechanically to check on Miles before taking 2 giant steps toward me and backing me into the bedroom. He closed the door between the rooms before facing me. "What did you say?" His voice was husky with emotion. "It was no big deal," I explained, retreating a few steps. "How many men have you been with?" he asked, moving toward me, and I opted to stand my ground. His hands dropped lightly onto my shoulders. "Why does that matter?" I demanded, but under his intense gaze, I caved and answered the question. 2. So he's the only man you've slept with before me. Again, what difference does that make? Why did that matter so much to him? Sweetheart, if you've only been with 2 men, it makes a world of difference. I got his implication, but I was irritated by it nonetheless. I know I'm inexperienced, unlike your usual women. That put a blaze of blue fire in his eyes. "Were you in love with him?" Owen asked. "Of course not. Don't be ridiculous." I liked and respected Brian. He was my friend, but that was it. "So what happened?" "You went out and got drunk one night and one thing led to another?" he suggested. No. I couldn't even imagine being in such a scenario. I sighed. "If I tell you, you have to promise not to mock me." "I would never do that," he said. His hands stroked down my arms, and I believed him. "I wanted to get rid of my virginity," I stated bluntly, watching his expression. A flicker of surprise went across it, but nothing else, so I went on. "After a certain age, virginity becomes a kind of burden, so I asked Brian to help me. We slept together and it was over. Done." The night had been awkward to start with, but Brian had been kind and patient, so the experience wasn't bad. I hadn't wanted to repeat it, though. Until 2 nights ago, I'd had no idea what making love could be like. Owen had showed me how it was truly supposed to feel. "You might have mentioned that," he said after a few beats of silence. "Why would I? I haven't asked for a list of the women you've slept with. I'm sure it's long, and chances are you won't even remember them all." When he winced, I instantly felt bad. It was a low blow, but given the circumstances, I thought it was warranted. "I've asked you about your relationship with Brian and his trustworthiness a couple times," Owen said. "If there's something between you..." As I said, there wasn't and isn't beyond being colleagues and friends. I trust him. We shared an experience. Experiential was the right word for that night. That's all. Just once? Owen seemed to need confirmation. Why was this such a big deal for him? "Yes, once. Almost 4 years ago. And you," I tapped him in the chest, "are reading too much into this. Brian and I agreed there were no strings, and that it wouldn't change our friendship or working relationship. And it hasn't." There, I'd said what I needed to, which left me feeling a little hollow inside. Now, I'm tired and tomorrow is going to be a long day. I don't want to talk about this ever again. After a pause in which I could see his jaw twitching, he nodded and kissed me lightly on the forehead. There was no passion to it. The kiss seemed almost a form of reassurance for him. "I'm going to check around outside one more time," he said. I knew he'd already done that twice since we reached the hotel. I had to assume he needed some air, so I didn't argue with him. "Good night, then," I said, and he hesitated. I waited to see what he would do. Give me a real kiss? Walk away? Instead, he hugged me to him for one brief, intense minute and went out the suite door. I looked at the queen-sized bed in which I expected I'd be sleeping alone. Just as well. This relationship thing was too complicated. It was a reminder of why I'd engaged in no-commitment sex with Brian. I didn't want the messiness that came along with all of it. But I had it now. I slipped between the covers and set an alarm on my phone. I closed my eyes but couldn't seem to soothe my mind or emotions. Owen's jealousy had me worried. Was I foolish to try to have a relationship when I already had so much on my plate? A distracting and possibly painful romance wasn't going to help me become a better mother or achieve work-life balance. I'd end up failing in some way. And I was no good at failure. I knew that about myself, and it wasn't wise to sign up for something with the potential to crash and burn. A relationship with Owen could be cataclysmic or amazing. Yikes. I rolled over and readjusted the pillows, tossing one to the floor. Being with Owen might be a challenge that I wasn't up for.
Chapter 21. Owen. Shoot, where did I put my phone? Sam asked, looking under a stack of Miles's clothes. Nightstand, I answered, bouncing Miles on my lap as I fed him pieces of the pancakes that I'd ordered from room service. Come and eat. Do I have time? She called from the bedroom, a room that she'd had to herself last night. I'd checked on her after taking a walk around the property for a good hour. She'd been asleep, and I'd wanted nothing more than to join her. Not to have sex, but to just share the bed and hold her. In the end, I'd stretched out on the couch and gotten about 3 hours of sleep. I'd hit the hotel's gym early and had been showered and dressed before either Miles or Sam had stirred. You're going to be busy today. You have to eat. I hated the thought that she'd spend the day with Brian, but they'd be working in the lab as they had many other days without anything happening between them. That's what I had to tell myself, even though now that I knew about their past, I struggled to be okay with that. She slid onto the chair next to me, giving me a swift smile, and I felt my heart melt a little. I loved seeing her smile. I loved having breakfast with her and Miles. I hated Brian just a little, even if I knew I shouldn't. Good point. She lifted a silver dome and looked at her choices. Nice, waffles and bacon. She forked a waffle onto her plate and poured maple syrup on it. I doubt we'll stop for lunch, so a big breakfast is a good idea. Thanks for thinking ahead. It's what I'm good at, I said. Planning had become my forte as a SEAL. Prior to that, impulse drove most of what I did. Sometimes, impulse still ruled my world as it had the night before, and as it did just then when I couldn't stop myself from uttering the next words. Have you ever considered having a relationship with Brian? A chunk of waffle, dripping with syrup, was halfway to her mouth. She put it down on the plate. I thought we finished that discussion last night. As I said, we're partners and friends, nothing more. I should accept that at face value, but too many questions swam into my head to let the subject go. I can see how working closely together as you've done with Brian might lead to feelings. Her fork clattered to the plate. Enough of this, she said. It was a one-shot deal, which we agreed in advance would change nothing else. It's years in the past. You have to let it go. Easier said than done. I wasn't looking forward to seeing Brian with her and having to watch their interplay. I knew I'd read too much into it. Seriously, she stabbed at her food. You need to get over this. It was an arrangement that fulfilled its purpose. Down. Miles squirmed on my lap, done with his food and being still. I put him on his feet, and he clung to my legs, looking up at me before he took several steps. In a short amount of time, he'd transitioned from crawling to walking unassisted. I watched as he toddled to the couch where I'd slept. He sat down with his back to the furniture and reached for some toys left on the floor. He's becoming more independent almost overnight, Sam said, her eyes on Miles. Before you know it, he won't need us. I didn't like to think about that. I wanted Miles to reach his arms up to me, to give me hugs, and depend on me. Maybe that was selfish, but it was something that I found I yearned for. Did Sam want those same kinds of commitments? Or did she see all relationships as transactional? She'd needed Brian to lose her virginity. Miles needed us because he was a child. Where did that leave me and her? Are we just a one-night stand? I asked before I could think better of it. I didn't want to believe that that was the case. Being with her had been incredible, beyond anything I'd imagined, and I'd imagined a lot. I wanted more, wanted all of her that I could get. But it was starting to feel like what she wanted was to pretend it hadn't happened. Every time I looked at her, desire flared for me, but she didn't seem to feel a thing. Is that how you see us? She looked at me, and I didn't even try to hide my fears and vulnerability. I should have. I'd never let my emotions show so much with a woman, but she was different. No, she said. That's not how I see us. But I don't know exactly what we have, and everything is so complicated at the moment. Just, can you be patient? I can't predict the future, and I need to deal with the data and samples today. I have to focus. Can you understand that? I could, but I still wondered if there truly was room for me and Miles in her focused life. She kept saying that she'd dedicate herself to being a family once things settled down. But would that day ever really come? Or would there always be something about her work that perpetually needed to come first? With so many things to prioritize, what would end up falling last on the list? I knew she loved Miles and that she would do her best to be there for him. But what about me? Was I just an item that didn't fit on her crowded to-do list? We better get going then, I said, rising from the table. I quickly packed what I'd need for the day. A few minutes later, we were in the car headed for the lab. Owen. She reached across the front seat and gripped my forearm as we pulled up near the building. Brian was already there, leaning against his car, waiting for us. My eyes went to him, and I could only see him as my rival. We'll talk later, I promise, she said. I hoped that was true, that we could have an honest conversation about where this was all going, but I had doubts about the future that only a few days ago had seemed full of possibilities.
Sam. Brian and I spent the morning recovering data from the servers and downloading it onto our laptops. Once that was done, we began recreating the samples necessary for the trial phase of the vaccine and regenerating the data that was lost when our lab in Alabama was damaged. I focused on the task, trying to block out the turbulent emotions of the past days. I hadn't thought much about that night with Brian since it happened. Now, it took up too much space in my brain. I had no desire to repeat it since I felt nothing for Brian in a sexual way. It was Owen's reaction to it that made me lose concentration too many times. Something wrong? Brian asked as I took a break, resting my head in my hands for a moment. Life is overwhelming lately, I said, which could refer to anything from my sister's death to becoming a mom, to my complicated living arrangement to men trying to destroy our vaccine research. I didn't want to specify. That's the truth. Do you want me to do that? He asked, and I realized that my hands were shaking a little. If I couldn't pull myself together, it would be near impossible for me to work with the precision necessary. If you don't mind, I said, happy to give the task to him. I'll examine the data from the samples we ran earlier. I turned to the laptop and scanned the screen, my eyes automatically flowing over the lines of figures and charts. Miles's cry broke my concentration. He was out in the lobby area somewhere with Owen, who had checked in twice during the long day. In between, I had caught glimpses of them outside playing in a stretch of grass on the edge of the parking lot and heard Miles's playful babble. But this sound was different. This was cranky, bored toddler fussing. Part of me wanted to ditch what I was doing and go comfort him. But I wasn't needed. Owen would manage fine without me. I returned to the data, scrolling through more screens. Another sound. This one a dissatisfied shriek from Miles cut through the lab's quiet. I looked to the door. Maybe I should go out there, just for a few minutes. But then I'd have to scrub again to preserve the sterile environment. Was it worth it when Owen was there to care for Miles? I huffed and looked at the screen, unseeingly. How was I ever going to make this work? How did any working mom? Other women seemed to find a balance between work and home life. I knew several professionals who somehow managed to leave their work at the office or lab and go home to their families. They compartmentalized their lives. Could I do that? I didn't know. Perhaps I wasn't made for that kind of existence. I'd been dedicated, almost married to my work for so many years that I didn't know how to leave it behind. And then there was the complication of Owen. His reaction to my encounter with Brian had shocked me a little. I hadn't expected a man, particularly one who appeared cavalier in his own relationships, to be so concerned about mine. I tapped a few keys, forcing my concentration back to the data, but my personal life edged into my mind again. 2 minutes later, my thoughts had wandered back to that one night with Owen. It had been special, out of this world, and unexpected. But therein lay the problem. I couldn't manage it all. Being a mom, a scientist, and a lover was too much for me. Maybe it would all be easier if Owen and I split up the parental duties, and I could carefully schedule my responsibilities in regard to Miles and my work. But adding Owen to the mix would ruin any schedule I could devise. He was too distracted, too all-consuming. When he was making love to me, it was like the rest of the world stopped existing. But I couldn't afford to forget about the rest of the world. Not when so much depended on me keeping everything on track. "Do you want to take a look at this?" Brian asked, interrupting my chaotic thoughts. Miles had settled, and I could hear Owen's deep voice speaking in soothing tones. "Sure, I'll be right there," I said, and focused on what needed to be done. Hours later, we were nearly finished with our work when Owen opened the secure door to the lab holding Miles against him. His expression was all business, and I felt a lurch in my stomach. Something was wrong. "Stop," Brian yelled to him. "You can't come in without scrubbing. You'll compromise the samples." "Don't care. We've got company and not the kind anyone wants," Owen announced grimly. "They're on the edge of the woods. Time to go." I sucked in a breath. Brian and I were so close to completing our work. We needed maybe 10 minutes to wrap up the last samples, and then a little additional time to finalize the report. But grab what you can and get to the car. This isn't up for discussion. Owen disappeared out the door. "Do what he says," I told Brian as I slammed the lid to my laptop closed and slid it into its case alongside the necessary printed reports. Brian gathered the last samples and placed them into a protective carrier. "This is outrageous," Brian complained, even as he worked furiously. "Let's go." I took one last look at the lab space before dashing out the door. Miles was already strapped in, and I joined him in the back seat. Owen opened the hatch so Brian could put the large box of samples he carried in the SUV. "We don't have time for fussing," Owen commanded when Brian was taking too long. Seconds later, both men got in the front seat and Owen started the engine, threw the car into reverse, and raced from the parking lot. As we pulled out, the hollow sound of bullets skimmed past the car and 2 struck the windshield. "Holy crap," Brian yelled. "Was that—" His words were lost as Owen floored the gas pedal and flew down the road. I leaned closer to Miles, half covering him with my body while my heart raced. Chapter 22. Sam. I gripped Miles's car seat as Owen turned sharply, sending us down a narrow road between densely packed trees. We bounced in our seats on the uneven surface. I forced an encouraging smile to my face as I looked at Miles, who seemed unconcerned about the ride. "Wee," Miles yelled when the car charged up a hill and went airborne at the top before starting down the other side. "That's right," I said. "Isn't this fun?" "Have you lost it?" Brian asked from the front seat. I shot him a glare when he turned toward me. "Sorry, I get it. The kid right," I said. I looked over my shoulder to see a black sedan following us. Could they keep up with the speed Owen set? What would happen if they caught us? I refocused my attention forward. We were coming up to a fork in the road. The left side looked like a logging trail, while the right seemed more official and safer. I wasn't surprised when Owen veered left at the last second. "How'd they find us?" Brian's hand gripped the door as we swerved around a huge hole in the road. "Alyssa," I said. I didn't tell her exactly where we were headed, but there are only so many places in Georgia that would fit the description. "Why would Alyssa rat us out?" Brian asked. "I don't get it." "They must have threatened her." It was the only thing I could think of. She'd been a good friend, but anyone could succumb to the right threat. She seemed desperate to keep us at her lab. I think she was afraid of what would happen to her if she didn't cooperate. "Jesus," Brian breathed, and I wasn't sure if it was for the harrowing drive or the revelation that a friend had sold us out. "Look out." A branch hung low over the road just ahead, forcing Owen to dodge to the side. Even so, the branch scraped on the vehicle's roof. I studied Owen's profile. He was completely calm as we rocketed along. "Keep down," he said. The first words he'd uttered since we'd gotten in the car. I pushed Miles's head forward and hunched in my seat. Miles started to sob, no longer seeing this as a game. As bullets whipped past us, I wanted to cry as well. This was too much, too frightening. Only Owen kept his focus. "I think we can lose them up ahead. Brace yourselves," he said before swerving around a tree half fallen in the road. Our tires spun for a second in the soft dirt along the edge, and it felt as though we were up on two wheels. We bounced down again, fishtailed, and shot forward. I looked behind us to the black sedan. It attempted the same maneuver, but the driver lost control and shot off into the woods, landing against a tree. Steam poured from under the hood. They weren't going to be chasing us anymore. "They wrecked," I said. "I see that," Owen responded, letting up on the gas only a little. After another 5 minutes of the rough terrain, we came out on a secondary highway. "It's all better now," I said to Miles, who turned a tear-streaked face to me. "Daddy lost the bad guys." "Dada," Miles repeated with a clap of his hands. "Very good," I said, praising his pronunciation. "Do you think it's safe to return to the hotel?" "Negative," Owen said. "We've still got company." "We do?" I swiveled around and caught sight of a large black SUV a half-mile behind us and gaining rapidly.
Owen. I put my foot down harder on the accelerator, trying to outpace the vehicle on our tail. I'd studied maps of the area, so I had some sense of the road system, but I didn't have the intel that I usually relied on. Plus, I had a toddler, a woman I cared for, and a frightened out-of-his-mind science geek as my companions. Not my usual team. Where are we going?" Brian stammered out. "There's a military safe house about 30 minutes from here, but we can't go there until we lose those guys." "How do you know there's a safe house?" Sam leaned over the seat and rested her hand on my shoulder. "A teammate, Nate Shaw, and I escorted a North Korean defector to it. Once, a couple years ago," I explained. "Get down in your seat, Sam. I don't think they'll take the chance of shooting at us with so many other people around, but I can't be sure of that." Sam slid down as I directed, and I noticed Brian slump in his seat and only occasionally peek over his shoulder. I wasn't going to be able to outrun the guys behind me since they had a more powerful engine, but I might be able to outmaneuver them. I envisioned the 3 possible routes to the safe house. I immediately eliminated the most direct. One of the others would take us through an agricultural area with a network of roads cut across production fields. I might be able to lose our tail there. "Hold on," I said as we approached an intersection. I made a fast, last-second turn. I glanced in the rearview mirror. The black vehicle made the corner as well, but they'd almost overshot it and had to slow down. That gave me the time I needed. I took a hard left down a dirt trail between rows of bushy hops. They grew on long wires that extended from the top of 20-foot poles to the ground at an angle, creating the perfect cover. I sped ahead, took another left, and came to a stop, hidden amongst the plants. "Stay here," I said to everyone before unbuckling my seatbelt and climbing out. I crept to where I could see the road. The SUV was stopped with 2 men outside it. They were looking in all directions, apparently trying to figure out how they'd missed us. After a few minutes, they got back in and continued going forward down the road and away from our location. Sam was standing beside the car when I returned, proving that she didn't listen well to directions. "I told you to stay in the car." "Are they gone?" she asked, ignoring my words. "I think so. We'll continue across the field to the other side." "What's this?" She touched the sleeve of my gray t-shirt. "Were you shot?" I glanced at the area an inch or so below my shoulder. I hadn't felt it with the adrenaline of the chase masking everything else. Now, I registered a burning sensation. "Guess so. It's not serious." "It could have been," she said, her eyes on the bloody spot. "I'll get the first aid kit." "Not now. We need to get to the safe house." I opened the car door for her to get back in. 20 minutes later, we were at the safe house. The authorities hadn't wanted to give us access at first, but after I gave Adrian a phone call and explained the situation, he must have pulled some strings because authorization was granted, and a Sergeant Clarkson met us at the main building. After greeting the sergeant and explaining that Sam and Brian needed space to finish their analysis and data, he showed them to a large room that suited their purpose. "We better get you treated," Clarkson said to me with a gesture to my arm. "Come with me. I'll take you to get patched up and find a place for the boy to play. No one else hurt?" I'd thoroughly checked Miles the minute we got in the gates of the safe house. I'd never forgive myself if something happened to him on our wild race. I glanced at Sam and Brian. They both shook their heads. They were shaken, both pale, but neither of them had cracked during the intense moments. "All right," I said, agreeing to the treatment. "We're going to set up a temporary lab," Sam said. "I think we can finish tonight if we keep working. Once it's done, they won't be after us anymore." I got her meaning. When her vaccine moved on to the trial phase and was out of her hands, attacking her would no longer be enough to kill the research. I could see Sam was exhausted, though. I wanted to take her in my arms, keep her safe, let her rest. But she wouldn't submit to that. "I'll have dinner sent in to you," Clarkson told them as we walked out of the room. I glanced back once. Sam and Brian stood close together, unpacking the box of samples. I didn't like that they'd work all night in close quarters, but I had no right to interfere in that. The only thing I could do was fulfill my promise to keep Sam and Miles safe, and I planned to do that no matter what.
Chapter 23. Sam. I didn't bother to look at the clock. I could feel the lateness of the hour in my sore muscles and in the quiet that had descended while Brian and I worked. We'd spoken little, a blessing that resulted from having worked together for so long. We systematically recreated the last bit of data that had been compromised by our abrupt departure from the other lab. Fortunately, we'd been able to preserve what we needed. A few more hours of work should see this project to completion. If I weren't feeling so hassled and frenzied, I'd cry tears of joy. Years' worth of work was coming to fruition that night, and I wished I could enjoy the sensation. I promised myself that I would. Later. "Shoulders hurt?" Brian said and rubbed my upper back. It was a gesture he'd made many times over the years, but this time it made me think of Owen's accusation. Brian did touch me whenever there was a chance. "I'm fine." I shook him off, stepping away. I wondered how much truth there might be in what Owen had said. Did Brian want something more than a working relationship with me? And if so, was he trying to drive a wedge between me and Owen? Of course, it wouldn't be too hard to put that wedge in after the past 24 hours. While Owen had been our hero, saving our lives, our conversation from last night and the morning kept returning whenever I took my focus off the project. I was irritated with Owen's attitude about me and men. He'd had women, probably more than I cared to think about. I'd been with 2 men, and that appeared to be a big deal. I huffed out an exasperated sound. "It's going to be all right," Brian said, covering my hand with his. There it was again. I'd gotten used to the physical contact, thinking it was just Brian's way. But it was more. I knew that now. I jerked my hand away, not caring how he perceived my action. "Work to do," I muttered. He moved off a few feet, and I wished him a mile away. I wished all men a mile away. I was over them, every last one. During all those years of ignoring men and burying my feelings beneath layers of research and data, I'd been doing the right thing. Long ago, I'd hypothesized that men were nothing but trouble. I'd recently put that theory to the test and arrived at a conclusion. Men were trouble, the kind I didn't need. It probably wouldn't be so bad if Owen and Brian weren't in some sort of competition to get my attention. I didn't need two guys in a pissing contest over me. God knew I couldn't handle one man, let alone two. These emotions were complicating my life and clouding my work. Enough, I mentally announced, and focused on what had to get done that night. Just a few more hours. I dug in. I don't know how long it was before the room's door opened and Owen stepped through. I took one look at him, with his bandaged arm and concerned expression, and lost the anger I'd felt earlier. He'd done everything he could to keep me and Miles safe, and he'd worked to preserve my research even though he had no vested interest in it. "I came to see if you needed anything." His eyes went to the tray of food, half-eaten and pushed aside. "I don't," Brian said quickly, and Owen shot him a look that said he wasn't asking about his welfare. I almost laughed. There was that pissing contest again. "I'm okay," I said, hoping he wouldn't stay long. "You look beat," Owen insisted. "Take a break. Rest for an hour." "Can't," I replied abruptly and then felt bad about it. "We're at a critical point and I want to see this through. Thanks for checking, but we're plowing ahead and I don't want to lose momentum. Is Miles okay?" "He's fine. I'll look out for him." "Thanks again for that, and I promise to rest when I can." He gave a nod and disappeared out the door. It would have been nice to go with him, let him rub my shoulders and lean into his strength. A few days ago, I might have done that, but things had changed between us. My feelings were confused, and maybe his were too. When this was over, we were going to have a discussion, which I was already dreading. What would happen between us? I couldn't even begin to imagine.
Owen. I stood outside the temporary lab door, feeling powerless, a sensation I hated. I couldn't help Sam, and I couldn't draw her away from Brian. I had no right to even try. The two of them spoke a language I didn't understand, and they had a history as lovers, friends, and co-workers in a field I knew nothing about. If Sam wanted someone who understood her world, I wasn't it. I could never be it. Her rejection of me was inevitable. Rejection wasn't an emotion I managed well. I'd spent my life, particularly my love life, strongly focused on avoiding it, ever since I was a kid. It was no coincidence that I'd only dated women who weren't looking for anything serious. Somehow, I was shot back to when I was 10 years old, and I'd fallen in love with my 14-year-old babysitter. I thought her the most beautiful girl in the world until I confessed my love for her, and she laughed at me. I felt the sting of that rejection even now, years later. Carter's teasing had made it worse. I'd sworn then not to fall in love again, and I hadn't. But whatever was between Sam and me was different from anything I'd ever experienced. It didn't fill me with joy the way movies promised. I felt a sense of heaviness pressing on my chest because I wasn't the kind of man Sam needed, and nothing was going to change that. My fists were balled up, and I forced myself to relax them. But the tension was in me, and I needed something to take the edge off. I found the soldier on night guard duty. He sat at a desk monitoring images from security cameras around the compound. "Quiet night," I said, opening the conversation. "Usually is," he responded. "Not too much happens here. Is there a gym where I could get in a workout?" "Sure thing." He pulled a pass key from a desk drawer. "Down that hall, third door on the left." "Thanks." I took the key and hesitated. "Can you keep an eye on them?" I pointed to the image of Sam and Brian working in the makeshift lab. As usual, they were close together. "Already am." He flipped through screens, showing me a different view of the lab, and one of a sleeping Miles in a secure room where I'd left him earlier. "Appreciate it," I said, and walked toward the gym. I'd have been happy with any kind of workout, but the punching bag was a welcome sight when I entered. Just what I needed. I stripped off my shirt and found boxing gloves. Once I got them on, I took a jab at the bag, testing its weight and give, liking what I found. I slammed my right fist into it, which felt good. I began to move my feet and throw punches, an activity I'd done since high school. I'd beat out a ton of frustrations over the years. The motions didn't solve problems, and it wouldn't solve my situation with Sam, but punching the crap out of the bag gave me some satisfaction. I continued my workout until sweat dripped from my skin. The bandaged area on my arm from the bullet burned, but I didn't care so long as I could land the punches. Finally, out of breath, I took a step back. I'd be sore if I did much more, and I didn't know what was going to be expected of me in the morning. I put the gloves away, grabbed a bottle of water, and wiped the sweat off, evaluating my mood. Not necessarily better, but different, I concluded, before walking back to the guard at the monitoring station. "Everything good?" I asked. "Peaceful as can be." He tapped keys, first showing me Miles before bringing up the image of the lab. Sam and Brian sat huddled over her laptop, close enough that their bodies had to be touching. I squeezed the bottle in my hand, making the plastic crinkle. "Tough, huh?" the guard commented with a glance up at me. "What do you mean?" I demanded. "Being the third wheel." Of course, he could see that I was the odd man out. "You got that right." I had to agree with him. "It's too bad. She's a beauty." That was the truth as well. Sam was beautiful, but she wasn't my type of woman, and the sooner I came to terms with that, the better. "Thanks for keeping an eye on everyone. I'm going to take a walk, get some fresh air." I headed for the door and stepped into the night. It was late and the sky was star-studded. Peacefulness was all around me, but not in me. The only way I could describe the feeling after the boxing workout was resignation. I was going to have to give Sam up, if I ever had her in the first place. Pursuing anything more with her would just break my heart even more. Chapter 24. Owen. I was sitting just outside the lab when Sam and Brian finally came out. I could have gone to bed, but despite everything, I cared too much about Sam to not watch over her. "We're done," Sam announced with a smile, and came to sit next to me on the couch. "You didn't need to stay up." I shrugged off her comment. Of course I needed to stay. I'd promised to protect her and help her see her project to the end, and that's what I'd done. "I want some sleep," Brian said. "Where should I?" "Ask the officer at the desk in the next room," I said. Sleeping quarters had been assigned to all of us, but I figured Brian could manage to find his without much help from me. "Got it. Good night, Sam." "Owen." Sam leaned back against the cushions and propped her feet on the coffee table. The furnishings were serviceable and comfortable, not fancy. "Totally finished?" I asked. "Yes, ready to send to the review board. My work is done, so there's no point in anyone threatening me. We should be able to go home." She stretched her arms over her head. That was a marathon work session. It reminded me of my graduate school years when I spent days in the lab. "I wouldn't know anything about that," I said. I'd been on SEAL missions all over the world while she'd gone through her schooling. Different worlds. I feel a really strange mix of excitement and exhaustion. Her eyes were bright when I turned to face her. I'm ready to drop and ready to run around yelling at the same time. That was one thing I could identify with. I'd experienced something similar after completing missions. The tiredness set in, but the satisfaction of prevailing balanced it out. "I can't believe it's all over," she said again in a wondering voice. "The vaccine is ready for testing, and life can get back to normal. I'm looking forward to that." Normal. Whatever that was. I had a suspicion that normal meant going back to the way things were before we acted on our feelings for each other. So we'll go back to Carter and Lauren's then in the morning, I suggested. Right, she yawned. Or maybe the next day. I need to sleep, and so do you. Sleep can wait, I said. Part of me knew this wasn't the time to discuss our relationship, but I couldn't stop myself. When we get there, what's going to happen between you and me? What was happening before, she said. We'll continue to care for Miles, and, oh, that's not what you were asking. I shook my head. I need to know where we stand. She turned her head, meeting my gaze. Owen, this isn't a good time to have this conversation. Can it wait? No. I was being stubborn. I knew that, and I stupidly persisted. She put her feet on the floor and stood up, moving away from me, which partially answered my question. If she'd planned to continue our romance, she'd have reacted differently. Maybe she'd have touched me, kissed me, or at least leaned into me. The pacing she was doing spoke volumes. Tell me what you want. Is it Brian? Have you realized you have feelings for him? I'd made her aware of the obvious interest Brian harbored for her. Did knowing that change her perspective? Make her think of the possibility of being with him? I felt a gnawing in my gut, even considering it. It's not Brian, she said as she rubbed her arms with her hands. I realized you might have been right about him, though. Being right didn't make the situation any better. Then what, Sam? I don't know what I want, she said on a sigh. I'm tired, and this has been ridiculously stressful. I can't make a decision like this now. I just don't know. I stood to face her, knowing that I was going to have to let her go before she made the decision to do the same. I squared my shoulders, forcing myself to have this conversation.
Sam. That's what I thought, Owen said. You would be better off with someone you have more in common with. I don't get your world. I don't get yours. What difference does that make? I argued. Why were we having this conversation at 4 in the morning when we were both so tired? It wasn't wise, but now that it was underway, there was no stopping it. And the truth was, he was right. I didn't understand his world any more than he understood mine. I was clueless about what it meant to him to be a Navy SEAL, to pledge to protect and serve. His life was as foreign to me as mine was to him. All the difference, he declared, his tone unflinching. Your work pulls you away from me and especially from Miles. What was this? I studied him for a minute, trying to pull back to objectively gauge what had prompted this. What was Owen's greatest fear? That wasn't a hard question. He worried about never being enough. He was afraid that his brother had thought so, although I knew that wasn't true. Carter had loved him unconditionally. His parents, though, constantly dug at Owen's insecurity. I wanted to reassure him, but my own fears rose before me. I had no experience with men or relationships. Perhaps I'd misread Owen's feelings for me. Maybe he was trying to let me know that? I studied his blue eyes while figuring out what to say next. Complete honesty was my only option. I know that I haven't done my fair share with Miles, I said, addressing the issue that seemed to be on the table. But this situation isn't the norm for me, and it's also over. I'll be able to be the mom that Miles needs now. I know you will. But between being a mom and putting in all the time on your work, there really isn't room for anything else, is there? He asked, his voice gravelly. Maybe it's best if you focus on your work and Miles without a relationship with me other than being a co-parent. I felt his words like a punch. I almost staggered back. He was blocking me out of his life. Oh, that hurt. But then, wasn't I worried about the same thing? I just hadn't imagined what it would feel like to have the words spoken aloud. I bit my lip, trying to hold in the emotions that threatened to pour out. Is that what you want? I finally asked, struggling and probably failing to keep my feelings off my face. It is, he said. I'll take you and Miles home tomorrow, but then I'll move out until we can establish a custody plan. That's what we planned to do all along, once we had a chance to settle into parenting. There's no reason for us to continue living together if we're just going to be 2 people with shared custody. We'll share him, equally, but that's all that can be between us. I couldn't respond. Not a single word came to my mind. He was ending our relationship. Just like that. I didn't know what to do, what to think. Fortunately, Owen walked out of the room, leaving me alone. I collapsed onto the couch, curling up in a ball. The tears I'd managed to control finally came. I'd never had a broken heart. I'd even scoffed at the unscientific nature of the concept. But I understood now. I rubbed my hand over my heart, trying to soothe the pain, but there was no making it better. Owen wanted nothing more than a surface relationship with me, like parents long divorced who shared a child. I felt like a fool for having thought we could have more. I covered my face with my hands, sobbing into them. This was painful, and a reminder of why I'd never engaged in a relationship before. The pain wasn't worth it. Chapter 25. Sam. It was evening when we arrived home, having gotten a late start out from the safe house. But the time didn't matter. All that mattered was the gaping hole in my life that I was somehow going to have to fill. I should be joyful, ecstatic, since the vaccine was now safely in the hands of the medical review board. My work was done, and I had confidence in its success. But Owen, we'd said nothing that wasn't necessary during the long drive. Nothing that didn't pertain to Miles and his comfort and entertainment. Was this how our relationship would be from now on? When we finally reached the house, Owen searched it and the property, confirming that no one had entered while we were gone and that it was safe. After that, he'd promptly repacked his travel bag, kissed Miles, and left, leaving me the name of the hotel where he planned to stay. We'd both given up our apartments, expecting to live together with Miles for several months. We'd made it only a few weeks before the charade all came crashing down. I'd just put Miles to bed and sat down with a glass of wine when the doorbell rang. I leaped up, hoping that Owen had returned and we could have a conversation not hindered by fear and exhaustion. When I opened the door, my mom stood there. "Mom, I'm so glad to see you." I hugged her and pulled her into the house with me. Having Owen on my doorstep begging for another chance would have been the best visit I could imagine, but my mom was a close second. "Your father and I have been driving by the house watching to see when you'd return," she said when I'd gotten her some wine and we were seated in the living room. "I was so worried when you said that you'd be out of touch for a few days. I know you tried to play it off as a road trip, but I know you, honey. You don't take spontaneous road trips. What happened?" "Everything," I said, managing a small smile. I told her about the threats from the pharmaceutical company's investors and how they'd chased us up to Georgia. I didn't sugarcoat the dangers we'd faced, the chase and making it to the safe house. But I skipped all references to the mess I'd made of my relationship with Owen. The only positive of the day was an email Owen received from his connection at the police department, confirming that the emails had originated from PLC Pharma. At least we knew for sure who we'd been dealing with. "That's horrible," Mom said, "but I'm so glad it's over and you're done with your work. We should celebrate." She clinked her wine glass to mine. "Congratulations." She tipped her head to the side and studied me. I tried to smile, but it didn't work. "What else, Samantha?" I'd never been able to hide anything from her, so I started to cry. I succeeded in one way and made a disaster of my life in another. "Tell me what happened," she said in a soothing tone. "I'm sure it's not that bad. Did something happen to Owen?" I was wondering where he was. "He left, and that's the problem. I hesitated for only a second and then spilled the entire story to my mom. I told her about how we had come together so unexpectedly and beautifully, how wonderful it had been to think that Owen and I were building something real and lasting, and how it had all ended at 4 in the morning. "You know I'm not cut out for romance. I should never have tried. That was Lauren's world. She saw the love and positivity in everything. I've never been able to do that. No, you're different, but just as wonderful." My mom reached for my hand. "You are amazing, and your father and I are so proud of what you've done as a scientist, and so proud that you've taken on the responsibility of raising Miles. You're going to be the best mom." Not better than Lauren, I said. My sister understood feelings and emotions that I could barely process. Equal to Lauren because you'll love Miles as much as she did. My mom flicked a tear away. But Owen, I said, feeling the loss of him again and stifling a sob that rose in my throat. Oh, my poor baby. I'm sorry that didn't work out, but you're strong and you've always been independent. My mom encouraged me. Never in your life have you needed a man to be successful. That was true. I didn't need Owen, but something in me yearned for him. I wanted his touch, his kiss, his strong presence. You'll be able to work out an agreement with him to care for Miles. You're both good people, and you'll make good parents to the little boy who needs you. That's what matters most. She was right, of course. My mother always was, but that didn't dampen the sharp pain inside me. I gulped back the tears that threatened to overflow. At the door, I gave my mother a long hug, grateful for her support. Everything about my world had been turned upside down, but family was something I'd always been able to rely on. I'll be back to check on you. If you need anything, you call me, she said before walking to her car. I waited until she drove away before closing and locking the door. I wanted to be a mom like my own. She always knew the answers to problems, and she knew how to comfort me when I felt lost. I hoped I could give that to Miles when he needed it. Slowly, I climbed the stairs and headed for bed. I peeked at Miles first. To my surprise, his eyes were open, and he was rolling around in his crib. "What's the matter, sweetheart?" I asked, feeling his forehead to check for fever. He was cool. "Dada," he said, looking up at me. And I got it. Owen had been the constant in his life for these past few weeks. I'd been trying to work and care for Miles, but Owen had been there every moment. "He'll be back soon," I said, smoothing his hair down. "Go to sleep." I waited in Miles's room until his eyes closed, and he was asleep. How could I explain to Miles that while Owen would be there, he wouldn't be around as much as he had been? I didn't want Miles to think for a second that he didn't have both me and Owen in his life. I staggered down the hall to my bedroom. Not bothering to undress, I collapsed on the mattress that Owen had been thoughtful enough to buy me. Only exhaustion pulled me into a deep sleep.
Owen. I sat on the edge of the bed in the same hotel where Sam and I had stayed not that many nights earlier. So much had happened since then. I held my phone in my hand, my fingers hovering over my contact list. Finally, I pressed the icon for my little sister. There was no telling how busy she was at the moment, but I hoped she'd answer. I needed someone to talk to. "Owen," she answered on the third ring, and I could hear music being turned down in the background. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" I asked, prepared to hang up. "Not at all," Catherine said quickly. I was tidying up my apartment and listening to music while I worked. "Don't you get enough music during the day?" I asked. "I never get enough music," she said. "How are you? How's Miles?" "We're okay." Technically, we were. We'd survived a few rotten days without injury and returned home. That was a win, I supposed. "Is it too late for me to say goodnight to him?" Catherine asked. "Yeah, he's asleep, I guess." I had no idea, really, since I'd left the house 10 minutes after our return. I'd made sure it was safe, packed a bag, and walked out the door. "You're not with him?" My sister sounded confused. "He's with Sam at the house. I moved out." Might as well bite the bullet and tell her. "Oh, couldn't live with her, huh?" she teased. "I warned you about that. If you're attracted to someone, it makes it hard." "Yeah, you were right. Good for you." I knew my tone was too harsh, and my sister didn't deserve it, but I couldn't disguise the bitterness I felt. "Uh-oh, you're upset about this. You better tell me everything," Catherine said, and I caved instantly. I needed to vent to someone. Without Carter, my sister was the next best choice. I fell for her. I couldn't help myself. Having never fallen in love before, I hadn't recognized the fall until it was too late, hadn't pulled myself back from the precipice. "And she didn't return your feelings," she prodded gently. I don't know, I admitted. I told Catherine about the trip to Georgia and being with Sam and how wonderful it was. Then I talked about how doubts had crept in and a certainty that there wasn't any room for me in her life, not when she still struggled to find balance between her work and being a mom to Miles. When I finished, there was a long pause before my sister spoke again. "You still there?" I finally asked. "I am," Catherine said. "I'm just blown away with how serious this is for you. You who never wanted anything to do with a commitment to a woman. I'm aware of how I've behaved in the past. No one needed to remind me of that. Are you sure you're being fair to her? I mean, you broke it off with her after she'd worked how many hours straight?" "Almost 20, I said. "Is anyone at their best then? I know I'm not. Is it any wonder that she let you go without a fight? Did you want her to fight to stay with you?" "Did I? I suppose deep down I did." "And," Catherine continued, "you need to see this from her side. Imagine if you were trying to deal with an intense personal situation while on a mission with the SEALs. Would your focus be totally on the personal stuff? We both know it wouldn't. You caught her at the most critical point of her career. I think you expected too much from her. Now that her work is done, could you give it another try? Give her another chance to prove that she has room in her life for you?" "Maybe," I mumbled. "Owen, I watched the two of you together when I was out there. You made a terrific team, and even though she'd probably tell you that she doesn't have people skills, she managed our parents masterfully. Give her another chance if she means as much to you as I think she does." "I don't know," I said. "It was a risk I wasn't sure I was willing to take." "Owen, why do you think that you engaged in meaningless flings for so long?" That was a tough question coming from my little sister, one I didn't want to discuss. "Do you want me to tell you? Because I figured it out a while ago. Carter and I talked about it too." I felt a flicker of anger inside me. My siblings had talked about my love life. When I stayed silent for 5 seconds, Catherine took that as assent and charged ahead. "We decided that you kept everything short-term, so you'd always be able to say it was your choice to leave. No commitments meant no rejection. You're in a different situation now, and you've got to approach it differently. Go have a conversation with Sam when you're not tired and reeling from chaos. Please do that for me because I love you, and I want you to be happy. Promise me you'll try." When did my little sister get so wise and so demanding? What she said made sense, but I wasn't ready to see Sam again and face the chance that she didn't want me. Talking with Catherine made me realize that my objection to Sam wasn't about her, though. It was about my own fears. "I'll think about it," I said. "Take care of yourself." I hung up before she could say more and looked around the hotel room. I might as well unpack, I decided, since I wasn't good for much else. I unzipped the bag and dug out my clothes. Somewhere on the trip north, Miles's things had gotten mixed up with mine. I set his things aside until I'd emptied the bag of my stuff. Then I repacked Miles's clothes, unwilling to look at them. I missed him. I missed being part of a family with him and Sam. I didn't want to think about the coming years when Miles would go back and forth between me and Sam. It seemed like far too lonely an existence.
Chapter 26. Sam. I came awake in the night, sitting bolt upright and knowing with all my heart that something was wrong. I flung back the covers and leaped out of bed before dashing to Miles's room. A few hours earlier, I'd left him sleeping, but when I shoved open his door, my eyes fell on an empty crib. "Oh my God," I breathed, rushing forward and moving a few stuffed animals around as if Miles could be hidden under them. I knew it was pointless. He was gone. Vanished in the middle of the night. I staggered back against the wall, my hand covering my mouth to hold in the scream. "Think," I told myself. "Think." I flipped on the light and looked. Could he have climbed out? Some toddlers learned to do that at an early age, according to my reading. When the bright light flooded the space, my eyes fell on a note stuck to the back of Miles's door. If you want the kid back, you'll find a way to stop your research from going forward. Horror raced through me, and I felt sick at the thought of my pursuers having my sweet boy. I knew instantly that I'd do anything to get him back, but I didn't even know if it was still possible to stop the trial. I'd submitted the last of the paperwork that morning, and it was in the pipeline. Who could I call to stop it? I stood there in shocked panic for a minute. I didn't know. I could think of nothing but that Miles was gone. Owen. I had to call him. I ran back to my room for my phone and pulled up his number. He answered almost instantly, despite the hour. Sam, is something wrong? Is Miles sick? Miles is gone. They've taken him. Right out of his crib. Saying the words aloud made them so much more real. My legs couldn't hold me anymore. I leaned against the wall and slid slowly to the floor. I'm sorry, Owen. I didn't hear anything. This is all my fault. What should I do? Nothing. I'll be right there. His voice was astonishingly calm, but I could hear him moving. Okay, I whispered, and hung up. In less than 10 minutes, I heard him enter the house and charge up the stairs. I met him in the hall. Should I call the police? I asked. Let me look first, he said. I'll phone Ren in a minute. Going past me, he entered Miles's room. I'd completely forgotten about Owen's police detective friend. There's a note on the back of the door, I said, swinging the door closed so he could see it. While I was waiting for you to come, I made a list of people to call, people who can stop the application process from moving forward. Writing down the names and numbers had kept me from panicking. We will find him. Owen stood hands on hips in the center of the room. But it won't be at the expense of your research. How can you say that? I'd give it all up to know that Miles was safe. Owen put his arm around my shoulders and pulled me against him for one brief, comforting moment. We'll formulate a plan. Trust me on this. He released me and continued with his scrutiny of the room. Then he crossed the hall to the master bedroom and pulled several files from a drawer. What are those? I asked as he laid them on the dresser top. I had Ren run down some additional information for me the night you were almost abducted. These were waiting for me when we got home, but I didn't go through them because I didn't think they were necessary anymore. I was wrong. He was scanning information rapidly and shuffling through the papers. Ren said that the investors have an office close by. I think that's our best bet. They won't want to take Miles far. Owen moved away from me, opened the walk-in closet, and disappeared inside. What are you doing? I asked, following him to the doorway and watching as he worked the combination on a safe and swung the door open. Preparing to get our boy back, he said, pulling a gun from the safe. He shoved it in the waistband of his jeans and walked toward me. Shouldn't we wait for the police? Wasn't rescuing kidnapped children their job? I shouldn't be surprised by Owen's declaration, but the thought of him putting himself in danger terrified me. No. He moved past me. They'll send a unit here to investigate first, and that'll eat up time. I'm going now. I'm coming with you. I ran after him as he made his way through the house. I gripped his arm when he reached the front door and he spun around. I could tell by his fierce expression that he wanted me to stay home, but I couldn't. Please, I whispered. His face softened for a second before he spoke. Only if you stay at a safe distance. Understood? I nodded, almost too terrified to speak. I couldn't lose either Miles or Owen. One was as important to me as the other. I almost opened my mouth to tell Owen how much he meant to me, but I couldn't. It wasn't the right time. So long as you get Miles back, I said. His jaw was set. All business. That's exactly what I intend to do.
Owen. Minutes later, I parked down the block from an office building. According to Ren's intel, the investor group had offices on the third floor of the building. One light showed on that level, which struck me as odd at this time of night, unless they were holding a little boy hostage. My rage had been barely contained since Sam called me. I didn't blame her. I blamed myself. If I'd stayed in the house where I belonged, I might have heard the kidnappers when they arrived and stopped the abduction in progress. "Is that the place?" Sam asked from beside me. "Yeah." I held the keys out to her. "I want you to go where you're safe and call the police." "No way," she responded. "I'll make the call, but I'm not going anywhere. Not without my son." "Our son," I said, noting the fire in her eyes. It would be impossible and a waste of time to try to convince her to leave. Determination was written all over her face. "I'll get him back, I promise you." With that, I slipped into the dark night, headed for the office building. I took a moment to study the structure. The front entrance was mostly glass, making it too easy to be seen if I entered that way. I circled around to the back. As expected, a maintenance door was situated near some dumpsters. I tried it. Locked. Not a problem. I got to work with a lockpick. 30 seconds later, the door swung open. I entered cautiously, checking for security on the first floor. No one. These guys were either foolish or complacent. I was banking on option 2 as I crept up the stairs until I reached the 3rd floor. I edged the stairwell door open a few inches and heard someone speak. "We can't keep the brat here. What were you thinking?" The angry voice of a man reached me. "We're not professional kidnappers. How am I supposed to know what to do with him? This isn't my line of work," a gruffer voice responded. "I thought you were fixers." The first man spoke again. "We are, which means we'll chase people and shoot at them to scare them or get them out of the way. But snatching kids is a different matter." I turned him over to you. "He's your problem now." Footsteps strode toward me, and I retreated into the stairwell. 2 guys entered the small space. When the door closed behind them, I was on them before they could react. I punched the first in the gut, making him double over and drop to the floor. The other took a swing at me, but I put him in a sleeper hold, causing him to lose consciousness in seconds. With both subdued, I searched and gagged them before zip-tying them to the railing. "How many are there?" I asked the one I'd punched. "Blink your answer." He blinked 3 times, his expression defiant and resigned. I recognized him as one of the men in the SUV that had chased us into the field. Feeling confident that they weren't going anywhere, I inched the door open and entered the 3rd floor. Lights from a room spilled out into the hall. I considered pulling my Glock out, but I'd wait. A gun in this situation could escalate things fast, and I didn't want to put Miles at risk. Surprise was a much better weapon. I inched closer, listening. There were 3 voices in the office, 2 men and a woman. They were arguing. I hoped to hear Miles, but didn't. What had they done to make him silent? The thought of these people touching him made my anger spike. I struggled to control it, knowing that it wouldn't help. I was just outside the door when I heard movement approaching. A middle-aged man came out of the room, and I yanked him to the floor before he saw me. His head smacked the tile, and he went still. 1 down. "What was that?" the woman asked, stepping to the door. I wasn't in the habit of striking women, but I made an exception for kidnappers. I jammed my foot into the side of her knee, collapsing her immediately to the floor. She writhed in pain, clutching her leg. I stepped over her and entered the room. The remaining man lurched to his feet, but I drew my Glock, stopping him cold. I wouldn't move if I were you. I took my eyes off him for just long enough to see Miles on the floor by the window, hemmed in by chairs so he couldn't crawl around. He was sitting up, staring wide-eyed at me. "Be right there, buddy," I said before shifting my attention back to the man. "Hands over your head." Outside the window, I saw the blue and red flashing lights of squad cars. A moment later, pounding feet came up the stairs. "In here," I called. "I'm rescuing my son." Wren and 3 uniformed officers ran into the room, and I lowered my gun as they did their job. My only thought was for Miles. I scooped up the child, hugging him to me. Without waiting for police input, I rushed Miles out of the building. Sam was on the sidewalk out front, pacing. Wordlessly, I transferred Miles to her and stood with my arms around both of them as the police swarmed around us. I had my family. Nothing else mattered. I bent my head down, kissing both of their heads as we huddled together. There was nothing else I wanted but to be with the two of them. I couldn't imagine a life without both, but I'd have to because it seemed the only option. Are you okay? Sam was running her free hand over Miles as tears streamed down her cheeks. She got a nod from the boy, who seemed unable to speak. I understood how he felt. And you? She was looking up at me. Not hurt, I said, and was surprised at the rush of relief on her face. Thank goodness. She burrowed into me, and I didn't think I could ever hold either of them close enough again. After talking to the police and telling the story multiple times, we were allowed to leave. I drove Sam and Miles home, wishing I had an excuse to stay with them. But the police were stationing a car in front of the house for the night, and I wasn't needed. I made sure Sam and Miles were safely inside and drove back to the hotel alone.
Chapter 27. Sam. I wandered restlessly through the house in the early morning, checking windows and doors. It made me feel better, even though I knew it wasn't necessary. The bad guys had been caught. It was over. Somehow Owen had taken out 5 of them all by himself. I shook my head in amazement. I crept again to the doorway of Miles's room to reassure myself that he was there. The terror of finding him gone would probably take a long time to fade. He was still out. I was glad he could sleep. He'd been up for a while and then settled in for what looked like a long snooze. I knew I should rest while he did, but I couldn't. Not yet. Instead, I went down to the kitchen. In this room more than any, the signs of Owen predominated. He was the one who'd cooked for us, made snacks, made the house a home. His presence was everywhere, from the baby-proofed cabinets to the seal baseball cap that hung near the back door. God, I missed him. Last night, I'd hoped after the rescue that he'd come in, stay for the night, but he'd seen we were safely in and driven off. I picked up my phone, needing to talk to someone, to lessen some of the weight I was carrying around. I dialed my mom. "Hi," I said when she answered. I still feel like I'm on a roller coaster. I tried to make a joke of it, but my show of bravado dissolved quickly as I told my mother about the abduction and rescue. I just can't believe what's happened to you, Owen and Miles. I'm so thankful you're all safe. He's a hero, Mom said when I'd finished the story. I know. Owen was amazing. I don't know what I would have done without him. The police might have gotten Miles back, but not so quickly. I miss him, Mom. I didn't have to explain that I meant Owen. Mom would get that. I know you do, she said. I can hear it in your voice. Are you sure there's no chance of him coming back? I wanted to think it could happen, but that was probably just a pipe dream. Being in his arms last night had made everything feel right, but the comfort had been fleeting. I was going to have to do this parenting thing on my own. There is some good news out of all this. I get it now, Mom. I know what it means to be a mother. And I don't have to worry about whether I can reach that goal because I already have. There was no choice, no decision to be made. I just knew that I'd give up anything to have Miles back safely. I've wanted to create this vaccine for so many years, and I'd finally done it, but I'd have traded it all for Miles in an instant with no regrets. Motherhood is like that, she said. You would have, but you didn't have to. And I'm glad for you. What now, Samantha? Aside from being a mother, what's next for you? Mom knew I was goal-oriented. Whether short-term or long-term, I always needed a goal. Caring for Miles came first, but I hoped in time to be able to hit a balance between that and my work. Not sure, I admitted, my thoughts going to Owen. The vaccine is safely in the hands of the review board, and there's no need to change that. It's nice not worrying about it anymore. Mom and I chatted for a few more minutes while I continued to roam the house. When I hung up, I was standing in the doorway to the master bedroom that Owen had been using. Abruptly, exhaustion hit me. I crawled onto the bed and wrapped the quilt around me. It still smelled faintly of my sister's perfume, but I could detect a note of Owen's aftershave as well. Both scents were comforting, so I closed my eyes and breathed deeply before admitting the truth to myself. Miles wasn't the only one I'd do anything for. I had to make room on that short list for one more name. Owen. I just wished I knew how to bring him back into my life.
Owen. After rescuing Miles, the adrenaline was rushing through me at far too high a rate to sleep again. I tried television, but it didn't hold my attention. I organized the few belongings I had with me. I searched online for apartments, which did nothing but remind me that I now lived a separate life from Sam. There was no satisfaction to be found in any of those tasks. When the clock struck 5, I headed to the hotel's gym where I knew a punching bag awaited. After 30 minutes of pounding away, I switched to a treadmill, ramped up the speed and incline, and started running. I was in the 3rd mile and hitting the zone when a thought struck me out of the blue. It happened when I worked out sometimes. Nat K. That was the mother's name that had been emailing Sam, the mother whose child had Leurer's disease. I scrambled for my phone and found the number that Adrian Pierce had called me from. He answered after 2 rings. Agent Pierce. Natalia. What? That's the name of Anton's sister, the one he was asking about, I said. Anton had her and her kid moved to the U.S. because his nephew's sick with Leurer's disease. It's the same illness Sam is working on treating. I knew the name of it sounded familiar when she told me about her work, but I couldn't remember where I'd heard it. It was from Anton on that night. He said his nephew had it. And lately, Sam's been in touch with someone going by Nat K, who says she moved to the U.S. so her son could get treatment. I could be wrong, but I think it might be the same woman. I didn't have much beyond what Sam had told me, but it didn't seem like Adrian had much to go on either. There's your start. Adrian was quiet for a heartbeat. 2. That's good, Owen, he finally said. That's really good. Thank you. But why are you worrying about my investigation with all you have going on? What's your status? Are you still at the safe house? I explained to him everything that had happened over the past few days, including my fight with Sam. So, you're trying to run her out of your system, right? I made a disgruntled noise and focused, for a beat, on my stride and form. You're not wrong. Don't tell me you're going to give me relationship advice. Adrian snorted. Do you want advice? Sure, I said. Can't be any worse than what I've come up with on my own. You're afraid, Adrian said. When you're afraid, you screw up, so stop being afraid and go get what you want. I wanted to scoff and tell him off, but he wasn't entirely wrong, was he? That's not terrible. Thanks, he said. And thanks again for the lead on Natalia. Keep me in the loop, I said. About your investigation. I will, Adrian promised. Bye, Owen. He hung up, and I put in 2 more miles at an easy pace while I thought through his advice. The past week had been out of control, even by my standards. One heck of a week, but it had some good moments too. My thoughts went to Sam. What was I going to do about her? I wanted her. I'd never doubted that. But could we truly make it work? All the obstacles I saw between us, were they real, or just a product of my own fears about being rejected and committing to a relationship? No one would argue that Sam and I were different, but had I used that as an excuse to let her go? I punched the stop button on the treadmill. As the machine slowed, I came to the realization I'd been ignoring for the past few days. I was my best self when Sam and I were together, and my best self meant being the best father I could be to Miles and the best man I could be. What was wrong with me to even consider giving that up? I grabbed my water bottle and jogged through the hotel hallways to my room so I could jump in the shower. Would she take me back? Could I make this right after what I'd said? I was sure going to try despite my fear of what she might say. I got dressed, packed my bag, and headed for the only home I wanted.
Chapter 28. Sam. I was snuggled deep in the master bedroom's quilt when I finally woke. Bright sunlight filtered in around the curtains, making me wonder about the time. I rolled over and squinted at the clock. 10 in the morning. I sat upright, and the warm, contented feeling left me instantly. I'd only meant to sleep for a few minutes, but 2 hours had passed. Miles? I was on my feet moving when I caught the sound of his happy babbling from across the hall. He was safe and well. I breathed out a sigh of relief and sat on the edge of the bed again, struggling to get my bearings. Last night had been a nightmare, the worst experience of my life. But it was over. The kidnappers had been arrested and no one would cause us harm again. It was all good. Except for Owen, I thought with a grimace. That situation was no good. Last night, he'd held both me and Miles in his arms before the police started asking questions. We'd felt close then, like a family, but that had disappeared as soon as we returned to the house. He'd hardly even said goodbye before driving away. Was there any hope for us? I thought about my conversation with my mom earlier. She'd reminded me that I was goal-oriented. It was a character trait that had gotten me through tough classes and challenging research. Could I set a goal to revive my relationship with Owen? Establish steps to achieve the goal in a logical and rational manner? Maybe, but relationships, I'd learned, weren't accomplished by creating lists and spreadsheets. The data, if there was such a thing, was impossible to interpret, especially for me. I was out of my depth in the complexity of what? Love? Was this achy feeling in my chest love for Owen? Mama, 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 Miles chanted. It was still new to hear him say that and know that he meant me, but I was starting to get used to it. I stood, quickly straightened my rumpled clothes, and pulled my hair into a ponytail. Before I could figure anything out, I needed to care for Miles. As I walked to his room, I noticed the smell of breakfast cooking coming from downstairs. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but nope, that was definitely bacon. Maybe Mom had come over. It would be like her to come and check on me and Miles. I could at least guarantee it wasn't the bad guys in the kitchen. I doubted that they would cook breakfast. I got Miles up and changed while I chatted with him about taking a trip to the park that day and how we'd play on the swings and maybe go down the big kid slide together. We both needed something to look forward to. A few minutes later, when I reached the bottom of the steps with Miles, I called out, "Mom, is that you? You're so sweet to make us breakfast." If there was a response, I didn't hear because Miles was demanding to be put down. I set Miles on his feet and took his hand so he could walk to the kitchen. "Are you hungry?" I asked Miles when we were in the doorway, my attention focused on the toddler. "Starving. I thought you two were going to sleep forever," Owen said. My head shot up. He was standing at the stove looking as delicious as the food smelled. "What are you doing here?" I asked, shocked to see him and unable to form a polite greeting. He came toward us and scooped up Miles, giving him a kiss before putting him in his high chair. Owen already had fruit and Cheerios on the tray ready for him. Miles was all smiles for Owen. It nearly broke my heart to see the attachment between them and know that they couldn't have that full time. Owen turned back to me once Miles was gobbling up food. "I've decided not to move out," he announced. "Oh." The exclamation slipped out as I tried to process his meaning. Did he want me to be the one to go? I hated to because it felt too much like giving up. But if that's what he wanted, I guess I could make it work. I suppose I could find an apartment. Mine sublet for the next 5 months, but I should be able to get a short-term lease somewhere else. It won't be today, though. I paused to consider my options. My parents have an extra room. I could stay with them if you want me out now. "I don't want either of us to move out," Owen said, coming to me. He looked so handsome that it fogged my brain, and I almost missed his next words. "I'm staying, and so are you." He reached out and touched my cheek with a fingertip, lightly stroking over my skin. Nothing had ever felt so good. "If that's okay with you." I met his eyes, wondering if I was understanding him correctly. He wanted us to be together. My heart sang, but my mind was struggling to catch up. When he grinned at me, I let myself hope, and a smile spread across my face.
Owen. There was something wonderful about watching the shocked smile appear on Sam's face as she got my meaning. I wanted to be with her, more than anything, but first I had some things to say. She seemed to understand that since she was waiting in silence. "I'm sorry," I said, wanting to start with that. "I was such a fool to let my fears tear us apart. I should have given us more of a chance and not have forced us to make decisions when we were both tired and reeling from the chaos. That was wrong. I wanted to pull her to me and kiss her in the worst way, but I couldn't do that yet. I needed to explain. I was also wrong about us, about you. The truth is that I was scared you'd reject me, and I couldn't face that. I've spent a lot of my life thinking I wasn't good enough, and I assume that's what you thought as well." "I don't," she said, giving me a tap on the chest. "Trust me, you're plenty, more than I ever expected to have." Hearing her say that sent relief through me and gave me the courage to continue. "I want to be here with you every day and make breakfast for you and Miles." I slid my hand around the nape of her neck and pulled her closer, lowering my voice. "And I want to spend my nights with you next to me." "Just next to?" she asked, a flicker of amusement going through her eyes. "Maybe a little closer than that," I said, placing a soft kiss on her lips. It felt so good. I hadn't realized how much I'd missed kissing her. "I theorized as much," she said, her voice soft. "What else do you want, Owen?" "I want us to be a family." It was all I'd been able to think about since the night before. "Starting now. No trial period. No one moves out. We live here together." Her arms went around me. "I like your plan, but before I agree to it," she said, making my heart drop down into my stomach, "I need to apologize too. I should have made a greater effort to ease your worries. You were busy taking care of us, keeping us safe, and I didn't give back to you the way I should have. That's on me. I was so focused on finishing my research that I couldn't see beyond that." "Sam, you needed to work," I said. Her vaccine was potentially important to so many people. I'd never wanted her to give that up. "I know, but I could have managed it better. I was trying to keep up with my responsibilities to Miles, but I needed to think about you more. I won't make that mistake again. I promise." Her face shifted from serious into a grin. "So, in keeping with scientific principles, I've analyzed my errors and made a plan to prevent them in the future. I can't say that my findings will always be perfect, but I'm going to work hard to balance my work with my home life, meaning Miles and you." "I love you, Sam," I said, the words coming out so easily. I hadn't thought through saying them, but they felt so natural in the moment. Her eyes widened, and the look of shock returned. "Together, we're going to make an amazing family." "We already are," she responded, as I leaned down for another kiss. "Wait, I get to say it too." She put her hand on my chest, holding me in place. "I love you, Owen Foster." No words had ever sounded so good. I felt almost speechless with wonder that she could love me. "Well," she prompted when I just stood there staring at her. "Are you going to kiss me?" "You bet," I said, happy to comply. "Want ooze?" Behind me, Miles's hand smacked the plastic tray of his high chair. "Uh-oh." Sam went up on tiptoe and looked over my shoulder. "Our son's hungry," she said. I loved the way she spoke of him as being ours. He would always be Carter and Lauren's child, but we would be the ones to raise him in this house with a whole lot of love. "Breakfast is coming right up. But first..." I closed the distance and kissed her. We spent the day together doting on Miles, who was clearly ecstatic to have the both of us together again. He mostly seemed okay given his recent ordeal, but I noted he was constantly checking to make certain that one of us was near him at all times. I hoped that would go away quickly as we gave him a restored sense of normalcy. Given how late he'd slept in, we skipped the afternoon nap, opting for some much-needed playtime in the backyard. Dinner came early, and the little boy was soon yawning and ready for bed. Sam and I got him ready for bed together, bathing him and getting him into his pajamas. I was searching for a book to read to him when Sam began to sing. While I'd heard her sing to him through the baby monitor, I was wowed to hear it in person. She paced the room, rocking Miles while singing a slightly altered version of John Lennon's Beautiful Boy. Miles was soon fast asleep, and she carefully placed him in his crib as she finished the song. Turning to me, I could see her faint blush. Grabbing the baby monitor, I took one last look at our sleeping boy, and then we crept out of the nursery and into the hall, quietly shutting the door behind us. I had no idea what to do next. Did we go to our separate rooms? Did we talk? Before I could make any suggestions, Sam closed the distance between us and kissed me. "I don't want to be alone tonight," she murmured against my lips. "I don't ever want to be alone again." Her confession was a gift I didn't deserve, and I knew I would spend the rest of my life striving to live up to the trust she was placing in me. Taking her hand, together we went into my bedroom. She shut the door and leaned up against it, looking at me. In the next moment, she was stripping off her clothes while walking toward me. She paused before removing her bra and looked me up and down. I was frozen in place. "Well?" she asked. I could see the hesitation in her eyes, and I stepped forward. Cupping her face, I kissed her, coaxing her lips open to deepen it. I wasn't sure I had the words to express how I was feeling, but I fully intended to show her. Breaking the kiss, I pulled my t-shirt over my head and groaned when she placed her hands on me. She stopped me with a finger to my lips. Then she was on me. After, we rolled to our sides and faced each other. I needed to touch her, to assure myself that she was real and we were together. "That was amazing," she finally said. Reaching her hand out, she touched the side of my face. "I love you, Owen Foster. And I love you, Samantha Mayfield."
Chapter 29. Sam. 5 days later, I stood at the door with Miles, waiting for Owen to come down the steps. He'd been up and down 3 times, grabbing more things to pack in the diaper bag. I wanted to tell him that we weren't going on the run again. This was a simple trip, less than a mile away to the new house where his parents would live. But that was the crux of the problem. Owen was nervous about his mom and dad's move, nervous about their relationship with Miles, and how they'd perceive Owen's parenting skill. I wasn't worried at all. After the past few blissful days living as a family, I was convinced that everything had finally clicked into place. We'd gone for walks, played in the park, and even taken a trip to a local amusement park and let Miles try out the kiddie rides. I'd loved the days and the nights. Those had been absolutely magical. I'd moved into the master bedroom with Owen, where we'd made love and fallen asleep wrapped up together. I'd never been a person who thought I'd like that. I'd always enjoyed living independently, having my own space, but I no longer felt the need for those things. I was, as Owen had once said, all in. Owen bounded down the stairs with a spare outfit in one hand and a fistful of diapers in the other. This should do it. He knelt and dug through the bag, verifying its contents and adding the new items. "Owen? Yes?" He looked up at me. "If we need something for Miles, we can just run home and get it. No worries." We weren't going far. Not far at all. In truth, I was marginally worried about his parents living so close, but it was just another change in our lives. I was getting used to change and trying new things. At the same time, I was cognizant of how this affected Owen. I'd observed him with his parents and could anticipate some problems. They were good people. Lauren had always spoken highly of her in-laws. They meant well, but they could be a little suffocating. "Right, let's get going." He shouldered the bag and held the door open for me and Miles. A few minutes later, we arrived at his parents' new home. It was a sprawling ranch-style house with a pool in the backyard. Secretly, I thought it had far too much room for 2 retired people. His mom met us on the front sidewalk where a moving truck waited, its back door open. "How's my little boy?" Andrea gushed to Miles and took him from me. I noticed Owen bristle at the way his mom addressed Miles, but he didn't comment. "Owen, can you help your father oversee the unloading of the truck?" "Sure." He shot me a look before joining his dad. I smiled at him. I could hold my own with his mother. She had a strong personality, a trait her son had inherited, but I could manage. "The kitchen items are already inside. Could you help me there?" Andrea asked. "We can keep track of Miles between us." "Happy to," I said. I didn't know a potato masher from a rolling pin since the kitchen wasn't my forte, but I was good at organization. While Miles toddled around the kitchen, Andrea and I unpacked box after box of dishes, utensils, small appliances, and food staples. I stored things where she instructed while keeping one eye on Miles, who was happy to beat pots and pans with a wooden spoon, and the other eye on my phone. Brian sent me updates throughout the day about the trial review board. They were meeting to evaluate our vaccine and determine if it was ready to launch. I was sure it was since I had confidence in my work, but I couldn't help a frisson of nerves about the process. If just one of the reviewers objected, it could send us back several steps. At 4 in the afternoon, Brian texted to let me know that all was well. To celebrate, I picked Miles up off the floor and whirled around in a circle with him. "Good news?" Owen asked, stopping on his way through the kitchen. I'd hardly seen him as he'd rushed around the house, unpacking crates and moving furniture. "The vaccine's a go," I said, a huge smile on my face. Owen wrapped his arms around me and Miles in a hug until Miles squirmed to get down. I set him on his feet, but I wasn't willing to let Owen go yet. We'd done it. We'd beaten the pharmaceutical investors and their henchmen, and my work was going to help children. "Congratulations," he said. I never doubted it. I guess I didn't either, but it still feels so good. We were by ourselves for the moment, his mother having walked out of the room. "How are you doing? Are you remembering to breathe?" "I'm trying," he said. "I'd feel better if you kissed me." "Really?" I teased, running my fingers over his forehead, trying to smooth away the creases there. "Yep." He captured my fingers and kissed them. "I can do anything if you're here for me." "You were for me," I said, meaning it. I don't know what would have happened to my vaccine without his strength and protective skills. And I'm not going anywhere. We're a team. I like the sound of that. He leaned closer and nuzzled my neck. And it's just what I needed to hear. About that kiss. His lips moved to mine, and I instantly lost myself in his kiss.
Owen, I had to appreciate Mom and Dad's choice in homes. The 4-bedroom house was modern, filled with light, and had a backyard made to relax in. It would suit them since they loved to entertain. The pool was a nice draw, too. I glanced at Miles, who was sitting on Sam's lap, eating pieces of pizza she'd cut up for him. He'd need swimming lessons soon, especially if he played a lot at Grandma and Grandpa's house. "Another beer?" Dad asked and handed me a bottle. "You earned it." "Thanks," I said, twisting the cap off. We'd gone non-stop since morning, getting furniture and boxes into the house and arranged in the correct rooms. The bulk of the work was done by 6 in the evening. When Mom declared it pizza and beer time, no one had argued, and the pool deck was a heck of a nice place to enjoy our dinner. "I think you'll like it here." "I'm sure we will," Mom said. She was sitting on a chaise lounge with her feet up. "We hope Catherine likes it as well. I've got a lovely bedroom set aside for her, and one for Miles too, of course. I have to find just the right decorations for that one. I can't decide between an animal theme or transportation." "What?" I asked, confused at her meaning. Did she still think Miles was going to live with them? I glanced at Sam, who was putting Miles on his feet and brushing crumbs from his clothing. Her expression showed nothing, but I'd learned that meant she was processing information. "You know," Mom continued, "cars, boats, trains. That can be so adorable for a boy. And we'll get some outdoor toys." She gestured to the grassy area beyond the pool. I really love those big wooden playhouses, but your father thinks Miles is too young still. Mom, I started, trying to slow her down, but she kept on. We'll establish an online calendar for where Miles will be staying. That way there won't be any confusion. We should probably get that set up right away, since I imagine you'll be starting at your job soon. In a few weeks, I said. I'd gone through all the interviews and had gotten the position I'd wanted with the security company. Thankfully, they were flexible about a start date. I wanted a little more time at home for Sam and me to establish ourselves as a family before I began work. Right, and Sam will head back to the lab soon to work on... Mom paused as if trying to decide what it was that Sam did exactly. Anyway, your father and I thought that Miles could spend a few nights a week with us while you and Sam are working. It would make it simpler for you. I exchanged a look with Sam, who gave me a slight nod of encouragement. I understood her meaning. She was telling me to make my position clear. And she was right. It was now or never. I appreciate the offer, I said, keeping my tone friendly. And we'll definitely need assistance during the day while we're both at work, at least until he goes to school. But Miles will live with us. Maybe he can have an occasional weekend visit here, but not more than that. But... Mom sat upright and looked toward Dad. This time I interrupted her. It's important to Sam and me that Miles feel like the three of us are a family. Mom's mouth opened, but she appeared too shocked to speak, so Dad stepped in, voicing what I imagined she was thinking. We're his grandparents. We are his family too. I get that, I said, trying to find a way for them to understand my meaning. We want to watch him as much as we can, Mom said, having finally found her voice. And I think that would be best for him. Maybe I was being too sensitive, but in her tone, I heard that she didn't trust me to care for Miles. I was on the verge of arguing that I was more than capable when Sam stepped in. I hope you can understand, she said, that Miles sees Owen and me as his parents. I'm sorry to say this, but he's not going to remember Lauren and Carter. Mom sucked in a breath but didn't comment. Miles needs normalcy in his life and two committed parents. We want to build that kind of relationship, so he'll respect us and trust that we'll always be there for him. Owen and I, together, can give him the love and the home structure that he needs. We'll never replace Lauren and Carter, but we want to make sure that he never feels that loss as we all have. Sam spoke in a tone that didn't invite disagreement, and her words made sense. I was proud of her. She'd done what I wasn't capable of doing, and in an impressive way. I'd have to find a very special way of thanking her later. I shot her a small smile. I suppose you're right, Dad said on a sigh. We'll help however we can, but he's yours to raise. What do you think, Andrea? Yes, of course. Mom's agreement was slower to come, but it was there. I nodded, my attention focused on Sam for the moment until I realized that Miles had wandered closer to the house, where a hose with a nozzle on the end was attached. While I watched, Miles picked up the nozzle, his little hands starting to squeeze around the trigger. No, Miles, Sam said, following my gaze, but it was too late. A blast of the hose sent an arc of water over all of us. To prevent us all from being drenched, I strode toward Miles, who still had a grip on the nozzle. Just as I reached him, he squeezed the handle again, getting me straight in the chest with a blast of cold water. Uh-oh, Miles said with a giggle, looking up at me. Water. That's right, buddy. Lots of water. It dripped from my shirt and ran down my legs. Behind me, I could hear Sam laughing. I scooped up Miles and gave him a hug. At some point, I would have to explain to him that this wasn't something he should ever do again, but the truth was that I wasn't the least bit mad. If anything, the toddler had diffused a tense situation, one in which Sam and I had made a stand for ourselves as parents. I expected my family would try again to exert a claim on Miles, but with Sam at my side, I could manage their attempts. I guess we better think about some child-proofing, Dad said in a sheepish voice. Must be something we can do about securing hoses. I'll help you with that, I offered, feeling some pride at being the expert when it came to child-proofing. I shared another look with Sam. She was still laughing at my soaked clothes, but I'd never known such a sense of confidence in anything. Together, we'd navigate this parenting thing just fine. The end.